Yeah, I'd like to point out something real quick, and that is that when I request evidence from somebody, it's because all the available evidence I have is completely contrary to what the person's claim is. Today, for example, all of the Google searches you'll find on a page would say that General Flynn didn't lie, that he omitted the fact that he had talked to Russia, not that he actually lied about it. So all of the available evidence from MSNBC, CNN, the Washington Post, the New York Times, all of those articles would say the same thing. So when somebody makes a claim that he lied to the vice president that's contrary to all the available evidence that a normal person would come up with a Google search, it's not unreasonable to ask somebody to cite their claim, or not unreasonable to ask that person to go look at any article of their choosing and review the evidence that's available about the subject. And when that person goes off crying like a little baby, doesn't want to explore the evidence, and disrupts the chat room, it is also not unreasonable to remove them from the chat room, in my opinion. So if someone makes a claim that's completely contrary to all of the available evidence, and they're unwilling to even look at the available evidence, and they're unwilling to provide evidence of their completely contrary claim to every single news outlet you're going to get by Googling the question, they're being unreasonable. And when they go off on a childish tirade in order to hide the fact that they're simply wrong, they're misbehaving. And they're misbehaving in a childish way when they do that, and I hope that doesn't happen again. I kind of wish it hadn't happened the first time, quite honestly. So anyhow, Lysurge, we agree on a lot of stuff. I didn't know you're a fiscal conservative socialist. That's interesting. I mean, I don't know how those two things go together. I'd love to hear how they do sometime, but I guess basically personal responsibility and spending money well and not overtaxing people. It's kind of the basic idea of all that. So I guess you could apply that to socialism. Yesterday a troll claimed they cloned my account and trolled you, and that you don't like me because of what they did. I don't know. I don't think that's true. I don't know of any troll. Maybe that's true. I don't know. I don't dislike you in the first place, so they're lying about that. You know, I think a lot of the things you posted, like I said, simply apply to all nations. You know, you said that people spy and people, you know, I don't dislike you, so that part's a lie in the first place. Maybe they trolled me, but they didn't troll well enough for me to dislike your name, so they aren't a very good troll, I guess, but don't worry about it. You know, Buddy tells me you're a very interesting person to talk to that has quite a contrary view on things that we might have, but made him think about a couple of things. So that's the kind of thing I like. You know, I like contrary views that are factually accurate anyway, that are different than mine, that maybe I can learn something from, you know. Yeah, I don't, whatever. Like I said, he's a bad troll because it didn't work, so don't worry about it, you know. So anyway, I don't know what Armando thinks, but you know, when you have people coming in the room spewing propaganda that are unwilling to even demonstrate their claim, what I'm trying to say, Armando, is you're getting right back to the flat earth nonsense. You know, you get people just making claims and then they go off like little children when you demonstrate through every single news article available that they're simply wrong, you know, it just ends up into nonsense. And I even gave Ronan 3 different opportunities to stop acting like a child before I felt within what's sensible to boot him from the room. And I'm sorry if, you know, you haven't even complained to me about it, so I don't even know what you think about it. But people making claims that are completely contrary to all the available information, you know, need to back them up. They need to be willing to look at the available information, not go off on childish tirades to avoid having to admit they're wrong. It's just silly. It's ridiculous. It's not what should be going on at the People's Cornerstone or anywhere else. But anyhow, moving right along. Butternut. I hate butternut squash. Blech. I don't like any cooked orange vegetables. I don't know why. Carrot, squash, summer squash, whatever else there is. Blech. You can slap all the marshmallows and brown sugar you want on that stuff and call it Thanksgiving, and I still don't want it. It's an interesting article I posted in the chat room from a liberal news organization about 8 United States presidents that have owned their own businesses and why it's not against the emolument clause for a president of the United States to operate businesses. I've also posted a link from Cornell Law that goes into depth explaining why the 8 presidents in the past have owned their own businesses and why it's not illegal, and why the foreign emolument clause doesn't apply. One of those, by the way, was Abraham Lincoln, interestingly enough. The public broadcast station, which is a somewhat liberal organization, I'll also be happy to post an article from them, which would explain also why it's not necessary for a president of the United States to end his business interests, but it's only accepting direct emoluments from kings and heads of state. Not that the kings and heads of state would not be allowed to shop at the president's grocery store if he was in the grocery store business, for example.
Hey, and it's my old buddy Richard. It's my old buddy Richard. How you doing, Richard?
Hey, hold on. I'm doing something else. Let me find my Google thing. Who am I talking to? I'm sorry. Oh, Von Helton, son of a bitch, man. What are you doing?
It's my old buddy Richard. Yeah. You still scamming people and fucking posing as a government? Oh yeah, you are still posing as a government official, aren't you? Holy shit! Look at that! Look at that fucking icon. Wow, what about that?
No, everybody knows that's a joke, Von Helton.
Yeah, it's a joke. Yeah. Okay.
Well, of course it is. Well, it's not really a joke. It's a real government agency.
Exactly. Which means you're not supposed to be using it. And what if I logged in here with a fucking FBI symbol? How long do you think it would take before trolls would fucking flag my ass down and try to get me in trouble over it? About 2 seconds.
Hold on just a second. Hold just a second, Von Helm. Just so you know, I really don't do the yelling and screaming and the big arguing anymore. I'm just not into that. So if you want to have an interesting discussion, that's great. But I have no intention of trolling you, and I have no intention of being trolled. I'll just leave. It's not that important to me anymore.
No, you grew a brain. Well, that's a step in the right direction. That's a step in the right direction.
I appreciate that. So let's let bygones be bygones and move on. Does that sound good?
Yeah. Well, hey, it's okay, man. I mean, I'm going after bigger fish anyway. Got my printer today, and I'm going to be printing out my court dockets and everything. And
what are you going to court for?
I'm putting the trolls behind bars, dude. I'm literally putting them behind bars. I'm literally putting them in front of a judge, and then they're going to explain to the judge why they took 10 years of their life, 10 years of their life to harassing the fuck out of somebody in the state of Kentucky.
So you're putting them on, you're taking them to court for harassment?
I'm taking them to court for harassment, slander, defamation, pretty much anything that'll stick. But I mean, I'm going to have plenty.
What court?
Civil court, which means it's going to be a jury trial.
Right, but in civil court's not criminal court. So why do you think?
Well, it's not. Well, it might not be criminal court, but they're still going to stand in front of a judge, and they're still going to have to fucking explain themselves. Okay?
No need to yell at me. I'm just asking a question, dude. You said 10 years in jail, and civil court can't do that. My question would be, hold on, dude. My question would be, after civil court, if you won a judgment, that you could use that as evidence in a criminal court.
Well, here's the beauty of this whole mess. If in the process of a civil court, the judge finds that a criminal act has occurred, the judge himself can transfer it over to a criminal court. I'm not needed. Okay. If the judge finds that a criminal act has occurred, he will do it himself. I don't have to do anything. The judge
Yeah.
himself will say, "Hey, there's a crime committed here. Let's bind it over to a a grand jury or a criminal court or whatever the fuck."
Right, a
I
prosecutor
don't
or a
have to do it
grand
anyway.
jury. Sure, they could. That's true.
That's right.
Have you subpoenaed anyone or sent out any arrest warrants
I have
specifically?
to the clerk's office at the courthouse says I have to have my documents done. That's why I got me a new printer. I got me a new
Sure.
printer today. So I'm gonna do my court documents, get them all done, get them all, all the I's dotted and all the T's crossed, and then
Uh-huh.
get my money together. It's gonna cost me $88.75. Get all that money together, and then there's a few other fees too, but it's about $100,
Well,
150 bucks.
the argument we had, is certainly recorded. A bunch of people did it. Would you like my address, and would you like to sue me as an example, just to see what happens in court? You're over that particular, over what at the time you said that you thought I'd make a good case. I will volunteer to come to Kentucky voluntarily and give you my address if you want to make me one of your plaintiffs.
Well, here's the thing.
Unless you
You
have
didn't
better plaintiffs,
here's
whatever.
here's the thing. You didn't try to destroy my marriage. You didn't
Right,
try to get my children killed under foster care. You didn't
right,
try to get me killed via FBI or CIA. So you know, you're pretty
right.
much
Those are
small fry.
certainly much more serious
Yeah,
offenses.
those are
That's for
much more
sure.
serious crimes.
Right.
You didn't rise to that level. So
Okay.
let me,
So
I
who
think,
did? Just out of curiosity, who did? Who is on? Who are you going to subpoena? Can you say, or do you want to say?
well, I'll give you their YouTube names. I'll
Sure.
give you their YouTube names. Kenny KPZ, Dr. Descent, Paulie's Customs, um, George Bush Pimps,
All right.
Loves to Dance,
So
and
now,
a
when you
few others.
subpoena these people, do you know? Like, have you found out who
I
they
have their
are,
I
or
have their
you
docs.
do?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I have all their docs,
All
and
right.
the sheriff will be driving out to their house and say, "Here you go." And
Are these
if
people
they
within your state then?
no, no, they're out of state.
Well, the sheriff's not going to drive to their house. The sheriff would transfer it to another sheriff.
Well, yeah, that's what happens. But I mean, I assume people automatically would know that.
Sure.
Anyway, the
Okay.
point is, they're going to come down here to the great state of Kentucky. They're going to stand in front of a judge, and then they're going to explain to the judge why they invested 10, sometimes even 15 years of their life to stalking, harassing, and pretty much demeaning and defaming a person in Kentucky that never did jack shit to them.
And
So
what are you suing for? What are you asking for in damages?
I actually don't have a dollar amount yet.
Uh-huh.
What I'm going to do in the course of getting my paperwork ready, I will be reviewing other Kentucky court cases that are similar to mine.
I
Um,
see. I
and
don't know if that's possible, but
whatever dollar
I'm
amount,
joking.
whatever dollar amount seems to be in the best interest of both me and the courts, as what will probably, I mean, even if I give a dollar amount, the judge will probably change it any damn way,
Are you willing to have it flipped around and have all these people sue you for creating a frivolous lawsuit should you lose?
Well, the problem is
Are
it's
you
not. Well,
mentally prepared for that
now wait a
possibility?
minute. Now wait a minute. Now wait a minute. Is it a frivolous lawsuit if I've got them on video admitting that they did this shit? No, it's
No,
not. Okay,
no,
so
it wouldn't.
I don't anticipate any claim of a frivolous lawsuit. I don't anticipate any counterclaims or any countersuits because quite frankly, they're on the internet admitting that they did this shit. Okay, so I mean,
Well, I think they're admitting. I hold on. I think I've seen some of their admissions.
I got a guy named the Hippers. I got a guy named the Hippers on Jay Stevio's Von Live hangout saying, "Yeah, I manipulated your wife. I sure the fuck did. I'm proud of it too." Videos like that.
Right, and
Pretty much.
I've seen those, and what they're saying
Yeah.
is that they felt that your wife might be in danger, and they were trying to help her, not that they were being mean, spiteful, and something that you could sue over. But
Okay,
that's
now
a question for the
wonderful.
jury,
Okay,
like
all
you
right, all
said,
right. And
not
the
for
first
me.
time, all right, and the first time it happened, I could see that. But what about the second time, and the third time, and the fourth time, and the
Well,
fifth time, and the sixth time, and the
that's a
seventh
question
time,
for
and
a
the eighth
jury.
time?
I'm not going to get in the middle of the jury. I'm not going to, that's a question for the jury. I don't have all the facts. I'm not going to tell you my opinion. I don't want to get into a big argument with you. I just want to hear what you have to say about it. It's interesting to me. And I'll tell you this, if you really want to change the internet, you'd be a whole lot more likely to win if you only sued for $1, because then people would realize that he's not in it for the money. If you sued for $10 million, the jury would have a different opinion than if you sued for $1. And if you really wanted to change the internet and make the point, and you really believe that they have committed criminal acts, then you could sue for $1 and win, take all that evidence from court to the criminal court, and accomplish both goals. But the more you sue for, the more people on the jury are sort of leaning toward, oh, all this guy wants is money. You know what I mean? You don't understand what I'm saying, right? Even if you deserve it.
I could flip it around the other way. I could say, hey, if I only charge $1, people are going to say, well, this guy's some kind of fucking he's in it to get views on his YouTube channel, or he's in it just to get popularity or notoriety, because he's not suing for a legitimate amount of money.
Right,
so I could flip that around the other way, right?
You
right?
could,
okay.
Yes.
All right.
It depends who's on the jury and how they think. Really, it's not a 100% either way.
That's
Are
true.
you going to have
none of us have control over that?
Right. Well, you have a little bit of control. You can kick a few people off for no reason at all. You get to select
I can't.
The jury.
All right. Let me hold it. Okay. I can't speak for other states, but from my time as a jury foreman, I can tell you that no, you had to have a damn good reason to kick somebody off the jury.
Well, no. I'm saying when you select from the jury pool, you can just say, no, this person is unacceptable. They're called perfunctory.
Well, that's right, but they had to have a legitimate reason. You couldn't just say, I don't like the color of your fucking tie, mister. Get the fuck out.
Yes, you can. You have three. You can do that to 3 different people in the pool, and just say, I don't want this person without having.
I never saw that shit. They always had to have it.
It's true.
The attorney,
I'm trying to help you out, dude. I'm trying to help you out.
I was jury foreman, dude. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I was there. All right. The attorney comes up.
To yell at me.
The attorney comes up. He had to have a legitimate reason to remove that juror. He couldn't just say, I don't like the color of your tie. Get the fuck out. He can't.
No reason to yell at me.
Remove him.
Hold on. I'll Wikipedia it and post a link for you.
Well, Wikipedia it all you want, but I was there. Wikipedia wasn't. I was there for 2.5 years. I was jury foreman.
I told you there's no reason to yell and scream at me. I understand you were there, and I understand your point of view. No need to yell and scream. Okay, I was wrong. Okay, I'll say that. How's that? So, anyways, interesting. I'm glad that you're following through on this. If you seem really passionate about it, and people, you feel people are messing with your family and all that,
see, the thing of it is, sadly, it's too late for my family, unfortunately.
Right. I know that.
She is now in a mental institution, and my children are now without a mother. However, what I can do is hopefully get these people in enough trouble to where that they won't ever do this to somebody else's family. That's the hope. The hope is to bring this to attention so that people will say, oh my God, these motherfuckers plotted to destroy somebody's family, which should be apprehensible. Everybody listening to the sound of my voice should be saying, oh my God, I can't believe people did that shit. That's the word.
You're a famous guy. You're a famous guy, and a lot of people that followed the story that might end up on the jury, as you know, have a completely different opinion than that, and some of the people on the jury may end up with the same opinion as those people that would disagree with your contention entirely.
Well, that's a chance I'm willing to take.
Well, exactly. And like I said, I'm I don't know the right word,
believe me,
but I have respect.
Believe me,
Respect's the word I have. I have respect for you for following through and doing it.
believe me, Richard, I'm not stupid. I know you're hoping that fucking troll just skewers me up one side and down the other and totally pwns me in that courtroom. Well, you know what, brother? I'm afraid you're going to be wrong. So I wouldn't bet on that horse if I were you.
I'm
Because
not,
I
dude.
went up
Don't
against
create an argument where it doesn't exist. I
where it
just told
doesn't
you I
exist.
have
Oh, come on,
respect for
Richard.
you
Come on,
for
Richard.
doing
Come
it.
on, Richard. There's no fucking way you're going to be voting for me in that courtroom. No fucking way. And you know it, and I know
I
it,
haven't
and
heard
everybody
all,
in this fucking room knows it,
dude.
and everybody watching by YouTube knows it. Okay, so
I
quit it.
haven't heard all of the evidence, so I couldn't make a
Well,
decision right now anyway.
right. Well, I think
Dude,
it's pretty
I
self-evident.
already told you, if you're gonna try to create some big argument with me, don't bother. I'm not interested.
I'm not. Hey, all I'm doing is stating facts based on your own actions. Okay, so no, I don't need. I'm not trying to start anything. I am pointing out your own actions and saying that
I'm
because of
telling you, you're
your own
wrong.
actions, I know how
I'm
you're going
not
to vote in
hoping
this.
for anything. I think it would make an interesting case, and I'd like to see it. I'm not hoping for any outcome at all. I'm hoping that the correct outcome happens, whatever that may be. That's all I care about.
That's debatable, but whatever. Anyway,
Right,
that's whatever. The point is, I now have the printer. I will be starting on getting all my paperwork done for court, and then I will submit it to the clerk's office. I will give them the money, and then we'll get the show on the road. And Mr. Kenny KPZ, I won't give his real name out here because some people are stupid and anal. But anyway, Mr. Kenny KPZ will be brought down here to the great state of Kentucky, where he will stand in front of a judge, a real live judge, and he'll have to explain to that judge.
He doesn't have to show up, you know.
Yeah, actually, he does.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, actually, he does.
You don't have to show up. You just automatically lose.
Excuse me. Yes, he does. Because
No,
if he
you
doesn't
don't have to show up to a civil court hearing.
Does, because if he doesn't show up, they call the sheriff and issue an order for his arrest, dumbass.
No,
yeah, he does have to show up.
You just lose the case. You aren't required to come. You just automatically lose.
It's obvious
if you don't show up.
Look. It's obvious you have never been in a fucking courtroom in your life. Okay, so please don't speak. Okay, you've obviously never been in a courtroom in your life. You've never seen how a fucking courtroom operates. But I assure you,
I have.
If his happy ass is not in front of that judge will turn to the bail, or not. Well, he won't turn to the bailiff. He'll turn to the secretary who is sitting there typing this shit all out, and he'll say, "Ma'am, please issue an order for Mr. What's his face's arrest immediately." They will then contact the sheriff in his state. The sheriff in his state will go and arrest his ass and bring him physically down.
He'll say, "Mr. Von Helton, you win by default. Case closed."
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Well, I know you don't think so. I'm trying to inform you.
Seen that happen. I have never ever seen that happen. Not one time. But I sure as fuck have seen
because
the judge
most people
turn to the
show up
and say, "Hey, I want an order for this man's arrest immediately." And she does it too.
You don't arrest people in civil matters. You arrest people in criminal matters. Now, on the other hand, actually, if you subpoena him, if you have a legal subpoena and they don't show up, that would be a subpoena from the judge. That would be different. But if you just subpoena somebody, hold on, let me finish. If you just subpoena somebody because you're filing a lawsuit against them, they don't have to show up. They only have to show up if the judge says, "I want them here."
If he is in contempt of court, he will have the sheriff appear and arrest his ass.
Sure, but it's not contempt of court to ignore a civil lawsuit. They're just saying, "I don't care, let him win," by not showing up. That's what not showing up is.
Okay,
you don't have to defend yourself.
It's obvious. It is obvious you have never been in an actual real courtroom, because
you better hire a lawyer to help you, dude.
If you had, you would know that that's the biggest load of horse shit. Because I've been in courtrooms, all kinds of courtrooms, and I have never, ever, not one time have I ever heard a judge said, "Oh, okay, yeah, he didn't show up, so just fucking forget it." No, I've never heard a judge do that.
You've been in criminal matters and family matters.
I have been in criminal court. I have been in civil court. I have been in family court. I have been in real estate court. I have been in all the
Would you
courts,
like
bro.
to? Would you
I have
like
been
me
in
to
every
post
court
you?
you can think of, and I have never ever heard a
Would
judge
you
say,
like me to
"Oh
post
well,
you?
oh
Would you
well, the
like me to
defendant never
post you a
showed, so
link?
fuck it."
Would you
You
like
can
me to
keep
post
talking
you a
over
link?
me, Richard. It's not going to help you. You can keep talking
Oh,
over me. It's not going to help you. I have
no.
been in criminal court. I have been in civil court. I have been in family court. I have been in real estate court. Never, ever in my 53 years on this planet have I ever heard a judge say, "Oh, the defendant never showed up, so let's just fucking forget it." No, I have never heard that, ever, out of any judge's mouth, ever.
You
Are we
never heard
clear?
of you never
Are
heard of
we
a case
clear?
being won by
Are we
default?
clear? Is there something about the word never that you don't understand?
No, I didn't ask you.
Never. I have never heard
I
that shit
heard
out of a judge's
you.
mouth.
Have you
Ever.
ever heard of cases being won by default?
Yes.
And
Small
what does
claims
that
courts,
mean?
small claims courts under $1,500 are usually settled. Hell, actually, they're not. Usually, they're settled out of court. Actually, but yes,
Right.
if they do it for some ungodly reason, a small claims would happen to make it to court. A lot of times, they're like, okay, well, you give him $50, you give him a fucking ox, and everybody goes their separate ways. Okay, but we're not talking small fry here. Okay,
You're
we're
suing in
talking about
superior
people
court?
that literally plotted to destroy a man's marriage, his family, and his life.
I
Okay, we're
heard
not
you.
talking
There's
about
no need to
1,500
yell
fucking
at
dollars
me,
here.
dude. There's no
We're
need to
not
yell at me.
talking about $1,500 here. Sorry, we're not.
There's
That's
no
small
need to
claims court.
yell at me, Von Helton.
I'm not
Please
yelling yet.
stop.
You want to hear me yell? I'll be happy to. I'm not yelling yet. But we are not talking about small claims court, are we? No, we're not. Okay, we're
Actually,
talking
we're
about
not
civil
talking
court,
at all
which will have
anymore
a
because you
full
can't
24
conduct
person,
yourself like
I
an
believe it's
adult.
24, 24, I believe it's 24, 24 person jury. Okay, it will be a serious matter. It is not a joke. This is not a game. I just received the printer today. I will be typing out my dissertation or whatever you call it for court, and this shit will go forward. Okay, it will happen. And these trolls that literally plotted to destroy someone's marriage will feel the burn, as the saying goes. All right, they will feel the burn, guaranteed. And no, I did not kick him, by the way. But anyway, that's it. Done. Done's talking about that. Mm.
Jeez, I was going to ask him what he thought of Donald Trump, and then he left just for fun. How about you, future boy? What do you think of Donald Trump? Come on, Elton, that guy cracks me up. But I was being completely honest with that guy. I want to see his lawsuit. I want to see whether the people saying they were just trying to protect you. I've seen his wife on video cam say he pointed a gun at her. Those people worried about his wife have plenty of evidence available to them to say they were just trying to do the right thing. You know, it's not illegal to call family services on somebody that you're worried about. It's going to be an interesting case. And the only way he'll win is if he has a lawyer do the talking for him. If he does his own talking, the jury will realize he's just a crazy person and he'll lose. But I'm interested to see. I don't believe he'll follow through. He's been saying the same thing for years. But I would be interested to see a serious harassment case and see what happens. It's interesting to me because you can't do anything on the internet. You don't get extra privileges because you're on the internet. The same laws apply on the internet. It's just that nobody ever goes to the trouble of tracking people down and suing them for these. I know Von Helton thinks it's really serious, but it's a minor harassment situation, as far as I'm concerned, his thing that people are trying to kill him and send the CIA and all that, I don't really believe is actually going to end up as the issue in court. The issue in court is really going to be, did the people who called family services, were they really trolling and doing illegal behavior just because they didn't like him and that's harassment, or was it not? And most people just don't have the time or inclination to bring people to civil court over internet nonsense. And I say, all the power to him. If he believes he has a case and he wants to do it, he wants to make a point, and it stops other people from whatever, threatening their family and all that sort of nonsense you see on the internet. If he even accomplishes a little bit in slowing that down, great. Nothing wrong with that. And I believe he will lose, but his contention that I hope he loses is absolutely not true. I hope whoever is correct wins, not that anyone loses. But I know he threatened to sue me because I called him crazy. He said I wasn't a medical doctor, and he was going to sue me for giving out medical opinions on the internet and all sorts of crazy nonsense. And obviously, he has no case. I explained to him, I gave him the dictionary definition of crazy, and there's a 2-hour video a number of people have over that argument, and it was just nonsense, and I think that his contention about all these other people threatening, sending the CIA to kill him, and, they drove his wife probably has some sort of mental illness, a biological mental illness. It wasn't created by other people on the internet, and his legal case will fall apart very quickly, I'm guessing, but who knows? Maybe it won't. I don't know. Like I told him, I don't have all the available evidence, so I don't know. Interesting, though. We'll see. I guess the first step is, even if there is a lawsuit, so I'm not even sure that's going to happen anyway. I heard that 2 years ago with this guy. Who knows? What do you think, Armando? Do you think Von Helton will actually get somebody into court even to begin with, or is he just blowing more smoke than he was a few years ago, 5 years ago? I've heard that Von Helton, is going to sue somebody, 1,000 times, right? Kind of funny he showed up. I wondered what happened to that guy. Oh my God. Yeah, you gotta love Von Helton. He is an interesting, crazy character, but he better have a better lawsuit than when he threatened to sue me for calling him crazy. I mean, and the other thing he doesn't realize is that there's just so much salacious material from him that the jury's going to listen to his behavior on the internet and say, you're the pot calling the kettle black. Why do you think we're going to reward you instead of reward the other guy just as much? Call it a wash, and both of you sets of people are idiots, and get out of here. The stuff Von Helton says to people is just outrageous, so for him to want to sue somebody else for doing the same thing he's doing is a little bizarre, but we'll see. Well, I only scare Ronan Armando because I ask for evidence and I point out facts, and his propaganda machine nonsense goes nowhere. That's why he doesn't like talking to me. He went into his 8-year-old child mode when I asked for evidence that General Flynn lied, because all of the Googling you can do will say that General Flynn made an omission, not a lie. He just went off in a tangent. I gave him 3 warnings and basically booted him and fucked up your last channel, and I'm sorry for that. But I'm not tolerating childish behavior and then, you know, like that. It's just ridiculous, you know. Exactly. He went into the, you know, I wanted to bring him to the Google page and let him pick any article he wanted, and we would look at it together. And, you know, of course, it's, oh, you're interrupting, your personality this, your personality. I said, let's get back to the issue, blah, 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 blah. And I finally said, fuck you, get out of here. If you can't talk like an adult, get the hell out of here. I got no time for that bullshit. Neither should anybody else. You know, if you want to state things that are completely contrary to the reporting of every news outlet in the country, you better bring some evidence to the table or shut the hell up. You know, that's the problem. You know, Ronan's facts are that he doesn't like Richard. So what? What does that have to do with whether General Flynn lied or not? We're all aware that Ronan doesn't like me and I don't like him. But I can discuss issues with Ronan if he doesn't act like an 8-year-old. I was trying to, did you hear me talking to Von Helton, Armando? I'm just not getting baited into some crazy yelling and screaming match with nut jobs, you know? I mean, and not that, you know, and I shouldn't say nut jobs, but people acting nutty, because I act nutty sometimes. Everybody acts nutty sometimes. And I'm just not interested in being the guy yelling at D-Beck or yelling at Ronan or whatever. You know, yeah, everybody goes nuts, and that's because they get baited into it with the flat earth mentality. You know, I'm going to make 1,000 claims with no evidence contrary to every article in the world, and fuck you. You know, and the only reason you're complaining is because you're stupid. You know, you don't know what you're talking about, even though I have no evidence and you have every single news article ever made. You're stupid. You're part of the cackling crowd. And you know, it's just ignorant ass nonsense. And you should, frankly, Armando, you should be glad when somebody boots somebody off your channel like that, because it sucks in the beginning when you boot those people out. It fucks up the channel, of course. But later on down the road, people stop doing it. They say, okay, fine. I don't want to get booted every time I'm a dumbass, so I'll simply stop being a dumbass. That's, you know, that's what'll happen in the long run, you know? You know, and I don't know if you were here when I booted him, but I gave him 3 warnings. You know, I said, look, you're just trying to hurt my feelings with this personality nonsense. That's warning 1. Kept on doing the same thing. So that's warning 2. And I asked him, do you want me to boot you or do you want to stop? You know, oh, go ahead and boot me, blah, 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 blah. That's fine. See you later. Have a nice day. See you next time. You know, what do? You know, the truth is you have to treat people with a 6-year-old mentality like 6-year-olds, Armando. So you're going to have to spank them in order to get them to behave better by booting them out of the room once in a while. Get the fuck out of here. Come back when you're less crazy. What's wrong with Future Boy? He's in the room now. He isn't talking, but I'd like to say hello to him. Future Boy, how are you doing? What's going on? He came in with Von Helton, so I'm thinking he's one of Von Helton's friends, but that doesn't bother me. So what? What's wrong with Future Boy? He hasn't done anything wrong. To me, anyway. I'm glad you invited Von Helton in here, though, Armando. He's quite the character. He really is.
Hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Awesome. Sorry, I'm still down the trails, but I can't, like, I can't wait till I get home for this one.
For what one?
You.
Huh?
No, Richard, you're awesome. I respect your opinion, but sometimes it's like, wow, the ego on you. Holy shit, man.
Well, you know, they don't call me King Richard for nothing.
Yeah.
I earned that. I didn't make that up on my own, you know. Other
that
people
might
coined
not
that.
be a badge of honor you really want to, like, put on your tombstone, eh?
Absolutely. Why not? It's better than Prince Richard or, you know, Surf Richard, isn't it? I mean, what can I do? People give you nicknames. You got to keep with them, you know.
Hey, man, I've had a few just listening to you, but I won't repeat them on air.
Hey, I can be humorous too.
I hope so.
I can be. Yeah.
Oh.
Do you know who Von Helton is?
Uh,
Oh, he just came in here. He's this crazy flat Earth kind of guy with all these
oh,
conspiracies.
God, one of those.
But anyway,
Those.
he came in yelling and screaming about how he's finally going to sue people on the internet for sending the CIA to kill him and making his wife end up in a mental hospital, right? And the funny thing is,
meth did that. I think the meth did that to him. Just
the
from
funny
what I've
thing is,
heard.
he's serious though.
Call him
He's
as I see
serious.
him. I
You know,
know.
he bought a whole new printer just to print out the documents, you know.
Hey, man, like, call him as I see him. Like, that was a good batch.
Yeah, there's a 2-hour video of him threatening to sue me because I called him crazy. You can find out there. It's funny as shit, man. Really funny. You know, people saved that one and put it on their own sites. You know, they didn't want to let that one slip by forever. You know, we better keep that argument with Richard and Von Helton. You know.
Wow, people are fucked up, eh?
Oh, dude, you wouldn't believe believe the shit that this guy has to say, man.
Well, I think it's like par for course, eh?
Yeah, par
like
for
golf.
the internet.
Yeah, eh? You know, you know, he's a special snowflake, but for the internet, yeah. You know, mildly stalkerist, sort of psychotic, but not really like, you know. Sorry. I'm horribly sarcastic. I'm horribly sarcastic.
That's okay. I like sarcasm. Sometimes I don't get it, though. I'm like stupid and think people are serious when they're being sarcastic, you know. I'm a little slow. So anyway, are you on your way home or something? You're on your cell phone in your car? Yeah?
I'm actually on a cell phone in a nature trail with 200-year-old trees.
Driving?
Walking.
Oh, I was going to say, I hope you're not one of those dipshit fuckwads.
Oh, I know. No, I'm walking. It's like, this was almost like paved over a culvert. And now it's just like
turned around driving with their hip while they're fucking texting, talking to their baby in the back seat, wondering why they smash into my fucking car.
Oh, it's the tickets they could give you here for driving are ridiculous. Like,
fuck, I think they should fucking strip them naked and put them spread eagle on the police car and drive them around town for an hour. Fuck me.
Okay, I that actually has happened to friends, and you know, but that was not in Victoria, not where I live, but in some communities it has happened.
Well,
I'm
good
not
for
joking.
the police.
Yeah, you know, like.
The Canadian police, they don't have enough guns to shoot enough people like they do in America. That's the only reason crime's not completely out of control, is the cops murder enough of them so they don't commit a crime the 28th time.
Well, in Canada, we try and police ourselves. You know? Like, we really do go out of our way just to be good people and not fuck up.
Yeah, I know. You're very polite.
Get caught.
Very polite. Very polite.
Like...
10 times I drove through. I tried to find an argument in Canada, but I couldn't find one. I looked through the whole country. I know all about it. I ever tell you the story about the children that I would have
Well,
been charged?
hey, man, you found one with me the other day. You finally won. Isn't that good?
Well, I don't think I won that argument, but if you say
No.
so.
Hey, no, I think I won that one. I can show you the tent city down the road on the Hangouts.
You
Yeah.
missed my sarcasm, didn't you?
Ah. Oh.
I lived in a tent city. It's the best time of my life. You know, when I was
Oh,
home.
for fuck's sakes, I heard about your little homeless story the other day. This is not the reality of Victoria.
Well, what I was
You know,
going to
it's
say is that when I
nice
was
you got like a.
homeless, when I
You
was
were
homeless, I got
camping.
no.
You were
When I was
camping.
right. But let me
Call it
finish what I was going to say.
camping. You were
Can I get a word in?
camping.
Right, but when I was camping, if you want to call that, that's fine. I got more pussy than when I had an apartment because girls felt sorry for me. They wanted to keep me warm for the night instead of, I'd meet them in the bar. I'm going back to my tent now. Oh, that's okay. Why don't you come with me? I got more pussy living in a tent than I got living in a house.
No, it's because you were in Alaska and you ain't a cousin. Like,
Huh?
you know? You weren't a cousin up there. You don't know small towns. You weren't related. That's the only reason you got to tap any of that. Yeah. I'm sorry, to crush your little ego, but that's how that works in a small town or a small state or province.
Anchorage isn't all that small, you know.
But it's still like Norway. We all it's like here, you know.
Right. I'll take your word for it.
I will never date anyone from the prairies. They could be a cousin. Just saying.
You know, I saw a girl one time. I saw this girl one time that had the exact same 2 imperfections on the same side of her nose as me, and I freaked out and thought she might be my daughter, and I ran out of the bar. I didn't even want to talk to her. I'm like, wow, I've never seen anybody with these same 2 exact imperfections on their nose. I might be related. I am getting the fuck out of here. Yeah. I was scared.
With you, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think you always rap it, buddy.
Well, on the day I grew up before AIDS, we never wrapped it. It's
but
I was
now
up to the girl.
Should. Now you kind of should. It's kind of gross otherwise.
I'm married.
Yeah.
I don't do that stuff.
Yeah. That's why you troll the internet. It's lovely.
I don't troll the internet. People troll me. What are you talking about? King Richard comes here. I got roots here. I don't troll around anybody. People come from miles around on the internet to visit the king, don't they, Jose?
Apparently, I'm here.
There you go. And you said you couldn't wait to get home so you could have a great conversation with me, didn't you?
Hey, man, I'm doing it now. I'd rather do this. I'd rather do this in a beautiful trail in nature, watching a waterfall. I just feel so zen. It's like, wow.
This might be a dumb question, but isn't it cold in Canada this time of year?
Sure is.
Hey, not as cold as you, Jose.
Yeah, you're in Victoria, that's why.
I know, pussy West Coast girl.
Well, it's going to be +5 tomorrow over here.
Oh, a heat wave.
Hey, man, we're almost going to be close. I don't feel the cold.
Yeah,
I don't know. I've horrified friends this winter.
I couldn't stand the rain there. It rains a lot over there in BC, though.
No, just on. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
What do you mean? Yeah. Of course it does.
Yeah. Victoria's not so bad. You just get this little mist rain. It isn't like Vancouver.
I mean, I'd rather have the snow than have rain, especially if you have rheumatism and shit.
Well, yeah, exactly. I totally get that. And a lot of the music scene in Alberta, because nothing else to do in the winter. Victoria's music sucks. I love them, but they're little pussy hipsters,
What do you guys have over there? 5440?
Hey, I love them. They're like cousins almost.
Ocean Pearl, right? Ocean Pearl.
Does it? I see.
They
Yeah.
they have the big hit. Baby ran, she ran away. Why she ran? I gotta say, I know one reason why.
Well, 5440 and Neil Gaiman, like they have more than like. I saw him a couple years ago in a local pub. Like he's a local boy to me. He's an island boy to me. Okay.
Okay. I mean, you guys had Chilliwack over 30 years ago.
Hot Heat. Hot Heat got banned during the Bosnia conflict on BBC. Way to go, Victoria Rockstars.
Richard, where you at, buddy?
Hey, Future Boy.
Richard, hey, buddy, how you doing?
Hey, future boy, what's going on, man? Just giving you a little shit
Can you hear me
there in
now?
text. Don't take it personally.
Can you hear me now?
Boy, you fucking cocksucker.
What?
Wait a minute, who's that? That's David. I thought it was Future Boy. Who am I talking to? David or Future Boy?
That's Future Boy.
David.
Oh, someone called me a cocksucker. It's cool.
Oh, he's talking to you. I thought he was talking to me. Why does this guy hate you? Why do you hate him, David?
I love Future Boy.
Oh, were you talking to me?
Clearly.
Yeah, bro. I love you too, man. What the fuck's your problem?
We love
I don't know.
everybody.
I thought you called somebody a cocksucker. That's all.
Dude, it was a friendly gesture. You took it out of
That's a term of endearment. It's a term of
Whatever, dude.
endearment.
I didn't even know who you are. I couldn't hear you. Don't worry about it. Whatever, man. How you doing, cocksucker?
Fucking problem, bro. I don't know what your fucking problem is, but you need to fucking relax.
All right, cocksucker.
Thank you.
No problem, cocksucker. You have a good one, man. We'll be cocksucker buddies. How's that?
I don't want to suck your cock. I don't mean it like that.
Oh.
All right, we're all
That's
relaxed.
okay. I'm not gay either, so no homo, cocksucker.
I mean, I'll suck your dick if I don't get a boner. It doesn't make me gay.
Right.
Hey,
No homo, dude. No homo, dude. Whatever.
Hey, you know what? I sucked the dick and didn't like it. That's how I know I'm not gay.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Really
man.
boy talk. Did you see that? Did you see that? That's where I am right now.
Huh.
Yeah.
No, I didn't see it.
Where are you?
But, yeah.
I don't know. I keep
So just
thinking-
out of curiosity, how'd you guys get here? It's the first time I've seen you, David, and Future Boy too. You guys come here a lot, or?
Yeah,
I used
Future
to-
Boy. Future Boy
I used
does.
to come around here a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can every now and then.
It got weird with these flat earther motherfuckers. And I was like, I can't fucking listen to this flat earth shit. You guys are
Right.
fucking
That's where I met Armando too. Is back in flat Earth discussions, right?
fucking wackos.
Yeah, I just never seen you before, David. That's all.
I know, man. I troll a lot.
Yeah, well, whatever makes you happy, dude. Doesn't matter to me. I used to troll a lot too, but now I just try not
I want
to.
to
You know.
on. I literally jumped on the chat to see the fucking hippie faggot. He went away.
Yeah, some people just don't want to be trolled, so they can find something better to do. You know. Imagine that.
No, I just wanted him to sue me.
Oh, the Von Helden dude. Yeah, I volunteered. I said, dude, I'll give you my address and voluntarily come to court just for the fun of it. You know, there's a 2-hour long video that a whole bunch of people have of this where he threatened to sue me for calling him crazy. It's funny as fuck, dude. A lot of people have watched it. Well, not a lot, but a few, you know.
I mean, I would enjoy getting sued by a fucking hippie. They have no fucking idea what
Yeah, I know. It's funny as fuck. The guy thinks that you get arrested if you don't show up to a civil lawsuit. He's just a complete moron, dude. He has no clue about anything, you know?
it ain't a fucking criminal case when we get arrested for shit.
Right. All you're going to do is lose by default for not showing up. Like, a lot of people do that. They're like, oh, you're going to sue me for $100. You know, I make fucking $200 an hour and I'm rich. Fuck you. You know, I'm not going to show up and send me the fucking bill and fuck off, you know? Yeah, it's just funny that his wife probably has an organic mental disease, and he thinks people on the internet, you know, gave her mental illness. And there are videos where his wife is saying he pointed a gun at her, and he's going to complain that people were concerned and told his wife to get the fuck out of the house. You know, it's just on and on nonsense with that guy.
His wife wasn't getting any dick because he was on the fucking computer too long.
Well, that's probably what. Go ahead.
Hello, Governor. Hello. Answer.
Damn, that's a scary pic that dude's got before he left.
Oh, that was
See, now
David
that's-
Bowie. That was Bowie.
Was
okay,
it?
yeah. Yeah, that's
No
David
shit.
Bowie, man. He's
Oh,
cool.
okay.
He's cool,
Yeah,
Richard.
Well, you see how I handle all that. He didn't quite get what he wanted, so he tried to troll somebody else. But he started in with the cocksucker and the big arguments, and I'm just like, I'm not having any of that. Thank you very much. You know.
Yeah, man. You stick handled through that really well, man. That's what we would call it in hockey.
Yeah. I used to play center forward in hockey. I love hockey. It's a fun game. It really is.
Yeah, man.
Way better than what curling.
You did well there,
Canadians are
Richard.
really good at that too. Well, thank you. I learned that from you, I think, Jose. I really did. You know, you helped me out a lot with my internet etiquette improvement. You gave me some things to think about.
Is that right, eh?
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
good, Richard. That's good.
Of course, I'm not saying it'll last forever. You know, the old Richard's bound to pop up someday after a bottle of whiskey or something. But, you know, he'll be apologizing the next day, though. Maybe. Yeah, you never know.
Good
So
stuff,
future. So future, what's your deal? What are you about? I'd like to get to know you. So you sucked a dick, you didn't like it, and that's why you're not gay.
man. Oh, let's not go into that, man.
Well, that makes actually, I don't have a problem with that. If somebody like they're curious and they actually did that, that would be a perfectly legitimate explanation for me. The one I wouldn't accept was, well, I got fucked in the ass and didn't like it, so I'm not gay, because I don't think anybody's going to like that the first time, you know?
Oh, my ass is for exit only.
Right. But I thought that was a funny thing to say. It was interesting. I like
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
Yeah, it was. So what do you do, bro?
I build jets.
Cool. For who?
Gulfstream.
Gulfstream. All right. Yeah, private jets. Nice.
Pretty cool, eh?
Yeah, it is cool. They have like their top model was so popular here. You know, the one I'm talking about, it was so popular here recently that people were selling it, you know, buying one and selling it with grand appreciation like the next day. Do you know the model I'm talking about?
Yeah, absolutely. G650, like a G6.
Yeah, I read about that while I'm perusing the internet, wishing I was as rich as other people and looking at the 500-foot yachts and the planes I can't afford and all that kind of shit.
But you know what? The yacht industry has tanked. The
Nice dream.
jet industry is still thriving.
Yeah, I know. That's what I've heard. I'm a stock market guy, so I watch the economy and businesses and watch the business news 18 hours a day, that kind of thing. So yeah, it's a fabulous business. I want to say Suzuki, but what's the Japanese company that's making little Cessnas now? Fucking, it's like not Suzuki or Toyota. Honda, yeah, those little Honda Cessna-like planes are cool, man. Though they look cool. I don't know if they're good or not.
Yeah,
They're kind of
they ain't got nothing on American Gulfstream though.
Oh, that's for sure. But it's probably what you would expect. You know, I'd feel weird. I don't mind having a Honda lawnmower, but having a Honda plane would make me nervous. You know, it would, frankly.
Yeah.
You know. But they make good shit. You know, a Honda the little Honda. I live in Southeast Asia, and the little Honda tuners, you know, the turbocharged Civics that the kids make are, you know, they're fast, nice little cars. You know, nothing wrong with them.
There's David.
Yeah, what the hell are you doing in Asia, man?
I met my wife about 15 years ago in Yahoo 30s chat. She's from Thailand and just came over here about 15 years ago. We broke up for 5, and I've been married for 8 years. And just because I met somebody on the internet that I married, basically, is the short version.
So you brought a girl home from the military?
Well, God bless you on that, buddy.
No, not at all. I've been trading stocks since the internet boom era, and just happened to be chatting online. That's all. I had nothing to do with the military. I am a veteran, but I had nothing to do with that. I know
a lot of guys that brought home the Filipino girls.
Yeah, no, I didn't bring her home. I came to her place. She's in Thailand, she'd be considered wealthy. In America, she'd be just a little above middle class. You know, upper middle class, I guess you call it in America. But
she's not one of those like Thailand ladies that have a cock that look really hot.
No, lady boy. No, she's not a lady boy. She's an actual woman.
That's good.
But no, there'd be a lot of lady boys that you might think look hotter than my wife. You're right. There's some lady boy, like you'll be standing at 7-Eleven and the line might be 10 or 15 people long, and for the back of the line you say, wow, that girl's really hot, and then you get up front to pay for your shit and you're like, oh my god, that's a transsexual, you know. Yeah, it's funny sometimes, dude, you know. And they're really prevalent here because it's a Buddhist culture and nobody judges them. They can just kind of walk around as lady boys, do what they want, and nobody's gonna say, "Oh, fuck you, you're a transsexual," you know, like they might in other countries.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Nobody gives a shit. Nobody gives a shit which bathroom they use. Nobody's complaining because they go into the women's bathroom. You know, it's like they don't have to pass special laws so they can take a piss. You know, it's just not like that over here. You know.
So you'll have a transsexual taking a fucking piss next to you. You look over, she's got a monster ass cock, and you're like, Jesus Christ.
They all use women's bathrooms, though.
Oh, so
at least I've never seen a cross-dresser or a transsexual in any bathroom I've ever been in, and I've never seen one go into a man's bathroom. And the thing that's funny is all like the women that complain today about transsexuals in women's bathrooms. What they don't know is there's probably been, you know, they've probably been in a bathroom with a transsexual a bunch of times in their life and never even known it. You know, they all have stalls, and you don't know who's in the fucking women's bathroom anyway. You know, it's ridiculous. A bunch of nonsense.
Your kids are probably safer with a transsexual than they are with a priest.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, who knows? You know, I mean, fuck. I would rather have my kid in the bathroom with a Christian woman. Frankly, there's a whole lot of danger in the world beside some fucking transsexual. Basically, I look at them as effeminate men that want to be women, and those, to me, anybody that's scared of that is got a whole lot of other shit they must be scared of. You know?
Yeah.
Right, Richard.
If you're scared of some fucking dude that wants to be a woman, I mean, how fucking female are you?
Exactly. That's kind of the way I look at it. You know, I mean, what do they think when some big muscular dude walks by? They must really be fucking scared then, you know?
Yeah, man.
But anyhow, let's veer off this subject. Fuck, just because I'm from Thailand, transsexuals come up almost every time with somebody new.
I know.
And it's
same shit all the time.
I understand it perfectly because Thailand's famous for that. So it's not a problem, but let's just move on. It's a boring topic, you know, to me.
Good idea.
Talk about it, you know. Yeah. So jets, man. I don't know much about jets except they're fucking expensive. You know, I've never been invited on a nice one, put it that way. You know.
Yeah, Gulfstream. They compete, Richard, with Bombardier. Bombardier makes those private jets as well, man.
Sure. And I think Lear is it used to be Learjet was the big one, but I think they've gone out of fashion, kind of. It's like the Gulfstream is the top of the line nowadays, you know, I think. Isn't that right? Yeah.
Yeah. They got a good name.
Right. Sure. They're probably some diehards. It's kind of like Rolls Royce. It's not that it's a bad car. It's just a Bentley is what people want, you know.
Exactly, man. That's the top end, man. Can't do better than a Bentley.
Yeah, and they're fucking fast too, man. What are they, like 218 or 220, somewhere in the 220 range, you know?
Right,
they're fucking fast, man.
Yeah, man.
Used to be your luxury cars. I mean, even I don't know if we even call a Cadillac a luxury car, but like Rolls Royce and stuff, they didn't give a fuck about any performance. They're like, well, people that are buying our cars want to sit in the back and drink their tea. They don't give a fuck about going 100 miles an hour. Nowadays, they're really concerned about that. They want not only luxury, but they also want to be close to the top end, fast as a Ferrari on the top end anyway, you know.
Yeah.
It's interesting how things change over time. Even Cadillac, you know, your 8-cylinder Cadillacs today are fast as fuck. Those are not your daddy's boat, you know.
Right. Like the STS or the CTS Cadillacs, man.
Yeah, CTS got the Corvette engine in it.
Yeah.
Beautiful car.
Right, man.
Oh, yeah, they are. Yeah, I'm just amazed at the car I bought. It has a 4-cylinder engine. It redlines at 6,500 RPM. It's a 4-door sedan, and when you punch it, you know, it's like when you put it in sport. When you put it in sport mode and punch it from 4th down to 2nd, it will put you in the back of the seat like a 427. And all you can sort of laugh and think to yourself is those must be 4 really fucking big cylinders. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny, man.
Back in 1998, I had a little 914 Porsche, a Porsche, and I was coming up 400 series highway. I was doing about 160 kilometers, just buzzing. And this Land Rover on the fast lane, he just buzzed right by me, man. And I took notice of it. And I was thinking, what the heck just passed me there? And sure enough, man, it was a Land Rover, man. I think, it was a Range Rover, man. He just fucking bang. He was just buzzing right by me.
That was that was the boxy looking 2-seater, the 914, right?
Yeah, the little 914.
Yeah, I love that car, man. That's a fantastic car.
Yeah, man.
I love the look of it anyway. I've never driven one, but those were cool. I like those.
Yeah. Actually, Porsche got Volkswagen to make those. They contracted Volkswagen to make those 4-cylinder 914 models. They came in the 4-cylinder, and you could get the 6-cylinder, right? But the 6-cylinder was from Porsche itself, that engine, eh?
Yeah, my friend back in that day, in that era, my friend bought an 8-cylinder Fiero, which is basically the same type of little 2-seater with an 8-cylinder in it, and that fucker was nice. Yeah, wow. He lost his license for 10 years within 2 months of buying it, and put it on blocks, and actually didn't, you know, like most people say, fuck it, I'm gonna drive anyway, right? He actually didn't drive, put that car on blocks for 10 years, and 10 years later broke it out, and it was brand fucking new. It was even cooler, brand new 10 years later than it was when he bought it, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I had a friend. He bought a brand new Fiero back then in the day, and it was a nice little red little Fiero, man. Nice little car. I was thinking that, you know, GM, they were going to improve those cars, man, because they were known, they had some defects, eh?
Oh, did they? All right.
They were a death trap, man. You know, they didn't have the roll cage, eh? They didn't have a roll cage on them.
Yeah, you put 8 cylinders in anything that small, and it's a death trap. You know. Without a helmet. You know what I mean?
Wait, way too much power, man. For that little car,
Oh, yeah.
that's way too much power, man.
Oh, yeah.
But you pay for what you get, Richard? Like,
Right.
if you want something decent, you get in a Mercedes Benz, or you get into a Porsche. When you're driving it, you understand why you spent the money, eh? You
Oh,
pay for it.
yeah. Absolutely. It's a whole different feel. I like the aesthetics of a BMW. I think that
Yeah,
their
man.
lines and their curves, and they're also, I mean, they slate themselves as the ultimate driving machine. I'm not sure that's exactly true, but
They are, man.
they are sports cars. They are
Yeah,
for
man.
driving around corners and all that kind of thing. They are a
Right.
fun to drive car, and their turbocharged versions are, will set you right back in the fucking seat,
Yeah, man.
While you're under warranty. If your BMW is under warranty, get rid of it.
Are you referring to the 3 Series, Rich?
I have a 6 Series and I've spent so much fucking money on that 6 Series.
Really.
Father-in-law had a Nissan Alpina.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say that applies to almost every car. If you buy a brand new car, you should trade it in about the time the warranty runs out, or just you should have bought a used car to begin with. If you buy a brand new car, you should essentially always have a brand new car the rest of your life, or don't bother buying one. So the way I
Never
look
buy
at
a
it.
used BMW.
Yeah, I would go with that. I wouldn't buy, once you get into the used car market, you better know what you're doing. You better trust the guy that looks at it. If you just go to the used car lot and take your chances, you're really taking your chances as far as I'm concerned. I mean, they got cars that were in floods that they reconditioned, were fucking smashed. And if you don't know what you're looking at a used car lot, man, you're crazy to buy.
No, you get the record over here. You get the record from MPO, man, of that vehicle, man. You get everything.
Well, you have to, right? But in America, you got to ask. You have to know enough to ask for that kind of stuff. You got to do a little. You know what I'm saying?
Nope.
There are people that go to those places and get, in America anyway, and just get bamboozled into buying some pieces. Oh, here it's only $2,500. That looks like a great deal.
No, over here is law. It's law over here, Richard. You pay $20 and you get the record of that vehicle, man. The history of it, man.
Oh, that's good. You can get those. You can request those things or do it yourself if you got the VIN number. But it's not a law that they have to provide it. So naturally, they're not going to, right?
Yeah, but over here in Ontario, it is, man. You pay $20 and you get all that information, man, from the date that car was brand new and bought. Yeah, you get all the records.
Is it a province law or an all Canada law?
It's the province.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, good for you. Good for your voters to do that, I guess.
Well, what was happening was you had cars that were being written off by insurance companies, and some of these body shops, they were having these tow trucks towing in these vehicles, and they were stretching the frames and stuff and fixing them and ripping off people, man. Selling them.
Well, that's why I brought up. That's why I brought up the flood issue. Like when they have a flood in Katrina in America, people will buy up all those cars and then ship them to somewhere like North Dakota where nobody even thinks about it. It's like the last thing on their mind is it might have come from a flood in New Orleans. It's got a white. It doesn't have a license plate. They don't fucking know. They don't even think about something like that.
Exactly. I knew exactly where you were going with that, with the flood.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. And in a sense, it's okay to recondition a car that was fucked up in a flood, but the buyer should still know that. I mean, I wouldn't want them to go dump them all in the ocean or something. I want the parts reconditioned. I want it to be not to be a complete loss just because it was underwater,
Right, because you got all the fuses and all that electronics that's been submerged underwater, man.
Yeah.
So you're going to have problems.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't want to buy if I have a choice, I'd rather buy a car that was not submerged than one that was, right?
Of course, because you're dealing with...
That is a great point. That is a beautiful point.
Yeah. You're dealing with electronics, man. You got computers and stuff on board in those cars, man.
Hey, I saw 3 fucking around with YouTube videos. I saw 3 different prototypes for flying cars today, planned to be released in 2021. Yeah,
Wow.
I'm sorry,
cool.
but flying cars is not gonna fucking happen. We are too fucking stupid of a species to actually go flying around. Can't even drive on fucking land.
Damn, Kayla, if you'd had your webcam on earlier, I'd have been nice to you, nicer to you. Anyhow, that's a twisted compliment to say that you look very nice.
Thanks.
You're
God
welcome.
damn. Look at those titties.
Calm down there, Bowie. Calm down.
Hey, I just think what's on my mind. I'm sorry.
Gee, I
I'll be
bet you
right
never
back.
heard that before, Kayla.
Huh?
I said, I bet you never heard that before.
No. I'll be right back.
Okay, me too. I'm gonna go get a cigarette, Jose, but
Yeah, man.
I'm cutting down so much that in order to get a cigarette, I have to take like a 100-yard walk up the street, around the corner to the store. Yeah, it's a good way to quit, dude. And mostly because after like 4 or 5, I feel stupid, like I'm putting the lady out by only buying a single cigarette and bothering her 6 times a day. So it's a really good way. It's a really good way to cut back, and that's what I'm doing from now on. And I'll be right back.
So there was a cute girl on chat, but you guys kept fucking yapping on, and you wouldn't let her fucking talk, and she left. What's wrong with you?
Relax there, future boy. She's coming back.
Why are you so angry, bro?
Well, she left because you.
Try putting a shirt on that's a little more less revealing because I'm an asshole.
Nigga, what?
You ever think of that?
Hey, Bowie, man. Finally. How you doing, man?
Fucking great, buddy. Fucking great.
Excellent, man.
Only complaint I have in my life right now is that I'm not a billionaire.
Oh, come on. You're going to get there.
Oh, I will. I just don't know how. I don't know how much or how many sexual acts I have to perform to get there. But I will.
Oh,
get there.
come on, man. Don't go there, man.
Is that a donut?
No. It's a biscuit.
You're eating a plain biscuit.
Yeah.
There's butter on that biscuit?
Ugh.
You just
Beef stroganoff.
oh fuck. Okay.
Wow,
yeah,
that's good.
I thought you were just
That
eating a
looks good.
fucking biscuit.
What?
I thought you were just eating a plain biscuit by itself. It's about to freak me out. Never seen that in my life. Who eats plain fucking biscuits without food?
Oh.
Not wrong with plain biscuits. If they're delicious.
So what you guys talking about?
You?
Me? Why?
Why not?
Why'd you get off camera, future boy?
Because I'm eating. You want to see me eat? You're eating.
I'm eating, so might as well.
No, let's eat together.
I want to watch you guys eat together. It'll be like dinner together.
You guys are going to have dinner together, eh?
Yep, that's the plan.
Light up some candles there, future boy.
I have leftover seasons of Japan.
Leftover what?
Seasons of Japan.
Oh.
What's that?
Chain. Chicken and rice. It's delicious.
Mm.
What are you eating?
Beef stroganoff.
Hey, oh.
Oh, that's cute. Both you guys
Is that
are
homemade?
communist countries. That's really
Homemade?
cute.
What is?
You guys are eating food from communist countries. You guys have a connection to
Yeah.
That's so cute, guys.
Communist meals are delicious. So fuck off.
Yeah, they're filling.
I don't understand how beef stroganoff is communist, but okay.
Russia.
Russian.
Russia.
Totally Russian. Mine's Japanese. Is the beef stroganoff homemade?
Yeah, I made it.
So you made a food that you don't know where it came from.
Well, that's fine. No, beef stroganoff's totally American. It's delicious.
It is American. That's what I thought.
Oh
No,
yeah.
it ain't. It's Russian.
Japanese food is American too. Just like Taco Bell.
You know, Future Boy, I liked you for a few, then you just fucking threw me off.
Shut up, a-hole. I love you too, David.
That's fucked up, man. I'm sitting here trying to be nice to you, and you want to call me an asshole?
No, I said a-hole. That's a term of endearment. Because I love you, David.
Term for it, there, man. Okay.
I'm done eating. Kayla, I like your boobs. Just saying. That's dirty. Stop that.
Yeah, dude, you sound fucking horrible. It's titties, first of all. She got nice titties. Okay? When you say boobs, you sound like a fucking pervert.
What?
Like your boobs. Sounds fucking weird, man. You don't tell a grown woman, hey, you got nice boobs.
I like your boobs.
I like your
WBs.
boobs.
I like your boobs.
I like
I
your,
like
You
your
got great boobs.
boobs.
I like your titties. I like your punk.
I like your boobs.
I like your breath.
I like your breasticles.
Breasticles. I used to call them chesticles.
Testicles, yes. Sweater cows.
Testicles.
That's pretty good. Beef stroganoffs. You made that yourself?
Yep.
How did you make it?
How do I make it?
Yeah.
You cook it.
Okay, I lied. I didn't make it.
Yeah, you opened up a can of beef stroganoff is what you did.
Busted. That's all good. All good. That's funny.
You got me. The jig is up.
It's all good.
You think you're so cool drinking out of your red cup?
Shut up, a-hole. I love my red cup.
Shut up, jerk face.
Shut up, b-hole. That's funny.
Shut up, dick nose.
Don't look at my fucking red cup. Is that your homework? Is that your homework?
No. Paperwork.
Oh God, you're like 16. We're all gonna get fucking arrested. God damn it.
I'm 24. Fuck you.
Oh. That looks like your homework.
No.
What was it
I
then?
graduated in 2012, okay?
Oh. Was that your musical scores? What?
What?
What was the paperwork? Explain. Poetry?
Tax returns?
That's so much more attractive than poetry. Hey-oh, we got a professional.
Yeah.
No, it ain't.
We got a professional woman.
Unless it's 6 figures or over.
No.
Whoever is moderator, can you unhide Dave?
Unhide who?
Simpson.
Mrs. Simpson?
He's unhid for me. I don't see him hidden.
Oh, he was.
Was he? Okay. I think pretty much all of us have mod powers, by the way. So you know.
Yeah.
No.
But most of you ain't got the balls to fucking show your faces though. Hey, what? Come on, Richard. Let's see your face.
Oh, I'd have to turn my phone on. I mean, if you really want to see my face, I guess I can go take a shower and shave and come back. And show you. You know,
Really?
yeah, really. Why would I show you my face? I've been up for fucking like 2 days and I got a scruffy old beard and my hair looks fucked up, but sure, whatever. Let me turn my phone on. I can log in on both my phone and still stay here, right?
Jose's a big girl. He won't do it either.
I did it the
Well,
other night. You want me to do it again?
I just said I'm going to do it, but you're going to have to sort of help me through it because I've never used my phone for Google Hangouts.
We don't judge until we judge.
I've been on, by the way, I've been on webcam before. It's not the first time.
I'm ugly and bald. Come on, you can't be worse than me.
So anyway, what do I do to get, I'm on my cell phone. Let's see, I see the thing, I click it.
I don't know. I'm on a laptop, so I don't know what the difference is.
Yeah, that's where I usually come on webcam is when I go on vacations and take the laptop. I broadcast live from some resort somewhere. Let's see. Ongoing call, telephone maybe, you know. That's not working. Let's see. Hi, Kayla. Say something interesting. So I must be in the right call. Ooh, it's doing something. Proceed.
You want me to talk with my mouth full?
I think I'm on there, aren't I?
Yeah.
All right. There you go. You see me? You happy now?
Oh, no, we can't see you.
Now you're doubled, Richard.
Yeah, now there's an echo.
Oh.
Echo.
Wait a minute. It says Rich, and then I see one that says you. Well.
All right, if you're on your phone, I'm just gonna pretend you're a sexy bitch, Richard. It's all good. All good.
Well, I got rid of. What the fuck? More echo.
Who's is that Armando? That is Armando. I don't think Armando has yet to show his face.
I don't think he ever will.
He will.
No, I think
Someday.
Some people protect their anonymity.
Yeah, I got nothing. I don't care about him. What? What's that word?
Anonymity, I think.
Anders, I'm not a freaking serial killer. I'm a ghost serial killer. Come on, over that. Anders. Are you guys
Read
watching
off
chat?
camera for a minute.
Are you guys watching chat at the same time?
There you go, feature boy.
Oh my god, it's Spock from Star Trek!
Fucking Anders. You guys watching chat at the same time?
What?
Are you guys watching chat at the same time?
Mm-hmm.
Anders said I'm a serial killer.
That's what I said.
I'm too old to be a future killer.
That's what I
Maybe a
said. He's
post.
stealing
fucking
what I
close it,
said.
and it won't close. I don't know why. Fucking idiotic.
Next. Other than
There he goes behind the curtains. He's gonna go murder another victim. He's got a victim in the back of those curtains. That's why there's plastic on it, so he doesn't get the blood on his curtains.
Well, sorry my webcam didn't work. I guess I was logged into two things at once or something. I don't fucking know. I don't like using my cell phone for hangouts anyway. I don't like using my cell phone for very much except telephone calls, frankly.
But you don't have to show your face anyway. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care.
Right, I know.
Future Boy's just stupid.
Yeah, this whole fucking cell phone hangouts application is just fucking annoying. I don't want anything to fucking do with it. Just too fucking annoying for me.
Yeah, going on Hangouts on your phone is like the worst thing to do. Because like sometimes people can't even hear you. It's annoying.
And it also sucks up the battery. Everybody tells me it sucks up the battery.
Oh yeah,
I did
it does. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sucks. It seems to suck the processor up a little bit too. And I've got a pretty decent phone. I've got a newer one anyway.
I'm a young one? Isn't Jose, whatever his name is, isn't he like in his 20s too?
Jose in here is in his 50s. I don't know if that's
I'm
what
not
you're
in
talking.
No, not him. The other one.
Oh,
I'm 50, not 50s.
well, that's 50 in a few days. I'm calling that 50s.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, technically.
And I was just guessing. Actually, I guess I was almost got
No,
it.
because
But anyway, yeah, 50.
Racy thinks that I'm young, too young to be talked to or something.
Ah, some troll giving you shit. Fucking.
Racy's a troll?
Anyone telling you that you shouldn't be in here is probably a troll, as far as I'm concerned.
No,
Jose,
she was saying she was gonna leave because too many people are talking to the young one, and basically that's pointing at me.
Well, I'm calling that. I have a low bar for trolling, I guess, and I'm gonna call that trolling. I have a low tolerance these days for people that act like I used to act. Is that hypocrisy or what?
yes.
Yes, I know. But my low bar is just that I don't get into it, and I'll leave if somebody, you know, whatever. I'm not criticizing anybody. If people want to troll, that's up to them, you know. I just don't need. I don't need to get involved. That's all.
I was reading her past comments. She's like, "Please tell me she isn't gonna get naked again." This old bitch.
She's gonna hide behind text and not have a discussion with you in the chat room, I'm guessing.
Meh.
Jose, you're ugly as fuck. Just to say.
This girl looks 16 years old. I take that as a compliment, actually, because I didn't get carded once, and it kind of pissed me off.
Well, the first time, like, you get called ma'am, or as a guy, the first time somebody in the store calls you sir, you feel really old. You know, when they use it in the context of you being old anyway, you know.
Mm.
That's kind of a letdown. First time. For me. Is that little Armando or big Armando today? Is that Armando or Armando Jr.? And where is my Asian girl, by the way, Armando? I've been waiting 2 fucking weeks for you to hook this girl up with her app, a cell phone, whatever the fuck you got to do. You said she was going to come back. Where's she at? You stuff her in a closet or something? You're hiding her from the king? Come on, what's going on? Probably feeding her that Bible nonsense and won't let her talk to the king. That's what's going on. That's my guess. Trying to convert her from her Asian religion to the Armando version of Christianity, which we all know comes from Satan.
We're gonna pay me a tour. The big house.
She's married. I'm married too. So what? I didn't ask you if she was married. I'm trying to get any pussy from 12,000 miles away. I just wanted to talk to her. That's all.
There might be bodies, maybe.
You'll do fucking nothing. Future boy, you'll do fucking nothing, mate.
English, please.
That was English.
Oh, no bad.
You showing your house again?
Yeah, fucking pay me. She's like, what's behind the fucking curtain? What's behind the curtain is our dead bodies. No.
Are you gonna get drunk again and fall asleep on the panel?
Well, I'm already drunk, but I'm about to fucking sign off here in about 5 minutes.
You need curtains, dude. You gotta echo.
Yeah.
Curtains are more
Are you
furniture.
gonna dance for us, future boy? You look like you're gonna dance.
Have a nice looking house though, huh? I like that. It's nice. Oh, that house isn't small. Living room's big anyway. Big enough, I guess.
That's what's behind the curtain. That's a portion of it. And we're done.
2 stories?
Those are some sweet dance moves.
I know, right? So there's a plastic curtain again. This is the room where I kill all my bodies, and it's all good. What?
You know who you remind me of? John
No.
Wayne Gacy.
Uh-oh.
Oh, well, thank you. I think that's
I
not a
just hope you're
compliment
not
whatsoever.
gay and you like to dress like a clown.
I like Buffalo Bill myself. What? No.
Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah.
I was watching a serial killer documentary about Ted Bundy.
Oh, yeah?
You guys
Why?
ever heard of him?
Yeah. In the 70s.
No.
We know him.
Which one was he? I don't even know why I'm asking, but refresh my memory.
He's that good-looking guy that stalked a bunch of women and killed them. He killed at least like 30 women, I think, and they caught him in Florida.
I see. Well, that's better than like chopping up and eating the gay young men. I think that was the other one you mentioned.
Jeffrey Dahmer. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Jeffrey Dahmer.
Don't forget the Boston Strangler.
Who's that?
Actually, the Rolling Stones wrote a song about him. Midnight Rambler.
Racy doesn't know who John Wayne Gacy is, but I'm the young one.
Well, you like serial killers, so.
Who's your favorite serial killer, Kayla?
Clearly, it's John. The bodies are upstairs. It's all good.
Mine would have to be Jodi Arias.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, she had nudies. That's pretty great.
No, it's just like
Yeah, see, Lysurge, you kind of think like me. I was thinking the Green River Killer myself. I couldn't quite think of the name of him, but yeah, I was thinking the Green River Killer out in the Northwest.
Yeah, man.
I fucking about crazy.
Do you guys remember Casey Anthony,
Yeah.
the baby killer?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, some children deserve killing, so I'm going to reserve judgment until I know more
Holy
about the
shit.
kids.
Seriously?
I'm joking. Sarcasm.
You gotta work on your sarcastic voice.
Yeah, some people tell me my voice is really boring and they want to punch it. Other people say it's not good and I should be on the radio. So it just depends, I guess. I don't know. Depends who you talk to.
Your voice is boring and they want to punch it. That's funny.
Tongue punch it. What? It's gross. I like Jodi Arias.
Yeah, but the last thing I heard about Casey Anthony is that they spotted her in an anti-Trump protest.
Huh.
Isn't she in jail?
No.
What?
Did you guys watch the trial?
Did she plead something like postpartum depression or some crazy defense like that? Or not necessarily that it's crazy, but no, I didn't watch the trial.
She didn't get acquitted, basically. Like, there was plenty of evidence for her to get the death penalty, but her parents were doing everything they could to protect her, and they weren't going to rat her out, so I don't know, the whole thing was bullshit because she was guilty of killing her kid.
Yeah, but don't forget Elaine Warnos. Remember her? She killed what?
Oh yeah, the truck
7 men.
stop driver person.
She killed 7 men in 1 year, from 1989 to 1990.
Oh, Charlize Theron, though. She's hot.
They did a movie about her. What's her name? Charlize Theron played her.
Oh,
must be
on
your
American
ex-wife,
Horror Story?
No, it was a different title.
I love American Horror Story. Have you seen them all the episodes?
I have, yeah. Murder House is my favorite season.
The first one?
Yeah.
The first one, the second season was scary. Like the third, fourth, fifth, they were good, but they weren't scary. But the
I feel like Hotel was shit.
Do what?
Hotel. I feel like it was shit garbage.
It was good, but it wasn't scary. You know what I mean? Roanoke was scary.
I mean, the main focus was on Lady Gaga, basically. I mean,
not really. It wasn't the best. It wasn't the scariest, that's for damn sure. The first and the second, Murder House was the scariest. The second, the Asylum was the scariest. The third was what, like a freak show or whatever?
yeah, Freak Show, that one was pretty good.
It was good, but it wasn't scary. You know what I mean? Like I didn't fucking jump and be scared and shit. But 6, Roanoke was scary. That was really scary.
Which one?
Roanoke, the last season.
Oh, you know what? I watched like maybe 2 episodes of that, and I just kind of lost interest.
It turned out really good. It was scary as shit. It was just as scary as the first and second season. I liked Roanoke to a degree.
Have you watched Bates Motel also?
No, I have not seen any of that.
Oh, it's really good.
Really? I might have to watch it on Netflix.
Yeah, it's on Netflix.
I might have to look into that. Right now I'm watching The 100 on Netflix.
The 100? I don't know what that is.
It's like a CW fucking show. It's actually pretty good. Anyway.
Yeah, but you should definitely watch Bates Motel if you like American Horror Story. It's kind of like the same thing, except it's about Norman Bates from Psycho, but like it goes into depth about what made him become the killer that he is.
Yeah. Well, I know all about Bates Motel, yeah. Okay. I might check that out. Hey, Jose, you were live. Now you're not. What's going on?
I'm here, man.
All right. All right. I got to work tomorrow. I'm getting the fuck off here. Bye-bye.
Oh,
See you, everybody.
the name of that movie with Elaine, with Charlize Theron, based on Elaine Warnos, was Monster.
Monster. Yep, that's a good movie.
Monster. Yep.
Okay, bye-bye.
Are you out of here, future boy?
Looks like he is.
He's gone. He's gone.
He was like, okay, well, bye-bye. She's like, so what's going on with Trump? You guys want to update me or what? Because I haven't really been paying attention ever since he won the presidency.
He's stirring up the pot. Hey, Hank.
Hey, Hank.
How are you doing, man?
Trump. I can barely hear you. Can somebody turn up Hank's volume?
Yeah, you're on the highway.
Oh.
Hank.
You notice the curvature on the highway?
No, we can't see the curvature. The Earth's too big.
I see.
But trust me, it's there. Trust me.
It is there. There's probably 10,000 different pictures, so you could see it on if you wanted to. At least 10,000.
Yeah, never mind the GoPro lens.
The ones transmitted every 10 seconds from the Japanese satellites. By the way.
Right.
It's every 10 minutes, but those Himawari photos, they're not photographs. I've never seen clouds that were quite that pink and
I
baby
know,
blue.
it's all a big conspiracy. Oh, God, dude. It's so old, tired, trolling nonsense. Just stop.
Well, you brought it up. Now you're telling me to stop.
I was making a joke, not a conversation out of it.
I think it's a
But
good
anyway,
conversation
I
to have.
appreciate your help to change the subject, Lil. I appreciate your help and advice about watches, cell phone watches and cell phone and stuff. That was interesting. I learned a lot about cell phone watches. Anyway, the place you sent me that had the virus, that didn't work out so well, but I did appreciate the information about the virus, or excuse me, about the watch, not the website you sent me to with the malware. That's all right. That's probably not your fault.
Well, when I went, after you said that, I automatically went and downloaded some software, and it said that I didn't have any, so I don't know what you're talking about. And I did download like 8 out of those 10 programs, and I use them daily, and I haven't had any problems.
You do.
I still get a long battery life, indicative of 0 viruses.
Well, what happened to me is it came back and it demanded my password and said I was going to shut my phone down for 1 day if I didn't enter my Google password or some personal password, not like make up a password for this site or something like that. It was basically ransomware. It's trying to scare me into giving them my password. It was just stupid.
Yeah, I had ransomware about 3 months ago. My little boy was playing on my tablet, probably looking at porn, and he was on Pornhub, I think. And then it was like some kind of FBI notification. You've been looking at
Right.
illegal material, and
I'm
I
sure
just
it wouldn't
reset-
surprise you to know I've got that same thing a number of times.
I just reset the device. That's the thing about, you know, viruses on cell phones. You just reset the device and it's like brand new. You know, with computers, you actually have to format the hard drive and start from scratch.
Actually, that one that I've gotten that exact same one, you know, FBI warning and blah, blah, blah. And all I did every time was simply restore. I just simply restored it to an earlier date, and it worked every time. I never had to do anything serious to get rid of that thing. I had to one time I had to restore it from safe mode because when it booted up, it booted right up to that FBI picture. But if you go into safe mode, you can restore without it booting up into that fucked up malware shit. Well, they may have changed it too. They might have improved the hack, you know.
Yeah, it's amazing to me that that kind of stuff goes on because, you know, if Edward Snowden was not a psyop and he was telling the truth, then the people that are putting their, you know, their credit card information on this ransomware, it should be traceable to go to, you know, whatever bank account, because we're not talking about Bitcoin. You know, we're talking about, you know, accounts, and it should be traceable to see where the money went to.
People don't care because pretty much everybody with any kind of decent credit card is, you know, it's not their problem. It's the credit card company's problem. Now, they may take all your money and then you might have needed it for Friday's bill or something, but you're not going to lose that money permanently. So that's probably why most people aren't that worried about it, you know.
Well, no, once you run the credit card, you lose that $500 or whatever. I think they wanted $300 when my son had it.
Oh, I want if you voluntarily pay them. I thought you were saying if you got somebody hacks your credit card and fraudulently steals your money. I thought that's
what. Well, it's still fraud, even if you know, are ignorant. But basically, what the FBI thing says is that you're going to be prosecuted to the extent of the law, and that's fraud, impersonating, you know, an FBI agent or any kind of agent.
Of course.
I'm pretty sure is a federal offense. So where is, you know, Edward Snowden now with his NSA, you know, bookkeeping and, you know, all this stuff? It's nowhere to be found.
Well, I don't think he particularly gives a shit about malware. He's looking at bigger fish to fry than that. I mean, everybody already knows he's trying to, you know, get out things that people don't know about. Everybody knows about that silly thing. Most people. I mean, it's just not really news. If Edward Snowden were to, you know, have a breaking story that there's malware on porn, it wouldn't really get very many people excited. I mean, back in the day, you know what they used to do back when the internet first started is you'd go to porn sites and they would redirect you on your dial-up to those, you know, $4 a minute 900 numbers without you even knowing it, without you even dialing it. You could be on. So as long as you were surfing the internet, you didn't even know that you were hooked up to a 900 line. Then you get a bill in the mail from your phone company for, you know, a big bill for as many minutes at $4 a minute or something. And some phone companies said, look, you pay it or fuck off. You know, they didn't take the excuse that they got hacked, you know, because people couldn't prove it. They couldn't prove whether they did it on purpose or got hacked. And a lot of people had to switch phone companies or whatever, you know. Yeah, it was quite the scam back then. You know, those little internet hacks have evolved quite a bit, I suppose. Obviously. Do you like Kaspersky, Hank? Do you think they're any good?
I don't know what that is. What is it?
Just, it's a famous virus thing. I think it's Russian, so I kind of don't use it just for that reason. But people like Kaspersky. It's an antivirus company, freeware, you know, and
yeah,
payware.
I think I did see that. I think I did see that. I've never tried it. I don't know. Yeah. I got to make a phone call. I'll be right back.
I don't know why it matters that it's Russian, but it just seems like, I don't know. You're better off with the American one for some reason. I don't know. I guess just prejudice or something on my part. Kind of like I'd be skeptical of a Chinese car for some reason. Or an American samurai sword. How about you, Jose? Given a choice, would you buy a Japanese samurai sword or an American samurai sword?
Japanese, man.
There you go. That guy McAfee, I think is not his name, the antivirus guy. That guy kind of lost it. You know,
Yeah, man.
he
Yeah.
went to Belize and got in all that trouble, and you know, he sort of got it back together a little bit because they had him on the news when they were talking. You know, they were trying to hack into that guy's phone or something, and he kind of got it together, and he made. You know, I think he was getting together another business, and you know, he basically came out on I saw an interview on CNBC where he basically said, you know, I could hack in that phone in 2 fucking days. These people are selling you a bullshit story that it's so difficult in the first fucking place. And sure enough, you know, a month later, you know, you find, oh yeah, they hacked into the phone. They don't need a special back door from Apple, you know, so.
Right.
You know,
I seen that same thing. I seen that same interview on CNBC.
Yeah. So he, you know, he sort of is some, and who knows? I mean, he kind of appears loony, but his story might actually be true. Maybe the whole cops thing was, and people trying to kill him and all that. Maybe it's true. I know there's a lot of expats that go to Belize and don't come back crying because people are trying to kill them, but they also, you know, probably didn't go down there as famous multimillionaires either, you know.
Right. Yeah, man.
So who knows? You know, story was kind of wild. You could see, I guess the reason I say he went crazy is when the interviews he did on CNBC about, you know, the whole episode in Belize, you could see this sort of crazy look in his eye, you know, like, yeah, man, this guy is, you know, he was either crazy or he's really believes it or whatever. But it was just one of those stories you can't make up, you know.
Right. The way he was explaining it, it's like he's been running from, you know, place to place, you know, like safe houses, running away from some hitman who's trying to knock him out, you know, eliminate him.
And if I remember right, didn't like the whole hit thing start because his neighbor's dog died and his neighbor accused him of killing his dog? Yeah. I mean, that's some kind of bizarre. Dog, right. Yeah. That's the bizarre part of the story is, you know, he said, you know, he claimed he didn't have nothing to do with the dog dying anyway. You know, that's his story.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, remember
it was an interesting story.
Remember that dude with the murder and the girl and the island and the Swedish guy? Remember that dude?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that whole story is kind of wild. He was over here in Thailand for a while, recruiting girls for prostitution back in Norway.
Right.
I never like went to the place he hung out to meet him. I kind of wanted to, but I think he ended up in jail in Latin America for another murder, didn't he?
Yeah, dangerous people, dude.
Yeah, it's and it's so fucked up because he's like this spoiled, rotten rich kid that basically threw away what could have been a really, really good life to go to prison. What the fuck is that about? That's just stupid.
Yeah, that's stupid. Totally stupid, man.
Take daddy's money and buy a Ferrari and drive around the world. He didn't have to do any of that shit. I mean, yeah, you want to do drugs, you're rich, fuck, go to Colombia, go to
wherever.
Portugal where drugs are legal and have at it, have a good time, you know.
Yeah, you know about Portugal, eh? Yeah, it's legal, man. Heroin is legal, man. You know, they let people you know, do it. They treat it as a disease, eh?
Yeah, it's you know, if people, an interesting concept.
People want to get help. They don't charge them, you know, they're druggies, you know, with heroin and stuff. If they want to get help, they give them help, man.
Well, they don't charge people necessarily in America that are mentally ill either, unless it has to do with drugs, you know. And then you got to go to the fucking Betty Ford clinic and wait in line for 2 years, and you know.
Right. Yeah, man.
Of course, there's a lot of nefarious shit going on. As far as I'm concerned, everybody, you know, at the top levels has their hand in drugs somehow. So
yeah,
it's
man.
like
If you look at
it's
Miami,
like cigarettes.
Miami.
You know, it's like cigarettes. You know, everybody knows they're killing everybody, but if you just outlaw them, how are you going to pay the tax? You know, where are you going to collect that tax money from?
Right.
Where are you going to? How are you going to put all those people to work? You know, what are you going to? You know, it's like, well, let's just forget about it and keep selling them. And the same thing with drugs. You know, they're like you said, Miami, the whole fucking city's built on cocaine. They're not all that concerned about getting rid of billions of dollars, even if the money's illegal or not, you know.
Right. And you could talk about Cali, you know, Bogota, you know, Colombia, man. That's Cali. That's it's a quiet language there. They don't speak about it. That's where all the blow comes from, that area. You know, the money makes that town rock and roll, man.
Oh, absolutely. I've always kind of wanted to go to Colombia. Oh, you know, they have, you know, did you know they have little cards that you can buy that are, you know, some sort of card to prove you're not in the CIA that people try to sell to people that go to Colombia.
Oh, wow. That's
so
different.
Like if you get kidnapped, you can show them. It's like if you're in the CIA, you couldn't possibly have one of these in your pocket anyway, right? You know, it's like just a ridiculous. Like I told you, the packages they have to pretend you're a Canadian if you're afraid to travel as an American. You know, same silly kind of stuff. You know?
Yeah, man. I was telling somebody that story, how Americans, they travel, you know, overseas, and they buy these little patches, Canadian flag, and they get it stitched onto their backpacks or their luggage, and you know, try and pass themselves off as Canadians so they don't get hassled.
I'll tell you what, to me that's really stupid, because when I go around the world and somebody asks me where I'm from and I say America, their eyes light right up, like, oh man, you're like, wow, and they really want to talk to me. I've never ever had, and of course those are the people that are interested to talk to you to begin with, so there's probably a lot of other people that, you know, aren't asking me that might not like it. But anybody that's ever asked me, and they wouldn't know if they didn't ask you anyway, but anybody that's ever asked me, their eyes light right up and they get really excited, and then they start yakking away, talking to me, asking where and all that kind of thing, and you know, pretending to be a Canadian, you know, none of that would happen. I'd have to lie and so I'm from Canada, and they say, oh great. You know, or I don't know what they'd say, but why would I want to do something different if they're already happy anyway? I think those people that do that have never even gone around the world and told somebody they're American to begin with, or they wouldn't do it. That's kind of where I'm going with that, I guess.
Yeah, I know. You know what? If I was American, I would be proud if somebody asked me, you know, if I was in Europe or whatever, and they said, where are you from? I'd be proud to say I'm American, man, if I was.
Yeah, why not? You know, it's like, I don't know. I guess the people that are really scared are probably scared of Muslim terrorists. They're not scared of anything else, I would think. You know, they're not scared that French people are going to spit on them or something, you know.
They're afraid and scared to live, man. You know, which I'm not, and I know you're not. You know what I mean?
All right. Yeah, I know. I know exactly what you mean. It's kind of weird that you would, you know, be, you know, you're not brazen to go on vacation, but you're brazen enough to go to a foreign country, but not brazen enough to be honest about where you're from. That just seems weird. I don't know where they're going, but yeah, it just seems weird. You're okay to get on the plane that might have a terrorist on it, but you don't want to. You want to put a Canadian flag on your bag when you go pick it up in the baggage section. You know, what's the point?
Man.
You know?
Yeah. I couldn't imagine, you know, putting on another country's flag on my you know, my backpack and try and pass myself off as something else that I'm not, man. I would never do that, man.
Yeah, it's just weird. It is. I want an ISIS flag. I said that in the room the other day. I don't want to fly it. I don't want to show it to anybody. I just want one because they're not going to last forever. Eventually, you know, the ISIS flag making factory is going to get a big bomb dropped on the top of it. And it'll be gone, you know?
Well, yeah, I guess it would be like a Nazi collector, you know, collecting
Right.
Nazi
Uh-huh.
memorabilia.
Right, exactly. All I want is a flag. I'm not into collecting memorabilia, just a flag, you know?
Yeah, man. I
And
get
what
it.
is it? Do you have any idea what it says? It has Arabic writing on it, so it must have a message. Death to America. I don't know what the fuck this says.
I don't know, man, and I don't want to know, man. All I know is that they are the enemy.
Yeah, they are. They're the enemy of humanity. I mean, they're the enemy
Exactly.
of jungle tribes in Brazil that have never seen anybody but themselves, you know?
Yeah, man.
You know?
If you ask me, I think they're scum for what they do, man, to little children and rape women and shit, man. ISIS.
I
They're
find
cowards.
it kind of bizarre that they've been able to expand and they actually have a country now. I mean, it's kind of weird. How did the people that own those countries really get overrun by enough people that actually believe that shit? It's just weird, man.
Right.
And post a link. Post me a link to show that's true, please. Of course you will.
But you know, Richard, I wouldn't be surprised, man.
Well, you know, one of the things we should have learned by now, and we probably haven't, is virtually every single whack jobs, you know, that we support because the other whack job is worse, ends up
Right.
using those same arms against. I don't care. All through South America, we had that problem. You know, Saddam Hussein, you know, was the reason we thought he had chemical weapons is because we gave him chemical weapons trucks to fight, you know, Iran, whatever.
Yeah.
And, you know, but the charge that we're helping ISIS because he's against Assad is a pretty outlandish thing to say. We have helped the Taliban fight ISIS. We, you know, are not the Taliban. I don't believe we've helped Al Qaeda, but we've only helped ISIS in the sense that they stole some weapons from an area that we should have perhaps guarded more effectively.
Yeah, man.
That's the only help I know of.
Somebody dropped the ball there, man, in what you're saying. You know, they did not guard what, you know, they didn't do their job properly there and guard, you know, where those weapons were.
And dropping the ball is different than saying, oh, we help ISIS. You know, that's just another conspiracy theory nut job thing to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm sure Trump, you know, he's going to be helping them whenever, you know, he's kind of going to wait right up until people start saying, hey, I thought you were going to do something about ISIS. Why aren't you, you know, when the reporters start saying, hey, it's been an awful long time. You know, it's almost been 100 days. I thought you were going to do something about ISIS. He's going to say, look, I don't talk about those things. And then just out of the blue some night, there'll be some horribly devastating bunch of bombs that go off, and everybody, instead of complaining that he's doing nothing, they'll complain he did too much. Right.
Well, the CIA has that intelligence, and they're going to provide him with that intelligence, you know, through the chain to the generals and that. And I'm sure Donald Trump is going to have those documents in front of him.
Sure. Are you familiar with what a fuel air bomb is?
I'm sure it's pretty nasty.
Well, it's essentially a bomb that wipes out about it wipes out about a mile in circumference, and it sucks all the oxygen out too. So if you don't die from the blast and the burn, you're going to suffocate.
You're going to suffocate, yeah.
I think they should drop one of those on every single place they can find that's flying an ISIS flag.
What happened?
We lost volume with Richard.
Oh, did he get sniped? Oh, he did get sniped.
Oh, did he?
Mm-hmm. Check the hangouts.
Who did it?
You'll see.
All right. Can you bring him back in?
Oh, someone else added him.
Okay, I see. Yeah. All right. Well, okay, here he is. Did you bring him back in, or Armando did?
I don't know how he was able to join the panel, because every time people get sniped from mine,
Right.
they can't get back on because it says that they got blocked or something.
What's your opinion on ICE?
My opinion on what?
ISIS.
ISIS?
Yeah, those terrorists, that terrorist group.
Yeah, I know what ISIS.
Armando let me back in, guys, so you know. He sent me some message or something, and I came back. So.
Welcome back, Richard.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you, Kayla. I just want to let you know because you asked.
Oh no, you're fine. ISIS is funded by the CIA.
You think so?
Yeah.
Do
Okay.
you have any evidence to demonstrate that's true?
Wow, that's Kayla.
Well, I'd have to look up articles and stuff, but I learned that the CIA funds it. It was because of something that happened. I forget what it was. It was one of the two army guys that got killed by ISIS. Like they were standing ground
Beheaded?
or something. Like they were guarding a building. I can't remember what it was.
So what? What's the
I'll have
point?
to look it up. Come on.
Why is the CIA funding ISIS? What are they trying to accomplish?
Yeah, what's their motive?
Well, not their motive. I'm actually asking what's their objective, not their motive.
Yeah.
So the CIA, the people that
Isn't it?
the people that do that, or the people involved in the army, as it were, of the CIA, are the best of the best and the most professional soldiers that America has. So when you say things like that, what you're who you're accusing are the very best Navy SEALs and the very best Army Rangers and the CIA isn't made up of, you know, college kids that join the CIA and get brainwashed. It's made up of the very top of the very best soldiers that America has to offer, or that they can choose from, that are willing to go into the elite special unit. So the people that you're accusing that of are the very best soldiers we have, just in case you didn't know that.
Right. The same one got Osama bin Laden is who you're referring to.
Exactly.
Those Navy SEALs.
The people who go and get Osama bin Laden are the people who go into countries to rescue people. The very best of those people get chosen by the CIA to join that particular group of military. So, here we go. Go ahead and post that again so we can read it.
Right.
I'll try to screen share it. Can one of you guys present me?
I don't have mods anymore. Maybe Jose probably does. So first of all, where does this come from? This is posted May 15th by Dave Hodges from DCCclothesline.com. Yeah, just go through it. So, have you ever wondered President Obama is only to chase ISIS into Syria, ISIS base camp? Oh, slow down. Both the article and
Sorry.
That's okay. Scott Bennett. Okay. ISIS says Scott Bennett, who is U.S. Army Special Operations. Okay. So, okay, you can keep going. All it's saying there is his bio is all, but Scott Bennett was my guess. It says nothing except one sentence of an accusation, so keep scrolling down. It's something interesting. Summary, go to the summary of the interview. Oh, how 911 was a CIA operation. So it has no evidence at all. What it has is a spurious accusation. So your evidence is basically one guy saying so. That's not evidence. That's an anecdotal report from a guy with no evidence. But anyway, I'm glad you cited something anyway. But all I see is Bennett. What was his first name? Because I want to Google this guy and see.
Scott Bennett.
Scott Bennett. Okay, thank you, Scott Bennett. So, what level of evidence required to form beliefs? Because it seems to me that one guy making one claim, basically saying that the organization with the best soldiers in America trying to protect us and making an accusation that what they're really doing is working with ISIS, to me, that would take a pretty high bar of evidence before I would believe somebody's accusation. So I'm asking you, what level of what amount of evidence do you need to support what I would call outrageous claims? Is just one guy named Scott Bennett making an accusation enough, or do you have, is there other people? Do you have any tangible? Do you have any records or documents or things of that nature, or just some guy claiming he knows it? Huh? You see where I'm going with that?
This is what I was looking for.
Okay. Let me see. New English Review.
These soldiers were from Fort Campbell, Kentucky. It's close to where I live. So, yeah, this news was spread all over Tennessee, Kentucky area.
Okay, so a whole bunch of people killed with a few Americans in there. The assailant was taken down. Also wounded before this. So anyway, the valiant Special Forces operators who fell. Okay, keep going. So there are 3 guys killed in Jordan. What's the point? I'm sure there are hundreds of people killed in Jordan, but there were 5th Special Forces Group Airborne. I don't know if you know what that is. But that's basically a small arms fire ranger unit. Jordan Television. Now that, you know, this article, they don't really say, was it a reputable Jordanian television station, or is it a nut job like Alex Jones radio television station? So that kind of, you know, Jordanian television's a bit vague, but yeah, and so the government's saying it was unfortunate and perhaps accidental or something. Okay, the facts remain unclear. So these unclear facts are evidence for what? Keep scrolling down so we know. King Abdullah, the U.S. war against ISIS. Yeah, do you know who the Muslim Brotherhood is? They're kind of this weird, you know, faction that's not as bad as ISIS, but a little bit more.
Yeah,
hardcore
Huma
than Muslim.
Abedin, Hillary's person. She's part of that.
Who?
Huma Abedin.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, she's part of the Muslim Brotherhood.
Yeah, they're weird, but they're not ISIS, but they're not exactly your garden variety. I'm a peaceful Muslim either. So I don't understand this point. There are 3 guys killed in Jordan, and you somehow linked it to all of a sudden the CIA funding ISIS and being involved in ISIS. How does that go together?
What I think is that
No, I'm asking how that goes together with this article. I don't see anything in here except that these 3 people died. The government says it was unfortunate. The facts are unclear. What else is there I'm missing here? And I'm sorry I cut you off. Go ahead. Sorry.
it's okay. What I think is that those 3 soldiers were set up to be killed.
Okay, that's possible. They may have been selling, you know, what I think is they were probably involved in selling drugs, and they were going to make a drug deal, and the mafia from New York shot them. I have no less evidence for my claim than you have for yours. I think I was.
3 Army Special Forces soldiers killed in Jordan were working for the CIA.
Okay. Now, wait a minute. I suppose that's possible. This comes from the Washington Post, which isn't one of my favorite lists of newspapers, but that's okay. Okay, so these guys were working for the. Can you scroll down so we can see what the article actually says?
Yeah, it's loading.
Oh yeah, mine's going a little slow too. Oh, okay, they were there to train moderate Syrian fighters. That makes sense. Sure. So what I want to know, and none of these articles, it says the facts are unclear. I don't know why, but the facts I want to know is, were these guys wearing obvious, you know, I'd like to see a picture of them laying on the ground dead so that I would know exactly what kind of clothing they're wearing. I mean, were they obviously in uniform? Were they in civilian clothing? What, you know, and the thing is, this guy that shot him could have just been an anti-American crazy fucker too. You know, we don't know.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know yet.
I mean,
I need to know more about it.
I don't believe everything in the news, but
right.
That was just kind of like sudden.
What do you suppose they were doing? You know, going to this, you know, secure embassy in the first place? Why were these? You know, obviously they took. either took somebody by surprise or they had an appointment, right? And I'm wondering, that's never really mentioned why they went, what they were doing there, you know?
There is no pictures of their death. All there is just them carrying a casket.
Right. In any of the articles, you said it was in your state, so there's probably a lot of articles. Did it ever say whether they were in civilian clothes or, you know, did they have you know, were they wearing their full uniform? I'm sure they weren't wearing a dress uniform, or they probably wouldn't have got shot. But, you know, oftentimes people in those situations try to dress, what you might say, dress down. You know, they don't really, they might wear fatigues, but they're not obviously in the American military sometimes, especially when they're working for the CIA. They don't want to be so obvious about what they're doing as they're walking around towns and things like that. But yeah, I don't, I mean, I'm not sure there's a whole group of people over there working for the CIA, and you kind of think that these guys were killed by the CIA, don't you? Or
Maybe
do you think
they were
killed by somebody?
whistleblowers. Maybe they were whistleblowers.
Well, that would make sense as far as like going to an embassy to blow the whistle. Yeah, that could be, sure. And I think that's what that other clown was trying to use. He was trying to say, oh, well, they were killed by that crazy guy. You know, he wasn't just a crazy guy that killed them. They were killed because they had all this valuable information about blah, blah, blah that he has no evidence for. And that's probably what that Scott, I haven't really got into the Scott Bennett guy yet, but I'm guessing that's the case. I actually Googled Scott Bennett and I came up with a whole shit pile of stuff that has nothing to do with this guy. So I have to, what should I Google? Oh, here, former special officer Mark Bennett. Here we go. There we go. Who is Dave Hodges? Do you know?
No.
Okay, he's on like the radio show sort of thing. Actually, the same kind of article that you showed. Actually, I think it's the exact same article you have with the summary of the interview. Okay, well here's the conspiracy theory, and this is the bottom of the article. It's the same old stuff. You know, they're hoping to, you know, the objective is the CIA is trying to make ISIS look bad so Obama can declare martial law and stay president and blah, 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 blah. Or somebody, not necessarily Obama. But, yeah, I don't want claims from people saying they have proof. I want actual evidence, Hank. Those Toyota pickup trucks are common everywhere in the world, dude. They weren't shipped in from the United. Why? What evidence? Okay, let's take one thing at a time. What evidence do you have that the Toyotas in the videos I'm watching were shipped from the United States? Do you think they even make those Toyota pickup trucks in the United States? Okay. Uh-huh.
He had whatever Rick's Plumbing or whatever the guy's name was in business. I can't say it.
Okay,
Certainly.
so one used pickup truck that was shipped around the world to be sold ended up in the hands of ISIS is evidence exactly for what?
That the United States is supplying ISIS with
Really? So you think
like
the United States government, what record is there that the United States government bought this pickup truck and shipped it over even to that area?
Well,
because there's a record for that. The person making that claim could track down the VIN number of that car and not just make a claim and not just see the same sticker. You know, it could be just the same sticker on the same model car. He could track down the title and say, this is who it was sold it to. this is the ship it went on, and track the entire sale of the car itself. Is any of that information from the person making the claim, are they supplying any of that information, or are they just selling a story, or just telling the story, I should say, not necessarily selling it. But once again, one pickup truck, one used cars go all over the world. It would make sense that a used car ends up in a market that you can get a lot of money for it. Cars from America are shipped all over the world all the time. That in itself is not unusual, but your contention is the United States government is essentially buying used pickup trucks in America and providing them for free to ISIS. Do you have anything other than one guy who thinks he saw his pickup truck in a video because it had the same sticker on the side? As though the CIA is not going to remove the sticker.
That was his.
No, he thinks so. He hasn't gone and he hasn't looked at the VIN number.
Richard, have you been drinking?
What he saw was a sticker that was the same as the sticker in the same place on his car. Anyway, I just want to get all my kind of questions out at once.
Anyway, I don't think I'm going to argue this one with you. I don't think you would believe it even.
No, I go back to the same question. How does one pickup truck show that the United States is supplying ISIS with fleets of Toyota trucks?
I haven't heard that one.
But you're right.
When was this discovered?
You're right, Hank. One person making one claim that is so loosely backed up as, hey, that looks like my truck because it has the same sticker on it from the same place, is not evidence that the CIA is providing fleets of trucks to ISIS. You don't know that that guy's truck could have been sold to a perfectly decent guy and ISIS might have stole it from some perfectly decent guy in some other country 2,000 miles away. You have no idea of how that truck ended up in ISIS hands, even if it is. You have to make more of a connection before you jump to the claim. Well, I guess I ran him out with logic.
I just don't think he wanted to explain it to you.
Well, because he's a flat earther. Believe me, I've talked to this guy before, and he has no explanations. He only has nonsense assertions. And when you ask him, okay, what are the facts? What are the evidence? Blah, blah, blah. He posts websites just so he can say he posted a link. And when you actually go read the link, it provides absolutely no evidence for what he's claiming provided evidence for. So I guess he didn't get run out. He just got disconnected. So anyway, Hank, you understand what I'm saying? There's no link. You don't even know where that pickup truck came from. It could have came from 2,000 miles away from a lady they kidnapped whose daughter they raped.
Anyway, if anyone wants to research this subject for themselves, I'm pretty sure they won't find it hard to believe that after the United States left Iraq, or mostly left, in 2011, that equipment was left behind. I have a personal family member who was there, taking inventory day in and day out, and he said to me, I quote, "There's no way we're going to be able to leave with all this equipment," unquote. So when he left Iraq, he left quite a bit of military equipment behind, and guess what happened to it? Fell into the hands of ISIS, who we trained in Jordan, by the way.
That is, we didn't train ISIS. ISIS is a huge organization. We may have trained some people who ended up in ISIS, but that part is certainly true, Hank. We always do that same dumbass thing. You know, we buried tanks in the ground because we're too lazy to bring them home. ISIS did, in fact, attack and take a bunch of weapons where somebody dropped the ball and we should have guarded them better. All that part's true, but jumping from ISIS attacks an area and steals weapons to the CIA gave them to them is where you run into the conspiracy nut job land. Without evidence that actually it was a false flag and a staged event and all that kind of thing. You need evidence for those claims. You can't just say ISIS, you know, yes, it's true, ISIS stole some weapons. Yes, it's true, we leave when we do leave military equipment behind, we generally disable it and take a bunch of parts off it as well and leave scrap metal in the ground. But people
Kind of
restore.
like we did in Yemen,
people,
right? Like we did in Yemen not too long ago.
Hold on, let me finish. People restore those things. People use those things. That's absolutely true. The reason we do that is because war is so expensive that just getting there part freaks out the taxpayers, and the picking all that crap up and bringing it home part ends up being so expensive. We just say, fuck it. If we have to come back, we'll bring new shit and leave that next time too. We did that all through South America. We did that with Saddam Hussein fighting Iran. You know, we did that in World War II. I mean, it's a stupid policy.
We gave Osama bin Laden $3 million in CIA training, and then he formed Al Qaeda, and then it came back to bite us in the ass later. But I suppose you want proof for that too, right?
Oh, you mean it's unreasonable to ask for? I didn't want to ask for proof. It would be unreasonable to ask for evidence for claims. I mean, you're saying that you're making a jest as though, I suppose you want proof for that too?
Well,
I mean, really? It's unreasonable of me to ask for evidence for things I'm not aware of?
It is not. But it is unreasonable to think that you've been on the internet for the past 10 years and you don't know that we gave Osama bin Laden money and training.
Who do you mean by we?
The CIA is in America, so as them being Americans, like myself, I say we.
I just wondered, was it the 5th Ranger Division, the CIA? I'm just wondering who it was. You know, just because I've been on the internet 10 years doesn't mean I give 2 fucks about Osama bin Laden, dude, you know?
Yeah, that's my problem with President Bush. You know, he said that we're never going to sleep until we get this guy, and then later on in the interview, he says, you know, I really don't spend too much time on the guy. So
well, why would he? He's got a whole country to run and a whole group of people doing that for him. You know, it's kind of like the complaints I hear about Donald Trump. I heard a guy complaining the other day that, you know, he wasn't working to create jobs. And I asked him, well, is bringing 50 CEOs to the White House to discuss it more important than the press conference you're whining about? And he said no. He said he's basically saying that press conferences are a better way to create jobs than bringing CEOs and talking to them. But my point is that presidents have a lot to do, and when you order your general to go after Osama bin Laden, that's what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to spend 18 hours a day doing the general's job looking for Osama bin Laden. You're supposed to be running the country. So that's good behavior on the part of good management behavior. It would be bad management behavior if he spent all his time worrying about one guy on the planet instead of running the country properly, or his best. I'm not saying he ran the country properly, but you know.
Can you provide me some link or some kind of evidence to support that claim you just made, that it's the general's job and not the president?
No, that's what I'm saying is that's my opinion of good management. It's not a claim, it's my opinion. I said that's what I believe. The president should be running the country, not concentrating on one man. I'm not making that claim as a fact. That's my opinion. Do you have a different opinion? Do you think the president should be spending a great amount of time and micromanaging the people that are looking for him? Or, I mean, because he's going to get a briefing from the people whose job it is to find Osama bin Laden, and he's going to say, okay, fine, keep working on it. I mean, that's kind of how it works, isn't it?
Well, I can't say for sure. I've never been in the Navy, so I don't know.
Right, but I mean, well, I don't really know what your complaint is, really. You're basically complaining that George Bush didn't spend more time involved in looking for Osama bin Laden?
He should have spent more time before 9/11. He was on vacation, what was it, 40 or 60? I can't remember. High percentage of the time he was on vacation before 9/11 happened. Some think that he may have been planning 9/11. Others think that he might have been asleep on the job. And then there was the claim that he made about no one ever would have thought about people using airplanes as missiles and flying them into the towers. Really, Bush? You never heard of a kamikaze pilot? That thought has never crossed your mind? Then it came out later that there was a CIA asset who said, yes, you did have the information. Here's the proof. Oh, she went to prison for 8 years.
So you're complaining that George Bush took too many vacation days before 9/11. Wow. Okay. I don't like George Bush, by the way. He was certainly, I thought he was a doofus and a douchebag, and he was very, very, very poor president, and I'm not any fan of George Bush, that's for sure. Anyway, that's interesting. I suppose you're right. If he'd taken less vacation days, 9/11 would have never happened. But on those vacation days, I'm sure he was planning with the Mossad and the CIA the whole 9/11 event anyway. So if he hadn't have taken those vacation days, we probably wouldn't have 9/11 because he wouldn't have had time to plan it with the Israeli Secret Service and the Illuminati. He's only got time for so much stuff, and when it comes to, you know, planning 9/11, he had to take some vacation days. What are you going to do, you know? I mean, if it weren't for him planning 9/11, you know, we wouldn't have Guantanamo Bay and the Patriot Act and all these great things we have to keep us safe now. So basically, by working with the Israeli Secret Service and the Illuminati to create 9/11, he did us this big favor, because now we're safe from the CIA, the Illuminati, and the Israeli Mossad creating events like 9/11.
Do you have any evidence that Mossad was involved in 9/11?
No, Hank, I'm being sarcastic. I'm sorry you couldn't figure that out.
Actually, there is evidence that there was Mossad agents actually filming 9/11. It's a video on YouTube called The Dancing Israelis. Anyone can check that out if they would like.
So in a city of 25 million people, you have some Jews filming 9/11. Why would that surprise you?
Because it was the first plane that hit that they were filming. How did they know that was going to happen?
The only film, oh, right. So you're saying that the only film that exists of the first plane hitting is from the Israeli, what, Secret Service, or just Jews, or what was it? I missed
the Dancing Israelis. Some of them were Mossad agents, and they were released back to Israel for some reason. That wouldn't have
because
been
they didn't commit a crime, maybe?
Well, I mean, it is kind of odd that they were filming the first plane hit, and then when it hit, they were all caught on video dancing and celebrating. You don't find that odd?
Caught on video by who?
Apparently somebody had them on camera while they were celebrating after the first plane hit.
And you found this on YouTube?
Yep, it's an actual video of dancing Israelis while the shit's going on 9/11. Somebody's filming it.
Well, I'll look it up sometime and take a look. Do you believe that every coincidence is evidence for something to happen, or do you just say it's odd and weird and I need some supplemental something to go with it?
It's definitely odd and weird, and
okay.
I would have liked to have had them properly questioned by the proper authorities instead of sent back to Israel. I think
what makes you think they weren't?
Because they were released back to Israel.
Well, maybe they were questioned and then released back to Israel. I mean, if they were released, that means somebody went and talked to them and released them. So what makes you think during the time they were not released that they weren't questioned and they weren't found out to be a bunch of crazy tourists that hate America and were dancing around and coincidentally taking pictures and saw a plane and said, wow, that's a weird plane. I think I'll film it. What's it doing here? I mean, what, you know what I'm saying? If they were released, that means somebody was concerned and did go talk to them, doesn't it? I mean, you use that word, not me. I don't know much. I know there's only one film, right, of the first plane. That's what you guys say. I completely disagree with that in the first place. But you guys say there's only one film, and it comes from these dancing Israeli people, I completely disagree with that because I saw the first plane hit while watching CNBC from a tower they have that they used to play in the morning that films the event where it happened. They used to have a camera that pointed at the World Trade Center, and I watched the first plane hit live on the morning Squawk Box show. So the idea that the only film that exists comes from these these dancing clowns is factually incorrect nonsense to begin with, by the way, so you know.
Just so you know, George Bush made that same claim that you just did, said that he saw the first plane hit that day, and it's actually come out that that's not true. Nobody actually saw the first plane hit on a video until later on, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Like I said, you're getting it. I'm telling you that I watched it myself sitting on my couch in Maine, and I know people say that. So, oh no, there's no film of the first. That's absolute nonsense. There are a bunch of cameras that are pointed at the trade, because it's a scenic thing. There are a bunch of cameras that are just automatically pointed at that location, and they happen, you know, you can call it coincidental or whatever, but they played it a lot. They don't do it anymore because the building's gone. But no, I'm sorry, but it is true. And people say, oh no, you mean the second one. No, the first plane hit, Mark Haynes was the guy that was on the show at the time. And right, you know, he's yakking away and it's like, hey, you know, it smashes into the fucking building. The moment the second one hit, he's like, nobody has to tell me this is terrorism. And at that point, after watching both planes hit the building, I went to the downtown coffee shop and told people about it. And of course, they didn't really grasp the situation at the time. But when people say, oh no, it's video or something, what they probably mean is that rather than being exactly live, maybe there were some second delays in those kind of feeds. When I say live, I mean as live as you're going to get on a show like CNBC or Bloomberg or CNN or something like that. Those other people are probably using some kind of nitpick nonsense, saying, well, it's not exactly live, you know, it's a few second delay or something of that nature. But to suggest that there aren't as live gets on television films of the first plane hitting is just not true, Hank. It really isn't. And why would George Bush make that claim? He was in a classroom with little kids.
I don't know. He said that he saw it.
That's ridiculous. Why would you make up some nonsense like that? He was in a classroom with some little kids.
I didn't make up that nonsense. He said he saw the first one hit, not me.
Well, he saw the first one hit on video or something, sure. You're twisting things around to try to make some George Bush sound like he's saying something.
I'm twisting things around. George Bush said he saw the first plane hit, and he thought, man, it must be a terrible pilot. And he said, when the second plane hit, he knew something was up. So anybody can go look at this for themselves. You know, don't take my word on it. Please do your own research.
Yeah, I kind of have seen or heard or whatever, but I think, yeah, I vaguely remember what the truth is on that story, but obviously it's, you know, sort of taking things out of context. What he was saying was, when I watched the video of the two planes hitting, I thought to myself, wow, that first guy, you know, he's obviously not dumb enough to make up a story where everybody knows he's in a classroom and say, well, while I was sitting on my couch watching CNN, I saw the first, and blah, blah, blah. It's taken out of context, conspiracy theory, nonsense garbage, twisted into sounding like something that it's not, which is very typical of you and your ilk. Your friends like Pete Shea and your friends like Sperskimo and all of your little flat earth retard buddies who like to try to annoy people with idiotic nonsense and conspiratard bullshit and say that the presidents of America are attacking our country and the CIA is sending trucks to ISIS and all this. You're trolling, looking for a reaction. You're not out there trying to inform people or trying to help people. It's the passive aggressive trolling that you're famous for, which is why people don't invite you to sensible chat rooms anymore. They invite you to Poncho Pete's chat room and Armando's chat room, to let's yell and scream and troll each other chat rooms, not sensible ones.
Richard, I just posted a video in the the group chat. It's on google.hangouts.com. I was wondering if you could review that video and get back to me with what you just said about my ilk. Get back with me on that, if you don't mind. It's only 1 minute and 11 seconds. Shouldn't take too much of your time. I'll go ahead and post it in the YouTube chat so everybody can get a look for themselves and decide where the ilk is indeed coming from.
Yeah, I watched your 1 minute 11 video, and that's just ridiculous nonsense. The guy says the video of the first plane hitting didn't surface until the next day. That very day, you might say it's delayed or whatever you want, but the idea that it took 24 hours after the first plane hit for videos to surface of the first plane hitting is the most idiotic bunch of nonsense in the history of fucking nonsense.
So you're saying he saw it on the first day or what? Did he see it on the first day?
I'm saying everybody in America saw it I'm saying everybody in America saw both planes hitting the building that day. It did not take 24 hours for CNN to be showing both planes hitting the building all fucking day long. You don't have a very good memory, do you?
The problem was that both were announced in the classroom, and then he said the first one, he thought it was a terrible pilot.
Right. Well, he may have misspoke. I don't know. Whatever. I'm not getting into that. What I'm saying is that in that 1 minute 11 thing, the guy makes a ridiculous statement saying that it took 24 hours before the film of the first plane was found and released is a complete load of shit. We watched both the first and the second plane all fucking day long on the very first day. That guy is making up a complete load of shit.
At what point did he see the first tower hit and he thought it must be a bad pilot? Because after they announced the second plane hit the second... Hold on, let me finish. After they announced the second plane hit the second tower, when did he have time in between that time, which he was still in the classroom for both, And he had time to think, oh, well, that first guy must have been, he watched a video after he got told, no, that's not how it went. So you say that
No.
he misspoke, but when I misspeak, you call me a liar.
No, I don't. If you misspeak, that's fine. I call you a liar when you say things that are not true, and I believe you know they're not true. But anyhow, here's the scenario that you're kind of missing. I don't know if this is true or not, but what he said is he was standing outside the classroom or sitting or what have you, and he saw the video and he saw it was a terrible accident. And then they whisked him off. He didn't say where they whisked him off to. Let me give you the scenario that makes sense. They whisked him off in order to get him into the classroom to talk to the children. After that, the second plane hit the building. The guy came into the classroom and said, sir, we've had a second plane hit now and we're under attack. What part of that scenario does not make sense to you as a possibility? I'm not saying that's actually what happened, but
before 2001, or in 2001, we didn't have
no, we're talking about that scenario. You asked what George Bush said was, I was sitting outside of the classroom. I saw the first plane hit. Then they whisked me off into the classroom. I talked to the children. Then they told me the second plane hit. What is so implausible about that as his statement or his story? I'm not saying it's true or maybe he misspoke or not true.
George Bush is outside of a classroom watching the same channel that you're watching on your TV in Maine, except for he's hanging around in Florida somewhere outside of a classroom watching
I watched the same channel
that you watch.
I watched the same channel in Thailand. It's a very popular business channel. CNBC's whatever. I don't know. I'm sure I don't know which channel he was watching. But the point is, you said that his story made no sense. What I'm saying is the idea that he was standing outside the classroom. They whisked him into the classroom, and then they told him, whether it's true or not, the story itself makes sense. What part of that do you fail?
What we need to find out now is if they actually did show it on TV live in Florida, the first plane hitting the first tower.
Well, the CNBC would be the same in Florida, Thailand, Maine, California. They at that time of the day, they do have some different shows in different parts of the world, but at that time of the day, they broadcast the same show to the people all around the world. He would see the same thing in Florida I saw in Maine as I see in Thailand, just so you know. But I guess the part that I would want to know, that if I was a conspiracy theorist, what I would ask is this: why in a school? I guess in some sense it depends, what kind of school it is. But the thing I find odd is, why isn't Sesame Street on? Why is CNBC on? Unless, of course, they change the channel. So the president is coming. He likes to watch CNBC. That would make sense to me. But it seems kind of odd that you have CNBC on in a television set in the hallway in an elementary school. But even so, whatever. That doesn't impress me as anything so bizarre. I mean, it's a story. He's standing outside watching TV, goes inside, the second plane hits, and they tell him. What's hard to understand about that is what I don't get.
What's hard to understand about that is the day that 9/11 happened, you got some idiot standing outside of the destruction wearing a Harley Davidson motorcycle t-shirt talking about Osama bin Laden when the shit just hit the fan. The planes just hit, but this fucking investigator on the ground with his Harley Davidson motorcycle t-shirt.
Really? There's a guy on the ground as the planes just hit, and somebody is filming him and asking about Osama bin Laden, and you believe that film you saw? Really? Okay. And I'm not even saying that's not true. Maybe there was. Maybe they knew it was Osama bin Laden right from the beginning. But I thought George Bush did it. So why would they be asking about Osama bin Laden? Wouldn't they be investigating if anybody had seen George Bush's brother pull the trigger to the mysterious thermite that knocked down the
Or a nut
building?
job, because I question, the free fall speed of Tower 7 and how it violates Newton's third law of every action equal opposite reaction. We're talking about two primarily made out of aluminum planes knocking down 3 buildings. The third building didn't even get hit by a plane, fell at free fall speed, and now because of this, we get to invade every single country in the Middle East.
Absolutely. Let's not skip over that.
Except for
Yes,
Saudi Arabia,
absolutely.
Israel, and Turkey are allies.
Absolutely, you're a nut job for lying and saying the building fell at free fall speed. You can see films. It's absolutely a false statement on your part. You're just repeating lies. You're a nut job because you go from room to room on the internet asking the same questions that qualified physicists have told you the answer to, pretending you have no idea what the answer is. That's what makes you a nut job. You're a nut job because it's proven that the buildings did not fall at free fall speed.
Who have the same question. So are they all nut jobs
No.
too?
Yes, conspiracy theory nut jobs that suggest the buildings fell at free fall speed regardless of using the fallacy of, oh, I have a degree. Yes, they are nut jobs because it's absolutely easy to do research at non-conspiracy theory nut job sites that will show you that the buildings did not fall at free fall speed.
You mean like Snopes and Metabunk, that are funded by the likes of George Soros? Should I say the ilk?
I mean
Soros?
legitimate physicist websites, not conspiracy theory nut job websites that are filled with numerous other untruths. You can choose to believe what you want, but what the problem is that you choose to not believe so many things that are true. That's your main problem, Hank, is when a physicist explains how things actually work, you're going to go away saying, well, that, if I was to believe that, it would be contrary to what I want to believe. So I'm just going to refuse to believe it because believing idiotic nonsense and flat earth foolishness is more fun to troll people with than admitting I've just been taught the truth.
So can you provide a link proving that I'm a troll? Or are you just going to make up stuff like I'm a conspiracy theorist with no information to back that up? And why are you talking about flat
I could
Earth? You're the only one talking about flat Earth here. I mean, is this a flat Earth debate room? What are you talking about? Why are you here, Richard? Why are you here? Are you here just to troll people like Ronan and myself and just to get your kicks while you get drunk off your ass and play on your fucking phone? And, why are you here, Richard?
I'm here to support Armando's channel because I like Armando. But back to your first question, I could provide probably 10 witnesses that have dealt with you over the course of many, many months as witnesses that would agree that you're a conspiracy nut troll. So that's evidence I could provide. Do I have a link? No, but you could go to Earth Discussions and talk to Quartus and talk to Rupert and talk to the people that you're familiar with that we both know, and ask them, do you think that I'm a serious person who really believes the Earth is flat and am just too stupid to understand physics? And they're going to say, no, Hank, we really don't believe that.
Okay, so you're going to go with groupthink. We're going to use groupthink here. Is ignorance strength? We're going to go with that too.
Ignorance is not strength. No, Hank.
Oh, okay, okay. So we're not going with groupthink, right? Because if we go with groupthink, then we're sheeple, and we don't really want to be sheeple.
The truth
I'm more
is,
of a sheepdog, if you ask me.
No, you're a troll, Hank. That's all. Uh-oh. You all right there, Kayla?
You make yourself look bad when you call me a troll, and these people that have been hanging out with me for the past 6 months or so, they all know that I'm not a troll. I don't troll people for fun. I get my kicks off in different ways.
Actually, what people say about you, Hank, is that your passive-aggressive nonsense trolling doesn't fool them. They know that you're passive-aggressive troll rather than a yelling and screaming troll. So, maybe I'm the only guy that comes out and says that to your face. I don't know. But behind your back, that's what people say. They say, oh, yeah, Hank, he's that passive aggressive troll that pretends to be really nice and yeah, what a, you know, that's what they say. And I don't mean to like say that to hurt your feelings or anything. I'm just saying it so you know that, you know, these people that maybe they're nice to your face and don't say that aren't necessarily saying that behind your back. I mean, I'm aware of the kind of things people say behind my back because somebody tells me too. So just so you know, not everybody maybe pretending to be nice to you is saying the same thing when you're not around. You know, people that don't like me generally don't do that. They come right out and say so. But in your case, maybe, you know, there are people that are saying things you're not aware of. I don't know. But anyway, I'm here. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Everybody that's pretending.
Not everybody. I don't know who's. I don't know who's. I don't know who's pretending to be nice to your face and saying things behind your back.
How could you know if someone's pretending or if someone is a troll? There's certain things
I would know because I would know because if somebody's saying a lot of negative things about you behind your back, but being really nice to your face, I would be aware of that. I'm just not going to tell you who those people are. I'm just.
Well, can you provide a link? I mean, I would love to see some evidence of that. If you have any evidence at all, or are you just making it up?
I don't want to
support your claim.
I don't want to narc people out, so no, I'm not going to support the claim with telling you who they are.
You've got so much integrity, right, Richard?
No, because I'm trying to be nice to you and them at the same time. That's all. But okay, fine. Everybody loves you.
You're playing. They're politicians. So you're a politician now. You know, politicians aren't to be trusted, ladies and gentlemen. When people do things like this, you should probably take note of it and think about it. What does it mean?
And by the way, Hank, the idea of evidence, you know, you don't accept evidence. You've been told by physicists how things work, and you simply walk away and say, gee, I comprehend, but I don't understand.
You mean paid trolls on the internet or just YouTube personalities? Because I haven't seen anybody show me a degree and say that they're a system. This is how it works. They're just internet people, right? I mean, to me, you're a troll. And to you,
I know.
You know, we're on both sides of, you know, we're on different sides of the coin. So how do we know who's really trolling here? Is it you that's standing on your integrity and you're being a good Samaritan by warning people that, hey, this Hank Kill guy, he's obviously a troll? Or is it me that's standing on my integrity and telling people not to trust Richard? Any guy who calls himself a king has to be a freaking pompous asshole, right?
Well, it's possibly a little of both, I suppose. It doesn't have to be one or the other, but I think it's an opinion thing. I think everyone develops their own opinion on who's trolling who, you know. So. But like I said, it's not necessarily one or the other. It could be both at the same time, and it could be a degree. You know, one of us could be slightly more trolling than the other, and one could still be trolling but doing it slightly less. But you know, I am of the opinion that most people troll at least once in a while, because to me, even making like a smart ass comment or, you know, just trying to get somebody's goat for no particular reason happens with most people, and there's a little bit of trolling with everybody. Anyway, we can move on from who's trolling who if you'd like to, or not. I lost the YouTube. Oh, there it is. Armando says trolling equals demon to you. Aha, yeah. So anyway, I haven't been looking in the text chat, but there's a bunch of people. Why don't you type 1 if you think flat earth people are trolls, and type 2 if you think they're honest and sincere people. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ones. Oh, I see 1, 2, 3, 4 twos. They all come from Armando. Okay, I see 2, 3 ones. I see the funny character guy, Cryptomaria, Armando, D-Beck, Does Live, they're all typing in that flat Earth people are trolls. And D's Live is now typing 2. So we have one more comment. They don't believe the Earth is flat. Well, see, that's where I stand, Armando. They're not fooling me that they really believe the Earth is flat, and they're not trolling. But we'll never know, because they're really going to go to bed, go to their deathbed, really believing the Earth is flat, according to them. I thought it was funny that Matthew, who was a hardcore flat earther, decided that the Earth was round because Poncho Pete took his wrench away. That's the funniest conversion ever, man. You know? You took my wrench away, fucker. The Earth is round now just to get back at you. It's like, come on, you know, and you haven't been trolling the Earth is flat the whole time? Really? Okay, you know. All right, whatever you say, Matthew, you know. Oh, my God. Sorry, D's Live. I'll be quiet. You can listen to Hank explain to you how the CIA loads up tanker ships with Toyotas to give to ISIS, and how whatever conspiracy theory, easily disproven conspiracy
Strawman argument. That was not my claim. Strawman fallacy. Shame on you for making fallacies on purpose. You knew that was a strawman, but you made it anyway.
What strawman was that? Oh, yeah. So it was a joke.
Toyota. Oh, now you're joking. Okay, that's trolling.
Yes.
Okay, I'll let you.
No, you did say the CIA was providing Toyotas to ISIS. You did say that, and you did say they came from America. So if they're not being shipped, which is a common expression, from America, how do you propose they're getting from America by the CIA to ISIS? Are they flying them on planes, which is still shipping is a term for shipping things on planes? Your claim was that the CIA is shipping Toyotas from America to ISIS. That was your claim. It's not a straw man argument. It's a claim that you made.
My claim was that the United States is supporting ISIS, and the Toyota trucks were left over from our boys being in Iraq. That was my claim.
No, it wasn't your claim. If you back up and read it, or back up and listen, you made the claim that they're shipping from America. That's why I asked you, do you think they even make Toyota pickup trucks in America? And you brought up the used pickup that the guy had in America. You did say that they shipped them from America to ISIS in the Middle East. Hi, Adam. How you doing? Come join. You got the link, don't you? Is that the real A4? Is that the real Adam, rather? I used to call you A4. Sorry about that. Oh, it's not? Okay. Once again, that's the problem with being a dishonest troll. It's easy to forget what you had to say. And I promise you, Hank, if you rewind this video, you will hear yourself making the claim that you just said you didn't make, because it's easy to forget lies when you tell them, that your claim was that the CIA was providing ISIS with Toyota pickup trucks, plural, from America.
There was an incident of a man who sold his truck here in Texas, and it ended up on a ISIS video. That was after.
A
separate claim. That was a separate claim from when I said that America was providing.
No, that was
because they also
that was the evidence you tried to.
Go ahead.
That was the evidence you tried to use to support your claim that the CIA was sending Toyota trucks from America. It wasn't that. What happened is you made the claim first, and then I asked you, do you have any evidence that they're doing that? And then you brought up that one pickup truck, and I said, well, let me jog your memory, Hank. Then I said, no, that's not very good evidence that they're shipping Toyota pickup trucks. It's evidence that one pickup truck from America ended up in ISIS's hands. Like I said, it's easy to forget things you say that are not true. If you rewind it, you'll hear everything I just said came right out of your mouth. that's why people are LMAOing in the text room, because they also heard you say it, by the way. But anyhow, let's not, you know, I don't want to dissolve in some big argument with you anyway, Hank. You know, I don't really get involved with the yelling and screaming and the trolling. I try to stay away from it as best I can. So.
Have you ever known me to yell and scream, Richard?
No, me. I don't want to start yelling and screaming. No, you're a passive aggressive type person. Of course, you're not going to yell and scream. Armando Vargas. I think 911 caused the world to stand still. I think the one thing most people.
I'm not passive aggressive. I'm very aggressive by nature. I had to train myself to be calm and collective.
Right. I'm sure you adapted this style over a period of time. Sure. Everybody adapts their style over a period of time. Yes. You're a very aggressive man. Congratulations. Or not, I guess. Congratulate. What I meant is congratulations for learning how to be calm. I mean, look at me, right? I've changed since the flat earth discussions. I used to go, like you said, oh, he's get really drunk and goes off yelling and screaming. I just don't do that anymore. I was drawn into doing that by my own, you know, lack of doing something better. And I just don't do that anymore. I don't, why bother? Life's too short. You know, if it really gets to that point, I'll just leave. It's just chat. Is not that important to get my blood pressure going, to drink too many beers, to smoke too many cigarettes because I'm annoyed, to be annoyed at all. You know, the truth is I left chat for 3 months because I got so frustrated with Sperskimo that it sort of started affecting my behavior in a way that embarrassed me. You know, and I knew that if I was going to do it, I better find a better way to do it. And I'm not saying I'm all that great at it now, but at least I do it different. I do it in a way that doesn't embarrass me, at least, you know, not all the time anyway. You know, sometimes I do stuff I apologize for. Anyways. Can somebody else talk? I mean, go ahead and talk, Hank. Tell us, is there anything recent? Here's a question for you. I don't want to start an argument. I don't even care. Just tell me. Is there anything recent, like within a month, that's weird and we should know about?
Pizzagate. Pizzagate.
No, that wasn't that.
Needs to be investigated. Pretty weird, some of the stuff I saw. It's circumstantial evidence at best, I admit. I'm not claiming anyone is guilty of pedophile rings, but there was evidence, like a guy who was convicted, can't remember if it was a guy or girl, convicted of child trafficking, working for an adoption agency. That's a red flag. I mean, you wouldn't want to hire anyone who was robbing banks as a police officer, or you wouldn't want to hire someone who was setting fires as a firefighter, right? Wouldn't you agree that's a conflict of interest?
Okay, you can use that term if you want. Yeah, I thought Pizzagate, like the scandal part of it, was something completely different. I mean, it only lasted a little while, but I was thinking something even more recent than that. But yeah, you'd have to refresh my memory, but it just didn't last very long, you know. Ronan Kanushi, got to come in the room and the first thing, start spewing trolling nonsense. All right. Yahoo. Let's all enjoy that for a while. So go ahead and explain to me what the Pizzagate. I knew there was a child pedophile angle thing, but I thought it had something to do with Hillary Clinton, and then that part of it turned out to be not true. And I don't know. Can you explain exactly what the problem is? Is it just
Pizzagate started out when the emails from Clinton leaked, and they found code words in there that the CIA admits themselves as child pedophilia code words.
Oh, okay.
No. So one of the words I thought, oddly enough, you know, struck a little bit too close to home for me, was pizza, which means a girl. Cheese pizza, which means a young girl. Hot dogs means a young boy, and these emails were loaded with these code words, these trigger words that CIA looks for to identify pedophilia.
Okay.
And
these are Hillary Clinton's emails?
Yes, I believe that's where it came from. Leaked emails from WikiLeaks. And, it's odd to hear, like, the elite talking about eating hot dogs because, it's a very poor man's food. Hot dogs go for like 89 cents for a package of 10 or 12.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's a little strange if you ask me. Can anybody picture these elites eating poor man's food like cheese pizza, hot dogs?
Right. Well, get on with the story. Yeah, it's odd. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, it is circumstantial evidence. Well, the more they looked into it, these pizza companies in Washington, apparently they had the symbols, not just words, also symbols for pedophilia. And when that got announced, they removed the symbols and replaced it with a new symbol.
Okay, so you've already established that hot dog and pizza are words for pedophilia rings, and some of them ended up to be actual pizza shops themselves. Okay, where's the Pizzagate conspiracy? Just the fact that Hillary Clinton had emails. Is there any connection with Hillary Clinton to these pizza shops, or I don't quite see where we're going here? Except
well, you have to do your own research.
Oh, I see. We're looking for a pedophile ring, and we uncovered it with these pizza shops. I get it now. I got it. Okay, cool. So what's happened? What happened to the pizza shops that had the pedophilia symbols that were removed? And I'm guessing one of them or two. Have they found any actual pedophiles? Have they arrested any actual pedophiles involved in this?
Well, you got people involved like this with a name like Elephantus, which in French means I love infants. And, we got a lot of the information, not we, but the researchers researching this, got a lot of the information off their Instagrams. And it was a lot of weird stuff, like a guy holding, a baby, and one of the comments was like, did you steal her? Things like that. And I am admitting that I am not saying anybody's guilty of pedophilia. I don't know that it's fake news or if it's true news.
Has anyone been arrested for breaking the law?
I don't even think it's been investigated properly. That's why we're calling for an investigation.
Who's we?
The people that are involved in researching this stuff.
Well, I mean, is there a website?
I've only done preliminary. It's on YouTube. It's not on Reddit because it has been censored, but it is on other sites that I can't remember the name of.
Well, I'm wondering if there's some sort of place you can sign up as a petition to get it investigated. I'd sign up. Add a link.
Well,
I think things like that should be investigated.
If I was an investigator or the CIA or FBI, and somebody put this circumstantial evidence in my lap where I saw that, hey, these people are talking about, these pedophilia words, I would, think that would warrant an investigation. It's called a lead, It's not necessarily proof that anybody has done anything to do with child trafficking. It's a lead that there could possibly be something going on. Be investigated further.
Sure. Now, if you had only circumstantial evidence and you knew where these places were, wouldn't you conduct your investigation surreptitiously to try to catch these people rather than just go and knock on the door and making it known that you're investigating them? My point being, there could very well, their phones could be tapped, they could be being followed, their mail could be open when they're not looking, they could have telescopes on their building 24 hours a day. There could very well be an investigation going on that you don't know about.
Well, that's true. That could very well be going on, but I guess
I don't know why you bring the CIA into it, frankly. It's not a CIA job to track down pedophiles. Maybe it ought to be, but it's not.
Okay, well, maybe the FBI is a better choice.
The Postal Service is like the #1 agency that investigates that stuff because a lot of that child porn and stuff goes through the mail. People don't know that, but the postal...
Really? They send it through the mail?
Yes, they do.
That's disgusting.
Well, the
You know-
mail's probably safer. I mean, putting something in a package is probably safer than transmitting it on the internet, I would think. And of course, that I don't even know if that's the case anymore with the internet. But the postal inspectors. Hello, is that Crypt? I can't see. Hi, Crypt. How you doing? Let me show you in the broadcast so everyone can hear you all across the world.
Oh, wonderful. Fabulous. Great.
Well,
Like conversion therapy.
well, your
Fabulous.
number one fan, you could probably like take a knitting needle and stab it through the globe, and it would come out on the other side where I am. So your number one fan is halfway around the world listening to you as you speak.
Well, thank goodness you're halfway across the world.
Well, isn't that funny?
Oh,
You know Hank Hill?
I like him. I've been listening.
Oh, sure. I was
I've
just
just
going to say
been
hello
walking
to Hank.
home. Hi, Hank. Hi, everyone.
He lost
You
his
guys
connection.
are awesome.
Well, thank you.
I think I have to shut something off. I'll be back.
The king knows he's awesome, but he always appreciates being told again. Especially when people like Ronan Canucci are listening. That just makes it extra special. Just kidding.
Did that fix some of the echo?
It did. I see there's a couple of whiners in the text chat that would come in if not for Richard. Oh, boo-hoo for them. Wah! Clowns.
Well, you're kind of your own little special snowflake, aren't you?
Not at all. I just don't tolerate people making nonsense claims and then complaining when I say, let's go look at the evidence. You know, you're people who make claims completely contrary to every single thing you're going to get on your first Google page, and then saying,
I know.
it's just nonsense. Doesn't make me a special snowflake. You don't hear me special snowflaking with everybody. I don't know why. What are you talking about? Explain to me what you're talking about, and I'll stop doing it. What do you mean? I don't want to be a special snowflake. Isn't that like some sort of feminist term for people that can't take it? You know,
No,
people that
it's
can
like,
dish it out but can't
oh,
take
for
it.
fuck's sakes, Richard, haven't you ever seen Fight Club? I live by that movie, Club. Then talk to me, okay, cupcake?
Okay, cupcake. I know what that means.
Oh, well, at least we got some formal dialogue going.
But I don't. I haven't seen Fight Club. I don't watch. I've seen parts of it.
Oh my god! I like the original theater script was amazing. It was originally a play. It was originally a play, and it is a fabulous psychology about like my generation. Like Fight Club
I thought it was
is
a movie
real.
about a Fight Club.
It is, but it's also like, hey man, I've had those moments with the boss in the office.
What generation are you, by the way? I know you're not supposed to ask women their ages.
X. I'm 37. I'm not shy. I've already said it.
Well, you don't sound a day over 16.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Fabulous. At least I got that going for me.
Well, you look real nice. Didn't you show yourself on webcam, or was that was somebody else? Never mind. Or did you?
Yeah, I've never shown myself on webcam yet. I showed trees.
I'm here so often that I'm like, you know, it's like 36 hours later and I'm growing a beard and I got greasy, oily hair, and you know, I can. It's like I can show myself for the first 5 minutes, but after that, you know. Once you
Yeah.
after the whole fucking 6-foot-long desk is covered with fucking beers and I look like shit, I'm not coming on a webcam. You know.
Hey, man, I feel your pain, okay? I'm not
All
so
right,
sexy
thank
after a lot of scotch.
I guess that makes me a special snowflake. But I will be broadcasting. I will be broadcasting live this weekend. I'll be broadcasting live from a pool in Haahen.
Awesome. Good.
Yeah,
I can
it'll
live
be great.
vicariously through a pool.
Yeah, it'll be fun. I like to broadcast when I'm out on vacation at resorts. It's always fun.
Well, fabulous.
Yeah.
Once I'm semi-human, I'll go and cam myself. I love how Petra
Why didn't you cam
goes
you
on.
could have cammed your walk through the woods. That would have been awesome.
I did parts, but I don't get
No.
signal there. And also,
Ah.
there's still ice there. I have to concentrate there. I don't get the luxury of just like a normal walk through the woods right now.
Uh-huh.
Hey man, it ain't warm where I am. I'm looking at boots, not sandals. Think about that, okay? Like,
So having a good eye and all, would you say that I'm a bullshitting coward or not?
I would say you bullshit, but I would never call
Uh-huh.
you a coward.
Okay, so there
I
you have it.
actually,
Thank you.
I mean, you are not a stupid man.
Thank you.
You're just sort of, I'm glad you're halfway across the world from me.
All right.
Just saying. I sleep next to an axe and a sword, and
All right. You sleep better at night.
you know,
You sleep better at night.
knowing you're all way,
Right.
way far away from me.
I got it. I got it.
Just to be honest, I mean, hey, I like talking to you. You got this like
Uh-huh.
amazing radio voice. Everyone said it. Like everyone's
Yeah.
like, yeah, this guy's like,
Uh-huh.
but he's sort of scary and weird.
Oh, come on. I'm just fun. I'm not
Oh,
scary and weird. I'm fun. I like to have a
Oh,
good time.
whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
You've said a few things. Oh, they're going to say you're racist? How is that an introduction to a little Canadian girl? Wow.
Who knows? I'm racist or somebody
Oh.
else?
Well, that's how you like, you're like, yeah, they're going to tell you this about me too. I'm like, and I've heard a few things. I know you're not. You're just.
Well, people like to, it's like if they can't win an argument or something, then they go off with the bullshit, trying to like, you know, nip it in the bud and tell people, oh, Richard's this, Richard's that, you better stay away from him, because they know that, you know, the person might actually like me later if they don't. They want that not to happen. They want them on their side. Richard doesn't give a fuck who's on his side or not. I'm gonna come in here
you just
and
sort of
yap
talk
away.
out of your ass all the time.
You know, you don't like me, fine. I don't give a fuck. I'll talk to you anyway. You know, right? You know, and I bet you're like that too, aren't you? You don't give a fuck if the person likes you or not. You feel like chatting, you're gonna fucking chat. I don't care who's chatting. Come on down. I'll even chat with Armando, that crazy demon Christian bastard. I think he runs this channel.
Really?
Yeah.
And are you that? Yes, he does. Are you that fucking blonde? Like, what the fuck, man?
No, me and Armando are friends. The only reason I come here is because I like Armando. He's my buddy. You know. Yeah. I'm gonna head down.
I'll just hear.
I
will make it personal.
Once Armando's girls become of legal age, I'm gonna go visit Armando's family. He's invited me down, but not until his children are of legal age. He wants to avoid any problems. He wants to avoid any legal problems for Richard.
Because you're kind of a whatever. I'm sorry, you've said so many comments, and I'm like, there's funny haha and funny like, wow, should I get a like gun license?
Yeah, I'm like Howard Stern on steroids when I get on a roll, you know.
I have noticed that, but some of it, it's like.
Well, it's, you know, it's 2016. The Pollock jokes just don't get a laugh anymore.
Okay, here we go. Problem right in the form of the question. Look at the calendar, okay? Think about what you said.
Yes, I was trying to use some sort of irony there. Yes, I get it.
Yeah. Hey, dude, I'm Canadian. We own that shit. You'll never win that one. Alanis Morissette won that one.
I liked
We got
her.
the
She
right.
has she made some good songs. I kind of don't like find it interesting anymore, but I did like her when she was popular. I bought a couple of her
It was
CDs.
awesome. It was
Yeah.
awesome then. It's
It
just
was.
right now it's
Yeah.
where it's like the whole country has writer's block. I don't know.
You know who else I liked was that Irish girl that came around with the zombie thing. Isn't that an Irish girl? You know who I mean?
Yeah, that was the Cranberries.
Right. Yeah. And there's another. Do you know who Charlotte Church is? Have you ever heard her?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's fucking awesome, man. She's
Yeah.
Irish,
Wow.
right?
You said that. Go, Grandpa.
Hey, well, if I'm Grandpa, why do you? It's not like I'm talking about the Lawrence Welk show, you know.
Hey man, I have that on vinyl. I have vinyl going back to 1912.
You know, I don't
I
watch.
mean, you won't.
I see. Okay.
Well, yeah, you won't win that
Wow.
one with me. Yeah, I
Wow.
mean,
Would you believe that I have things like Brahms and Tchaikovsky on my YouTube rock and roll channel? For those that have
not
as
really.
wide a musical interest as me, yes, it's true. You can go to my channel and you'll find Sir Mix-a-Lot and Metallica and shit like that, and you'll also find the best of
Because
Brahms,
you're like
Beethoven.
a pretty fly for a white guy, eh?
Thank you. Yes, I feel like I am. I like to hang with the niggers. You know, I can get down with the niggers, huh? There, Armando. You know.
Oh my God! What the fuck did you just say?
You know, I said I can hang with the niggers. You know, I can go to the ghetto and have a few 40 ounces and smoke some crack. You know.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Well, you think they don't smoke crack and drink 40 ounces in the ghetto? You've obviously never been. I have.
Yeah,
I have
but
fun
the
doing
ghettos
that
here, the ghettos here are multicultural.
What, you
Okay,
think if
you
I
started.
brought bottles of Guinness and are they going to welcome me, the niggers in the ghetto? No, you get yourself a couple
Yes,
of brown
the ones
bags
here
full of
would.
40
They would
ounces
fucking
and,
love you.
you know.
Oh my God, we're part of the comments. Of course we love you. We probably roll you for your beer.
Right, exactly. But you bring, you know, some Schlitz malt liquor in a brown bag, stumble a little bit, and have the crack pipes sticking out of your mouth. Like, hey, come on in, man. Let's party.
What planet are you on? Like how?
Well, evidently a different one than you, I guess.
I know. Wow. Like I never thought people actually talked like this. I just thought it was a myth on TV.
Well, you learn something new every day, don't you?
Apparently, wow. Wow. Special little snowflakes.
Yeah, I guess.
Get my gun license.
You want to hear my favorite crack house story?
No,
Okay.
I really don't. I really
All
don't
right.
actually, because you're kind of a sick fuck, so I think it would go
All
best.
right. Well, I have 62 different crack house stories.
I
if you'd
don't
ever like
want to hear
one.
any of them.
Okay. Well, that's up to you.
How
you
is
know.
this in a pro? Like, what is?
Armando's yelling and screaming in there. Tell him. Yeah, I want to hear it. I'll tell you later. I'll give you my favorite one.
Yeah,
Armando.
yeah. You guys
Yeah.
can fucking PM each other over that, but you're
Yeah,
not.
it involves prostitutes, guns, crack cocaine, alcohol, stolen property. It has everything you'd want from a bunch of niggers in a bad neighborhood.
And oh
It's a
my
perfect
God!
story.
No wonder you're not allowed in the States. Like, how is this like normal or right?
I don't think it is normal, frankly. More people should talk like me.
No.
It would be a better world if people were honest like me, you know?
Hey man, honest, yes, not like drugged out psychopath.
Well, let me change the tone of the story to something. Let me change the story to something you can understand. Ask me if it would be as interesting. Well, I went to the impoverished neighborhood with the African Americans who are unfortunately addicted to drugs through no fault of their own, and they had an unfortunate girl who sells sex and there was some property that they accidentally took from the neighbor. That's how people talk today, and it's ridiculous. You know, it's ridiculous. You know.
I'm just glad I have vodka for this conversation.
I'll tell you how people talk today. They say, well, I'd like to go out and pick up some vagina. Just say you're going to go out looking for pussy, for fuck's sakes. What's wrong with these people today?
Most of my friends just say we want to get laid.
Right.
Think about that. Wrap your little heterosexual Nazi brain about that. We're just like,
I don't have a Nazi heterosexual brain. If they want to go out wrapped in the rainbow flag and fuck 3 different fucking sexes at the same time, I don't care. I'm all about that shit. They want to squirt.
I am too. How is that not wonderful? Oh my God, doesn't that sound wonderful?
Well, you should come over here and you should come over here and do what I do.
No.
Oh yeah.
No. Oh my God, there is an hazmat suit big enough for
if you went to the ping pong balls being shot out of the pussy show, would you open your mouth and try to catch one?
God, no, there isn't a hazmat suit big enough for my little nerd brain to get around that.
Okay. Well, I open up my, I ate 50 different pussies in one night at this new dancing place in Pattaya. And I even licked like 6 assholes. They look so good. Yeah.
Oh my God, has your penis fallen off?
No, but I tell you what, when I got back to my hotel room, I brushed the shit out of my teeth. I really did. And I bought a whole bottle of Listerine at the 7-Eleven on the way.
Oh my God, guess that'll fix it. Yeah, that's like the magical shit. Yeah, that's gonna fix it, eh? Oh my God.
Yeah. I'm surprised they didn't put like a sign and a picture and a trophy for me.
God, I'm laughing too hard. I'm sorry. Yeah. You guys are, oh my God, how are you that stupid?
I was drunk, I think, if I remember right. Probably. I mean, you kind of have to be drunk to eat 50 pussies, don't you? I mean, sober people don't do that kind of thing, do they? Yeah. The funny thing is, I had a guy come in here the other day complaining that my stories must be made up or all this kind of thing. But my stories are actually true. I'm not like making shit up to get a rise out of you. All the shit that gets a rise out of you that I tell you is actually happened. I've actually done some really weird shit in my day. I was involved in a bank robbery once. That was pretty wild. I was, of course, innocent.
Earth for 3 months.
But, yeah.
Didn't you, Richard? Didn't you debate the flat Earth for 3 months?
No, not at all. I discussed why the Earth is round for 3 months.
Oh, so you debated against flat Earthers. Why would you debate against flat Earth retards?
Because it was my first experience with Google Hangout, and I'll tell you why mostly, because I made some pretty good friends like Jeremy and Quartus and some other people that were really cool that I actually still stay in touch with. I did some live stock trading with Thors and Jeremy the other day. So mostly I was in that flat Earth room because there were some really nice people that I would say I've made permanent relations, not necessarily friends, but permanent relations with, where we exchange emails and do other things besides chat and whatnot. So that's why I was there. It wasn't so much.
Yeah, but you debated against flat Earthers for 3 months? That sounds like a mission, bro. Like you were on a mission.
I see. Well, as you can see, I don't do it anymore because it got tired and boring. Are you trying to troll me, or are you joining in with Kayla and I, or what?
No, I just wanted to show everybody that there's some internet troll on the google.hangouts.com. I posted a link on the group chat there, and this guy apparently plays basketball in his free time, and he trolls, full time.
That's what you wanted to do? So you came in the room,
Yeah, go have a look.
Yakking on
It's
about
it's a
me
YouTube-
so you could show a
it's a YouTube
basketball
video.
guy? Really?
Yeah, this basketball guy.
Oh.
Apparently, he plays professional basketball, and he thinks the Earth is flat. Is he a troll too? Is he a flat Earth
Yes.
troll?
Yes, I
okay.
believe he is.
He's,
I don't even
he's
have.
a
Yes,
YouTuber.
my belief, Hank,
He's
is
a
that every
YouTuber.
single. You know my belief, Hank, and my belief is that every single person running around the internet talking about the flat Earth is a troll.
That's funny. Anyway, I guess
I
he,
would hate to
plays
disappoint you,
basketball
but
part-time.
most people would agree with me, Hank. 99%
Trolls on the
of the
internet.
population would believe.
Oh,
would
there's that
agree with
groupthink again. Ignorance is strength, right?
No, the Flat Earth Society has absolutely no strength whatsoever. But anyway, Hank, if you know, I don't know
There
why
you
you're
go,
trying to
talking
bait
about
me or
Flat Earth Society.
troll
That's
me or
controlled
whatever, but
opposition. That's the guys that you're not supposed to listen to.
quite honestly, Hank, why don't you do me a favor
Why does
and
the Flat Earth have controlled opposition?
Hank, why don't you do me a favor and talk to someone else? Thank you very much. So Armando, remind me to tell you my crack house story when Crypt is not here. I don't want to defile her virgin ears any more than necessary. Hey, what's up? That must be Jose. I can't see the room, but it sounds like you. Is that you? All right. Let me show you in the broadcast. There you go. What's up?
Not
Crypt
much,
is
man.
here.
Yeah, what's going on, Richard?
Not much. I was just talking to Crypt about not very much. We were having a good time, and then Hank came along, and now it's back to you. You have the floor. What's up with you?
Not
Oh
much,
my
man.
God! Can
Hey,
you
Crypt.
smack him? Can you smack him?
Who do you want
Once,
to smack?
once really hard, like you mean it. Like I'm ready to. Like I'm really.
I tell you
trying to
what. Why don't you just go ahead and email me your address? I'll buy a paddle and bend over for you, baby. Okay? How's that?
Really?
Typical.
Sure.
Typical Richard.
Really? Thank you. Thank you.
Huh?
Oh, believe me, I worked in laundries and hotels. Don't believe, like, I can track you down.
Well, I'll tell you where I live if you want. I'm not hiding. I'm using my real name on here. I'm easy to find. I'm not hiding from anybody. You know, I invite, if you want to come to, I have an open invitation to anybody I talk to on the internet that comes to Bangkok. I'll pick you up at the airport, take you to your hotel, and show you the good bars, the nasty bars, the 5-star, whatever you want on the way. And, you know, when you get done, we'll probably party the next day or not. It's up to you. You know.
You offer that same courtesy to Adam.
I was gonna say, like, harvest a few organs, like, I don't know, like, get sold to white slavery. I don't think I'm gonna party in Bangkok anytime soon.
Well, luckily for you, I don't need any organs, but that's a good idea. I'll keep that idea in mind.
I'm just saying.
You don't want to party in
Victoria's a
Bangkok.
good
Where
place.
do you want to party? You know, at the Christian church or something? You don't think partying in Bangkok's fun? You're out of your mind. Jesus Christ, man. I want to party in fucking Bogota, Colombia. I'm looking for better places than this, you know?
God, cheap powder there, man.
Yeah.
If that's what you're into.
Yeah. You know, I'm into whatever's fun, man. That's why I like you there. That's why I like you, Crip. You're fun, you know.
She's a blast, eh?
Yeah. Yeah. Too bad all Canadians aren't like that.
Yeah, we got some wild ones here, man.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not that wild. I'm actually like, no, really. I'm like more nerd than anything.
I wasn't insinuating that. I wasn't insinuating that at all.
Oh, yeah, I was. Oh, I wasn't referring to that. I know it's like Canadian. Please, let's just keep this secret. But
Yeah.
there's an American in the room, eh?
Yeah.
You know it.
A.
Yeah. Eh?
A.
I don't think
Eh?
I don't think I'm a
No.
typical American, and I think we've established
No, you're
that.
just a dumb shit one that sets a bad example for the rest of the world
No,
sometimes.
come on now.
Right. That's
Come
what
on.
I
I
try to
know.
do.
Oh, okay. I'm being a bitch. Richard isn't so bad. But if this is where the bar is set, I'm sorry for your country.
Would it surprise you to know that King Richard's
Build
heritage
the
is French?
wall. No, not at all. Because I live in Canada, wow, eh? West Coast, Best
Yeah.
Coast, baby. Like, wow, eh? That's like almost a bone of contention here.
Richard,
I know. That's why I said it.
Richard would fit in real good in Montreal.
Yeah,
I
you
would.
no, well, yeah, you would.
He'd
Well,
have a great time
I
over
grew
there.
up in Vermont, and my family immigrated from France to Maine.
And he thinks like camping in a tent that's worth $200 with a $300 sleeping bag is being homeless. He is a fucking dumbass. Oh
Actually,
my
whoa,
god.
whoa.
No,
No.
no,
Hold on
no,
now.
no.
You're confusing two different times of my life. You're confusing the time when I
Okay.
lived when I lived in a
Then
tent.
explain it. Explain it.
I will if you hold on. You're confusing two different eras of my life. You're confusing the time I lived in a tent and had 3 jobs. That's the story I was telling you then. When I was and many
And I
years.
had to walk like
Right.
5 miles to school.
Hold on now.
Oh my god. Oh, suck my cock, okay? Sometimes
Many years after that.
I've already heard it. I've already heard it, okay?
No,
I'm just saying,
no, you
like,
haven't. Many years
yes,
after that.
yes, I have. Buddy Rose, shut up, okay? I've heard it already.
Heard what?
You. I've
Well,
been
then why would you
listening.
accuse me of making that tent story and comparing it to being homeless?
Because that's not. If you have a $300 sleeping bag, you're
That's
not
right.
homeless.
So you're confusing that, and you're not letting me finish. There are
Dude,
2 times in my
I don't
life.
even want to hear it. I don't even want to hear it. How about
Don't
hockey?
accuse me.
Who
Don't accuse
likes
me of things then.
Do you like hockey?
Don't accuse me of things. Many years later, I did become homeless with only the shirt and pants on my back, and I was a crack addict, and I was homeless. Those are two entirely different times of my life, okay? So don't think when I lived in a tent, I'm associating that with when I was actually homeless, okay? And don't accuse me of that and then interrupt me so much that I can't make my point across. Please, you're being tremendously rude.
At least you're honest, Richard.
Yeah. And yeah, I wasn't considering myself homeless when I was camping to save money and had 3 jobs. That's not really homeless. She's correct. But I have been homeless. I was so homeless that the back of my pants split and my ass hung out, and I had to go into a store and ask them if I could use their stapler because I was afraid to get arrested. And the lady said, "No, get out of the store."
That's
and I had
fucked
to
up,
walk
man.
around holding the back of my pants together because I was so fucked up and poor. I know exactly what being homeless is like.
Yeah, Richard.
I've slept and dealt with hundreds of homeless people. Your education of homeless people is looking at them from afar, telling me I don't know what I'm talking about. But anyhow, all of that raised my blood pressure just enough, so I'm going to go buy a cigarette. I shall return, Jose. You chatting, Armando? Yes, no. You mean I should have a guy that comes in, Armando, and immediately starts trashing me every single chance he gets, you know, turns into a child during just a normal discussion every single time you try to have one with him, and I should be cutting him a break? I mean, it's just ironic, isn't it, that the moment you asked me that, he was typing something nasty about me and posted it directly after you asked me that. You know, you asked me, well, why don't, you know, here's what happened. Just look at what happened. You asked me, why don't I, hey, Rich, why don't you take it lightly on this nigger Ronan? The very next post, I agree with you. People like Stupid Man, parentheses, Richard Garnash, Nat, Ray of Sunshine, Buddy, Weak, Buddy W, are petty and vindictive. And you're asking me why it is I don't be nice and tolerate Ronan. Isn't that ironic? I mean, he answered, you know, he answered your question for me. And I tolerate Ronan just fine. What I don't tolerate is 3 of his childlike outbursts in a row. I just have no interest in that. You know, this guy, you know, it's complete nonsense. You know, I don't get into this petty nonsense. You know, it's not me who's sitting in here going on a perpetual, permanent tirade against Ronan. Ronan wants to come in here and discuss an issue. I'd be happy to talk to him. There's nobody else to talk to right now. I mean, me and Jose will probably start talking. How many people that come in here are unable to talk to me? The number is 2, Deepak and Ronan. Every single other chatter that comes to your channel, Armando, every single chatter except Ronan and Deepak, I talk to just fine. How many people get along with Ronan is a grand total of not very, or whatever. It doesn't matter. The point is that I get along with other people well enough because I'm not the problem. I'm not some huge fucking problem. But I'm not going to, you know, get along with some guy who's, you know, scroll up at that one post where he posted to negative bullshit for an hour and a half. I had to tell him 12 times to stop harassing me. You know, why should I be nice to some guy like that? It's always the same thing. Every time, and I will be nice to him, but every time you're nice to him, 5 minutes later, he's going to behave the same way, you know? I mean, here he is. Oh, people like stupid man. And what I'm supposed to, you know, do what exactly? I mean, I don't know. You know, what is it you want me to do? You know, say, oh, okay, thank you. You want me to thank him for calling me stupid man? Do you want me to apologize for being stupid man? I mean, what exactly would you like me to do? You know, I don't know. You know, it's certainly not stop being so abrasive so everybody hates me, because that's not true. You got two people, D-Bet and Ronan, whatever. If they don't want to come in and chat while I'm here, fine. If you want me to leave, I'll be happy to leave.
I was hoping this thing would be worked out the other
Nobody
day,
can trigger me. It's not my responsibility to bring everyone together. You know, it's ridiculous. I can't bring a guy together. He has to bring himself together. It's like, you know, Jose didn't bring me together. He just gave me a little advice that I used. You know, I've told Armando 1,000 times, just stop acting like an 8-year-old. What does he do? He turns that around and says, oh, Richard's petty and childish. Buddy tells him, stop being, you know, ignorant and this and that. What does he do? He calls Buddy ignorant and fearful. You know, people that try to help Ronan simply refuses to listen to the help. I told him 3 times, stop, you know, trying to yell at me over personalities, and let's go to the web page. Before I booted him, let's go to the web page and see what the facts say. But of course it was, oh, stupid man, you're a stupid man, and blah, 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 blah. What do you want me to do, Armando? You know, am I supposed to say, oh, okay, I'm a stupid man, and let's not worry about the facts, let's just insult each other? I mean, what do you want me to do? I'm asking, what do you want me to do? You know, pretty much nothing to do except what I am doing. Oh, well, whatever. You know, I think I'm pretty sure that okay, I'm just gonna say yes. You know, I'll say okay, fine. I won't eject or mute him, and I don't know. Maybe it'll work out. Maybe it won't. But you know, if you're really no, I'm not. You know, I'm not going to defend myself or get into some big argument with the guy, and I'm probably not going to leave either. So that leaves the result you don't want, you know. So I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, but
you know, I guess I could ignore the guy or leave myself. You know, all this really going to happen, right? So what you're doing is you're making the decision that either Richard leaves or Ronan leaves, and you're telling me that I can't kick him even though he's acting the fool. So what you're really saying is that Ronan, it's okay to go and act the fool and be completely idiotic, and Richard will leave and you'll win. That's what you're really saying, which is fine if that's what you want to do. It's your channel. You can do everything you want, anything you want. But, you know, that's the result. You know, that's probably going to be the result. I have no control over Ronan's behavior. I really don't. And he does the same thing with every single person that asks him for evidence, or that says, you know, hey, let's go to this web page and look at the facts. You know, as soon as you bring, just like a flat earther, dude, as soon as you bring up the idea of evidence and facts, it turns into a shouting and screaming and a nonsense match.
That's the problem.
And I'm just not here for that. I'm not interested in that. He baited me into that a bunch of times, and I'm just not doing it anymore.
Yeah, cooler heads prevail.
He starts in with his stupid man, and refuses to let somebody talk, refuses to let the evidence come to light. He should leave. You know, if he's going to do that, he is harmless, but he needs to learn. You know, you're a Christian, dude. You should be on the side of teaching him how to behave like me. The only way to teach this guy how to behave is to kick him out of the room. You know, unless you're saying that his behavior is acceptable and good, Because if you're a Christian and you believe his behavior needs improvement, you should be willing to help him. You know, like
Yeah,
I
but
am.
talking
I'm here,
over
the
one
king
another
is here to help.
isn't going to do
You
it,
know,
though.
and the help that Roman needs is to be given 3 warnings for his bad behavior, and then kicked out of the room until a new one starts. That's, you know, that kind of applies to everybody, frankly. But Ronan is just so bad and so disruptive and needs so much help. He's just kind of at the top of the list, you know.
Yeah, I think
But
everybody has
anyway,
to.
I'm not going anywhere. You know, don't worry about that. I'm here to help support your channel and chat with people and make them laugh when I can. But you know, whatever. You know, like I said, Ronan, come in and chat with me anytime he wants. I don't care. I'll chat with him. The problem Ronan has that he doesn't understand is that when you ask somebody, is it daytime or nighttime, and they say, oh, it's nighttime, generally they let the other guy start talking again. But with Ronan,
Right.
you say, Ronan, is it daytime or nighttime? He'll say it's nighttime, and then you'll start talking, and then he'll go off that you interrupted him. So he's incapable of communicating like a normal person, because when you ask him if it's daytime or nighttime, when he gets done saying it's nighttime, he wants to talk for 15 minutes about his bicycle and his aunt. And then yell and scream when you interrupt him, as though he shouldn't be interrupted in the first place. But anyway, who cares? You know, don't even discuss it, dude. You know, it's like, let Ronan do what Ronan's going to do, and let me do what I'm going to do, and see how it works out. You know, don't even get in the middle of anything. You say, whatever. You know, what you should do is tell Richard to go talk to Ronan, and tell Ronan to go talk to Richard.
There we
Say,
go.
if you don't like it, go talk to Richard. Don't talk to me. I'm not Richard. Who the fuck are you talking to? You know, and if I'm complaining about Ronan to you, say, go fucking talk to Ronan. Don't talk to
There
me.
you
It's
go.
not my fucking business. It's not my problem. I'm just here running a channel. I'm not here to play babysitter between Ronan and Richard. You know, go fucking tell your story to Ronan, Richard, and go tell your fucking story to Richard, Ronan. That's what you ought to do.
Both adults. Work it out.
That's what I would do. I'm just telling you what I would do, not what you should do. You do what you want. It's your channel. But it's working out fine, really. Ronan gets his way. He gets to sit and text and bash me as much as he wants, and he's got a wrench, so he can't be kicked out. And, you know, he can come and chat anytime he wants. You know, nobody's preventing him from coming in chat and verbally bashing when he decides to. It's only that his verbal bashing is only going to last so long before Richard leaves or Richard kicks him out. You know, what else is, everything else that all makes sense. Right, no, oh, except Richard can't kick him out. I'm sorry, whatever. You know, or Richard just ignores him and he stops, whatever. You know, I understand you don't want anybody kicked out. I got it. And tell him that, Armand. Say, look, you know, don't talk to me about this bullshit anymore. Go talk to Richard. Go talk to whoever they are, go talk to them, you know. And I don't want Ronan, you know, I don't want Ronan to be a whipping boy, but the problem is he does so much stupid shit so often that I'm only talking about what he did last time. You know, I'm not being a whipping boy by making shit up about last month or last week. I'm talking about the very last time I talked to him every time. Whatever, you know, I don't need to. I don't care. You know, I only talk to Ronan and all this shit because you brought it up anyway. I don't give a fuck to talk to that guy or not talk to him or gossip about him. I don't give a fuck, you know. You don't see me typing paragraph after paragraph bringing him up, do you? I mean, come on, man. Fuck, this guy needs to get over himself, you know. It's like, oh, you know, I know, these people, those people, Cackle Mountain, blah, 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 you know, whatever. You know, if that's what he wants to do and he enjoys doing it, you know, he said it's fun for him to do these kind of things, so great. Let him go on. Let him carry on. That's cool. Very nice of you, really. Maybe he'll get tired. Maybe it won't be fun anymore and he'll do something else that's fun. Who knows? don't know, and I don't care. You know, it doesn't matter to me. Anyway, Jose, you want to chat?
Yeah,
Still
Richard.
there? Yes, I'll shut up.
That's
Good
a lot
idea.
of talk. That's a lot of talk there, man. I don't know how this became an issue with you guys. Shouldn't even be happening.
Everyone that disagrees with you, Ronan, doesn't need to man up. They could possibly just be disagreeing with your opinion and still be a man. They
Why
don't need
doesn't
to,
Ronan?
they're not all pussies because they disagree with you and need to
Ronan,
man up and see it your way.
Ronan, why don't you come in and talk to us, man? You know, it's old school, man. If somebody had some kind of disagreement, whatever, man, you talked about it and you moved on. You know, everything was in the past. It's not a big deal. We all have disagreements. That's why we're all different, man. And thank God for that. We don't all think the same way, man. Fuck. Is Roland coming in or what? Richard? There's Buddy. It's about time you showed up. What's going on, buddy?
You can't unmute yourself, really? Try again, dude. I don't see why. Maybe just re-enter or something. Huh.
I think
Well,
Armando.
there you go. You should be able to talk now.
No, I can now. They had to unhide me first before you can't unmute until they show you. What's up, man?
Okay. Hey, what's up? Not much. I booted our friend last night, and I guess I'm not supposed to do that. I didn't know. I'm innocent. But Armando wants me to be nice to Ronan, so I guess I'll apologize for being a stupid man, and be nice to Ronan from now on. You believe that?
Yeah, whatever needs to happen, for the stream and everything. But for me personally, I mean, I'm done with him. I mean, that's just me.
Yeah. No, I'm going to be really nice to Ronan, and if I can figure out, I noticed he posted in the room that he has one of those GoFundMe sites for some reason. So maybe when I talk to him again, I can find out what worthy cause is on his GoFundMe site, and I'll contribute some money as an apology for being a stupid man. And maybe I'll enroll in some remedial education classes to prove that I'm sincere. Or maybe not. You never know. It could happen.
Are you saying, let me make sure I understood you right. Are you saying you're going to open up a foundation to try to help the guy?
I don't have enough money to help him, unfortunately. All the king's horses and all the king's men ain't putting Humpty Dumpty back together again, brother. It ain't gonna happen that way.
Right. Hey, I hear you jamming there, DeMello. What are you hitting on, man?
I'm just playing some chords here, some blues, man.
All right.
Like this channel ain't depressing enough. Some guy's got to come along and play the blues.
All right, that's enough of that.
That's enough of that. It sounded like
Right,
it fits the gender for
Yeah, I'll leave it there.
But well, hell, what else has gone on? So that's kind of normal with Ronan. Anything else good going on?
Oh, Crypt came in. We had a pretty good talk, but then I said something. I don't know. We got in a little tiff over whether I was homeless or not, because she confused when I had 3 jobs and lived in a tent to another time in my life where, I was a homeless crack addict, and I do have experience with being homeless. So I might have made her feel bad, or I don't know. Maybe she just left. I don't know.
You talking
I went to go.
Chloe?
Crip. She's really funny. I love her, but she says she's really glad that I live on the exact opposite side of the world, because she doesn't want me as her next door neighbor.
Well,
I'm a little too weird for her, I guess.
Well, that's a nice way to put it. Okay.
Yeah.
But that's good that you opened up there, Richard, because there's a lot of people in those shoes, struggling like that, man, out there,
Well, there are, but I think that most people would find my take on it really nasty. My take is that when I was a homeless crack addict and my life sucked, it was nobody's fault but my own. Nobody was gonna get me out of it but me. But more importantly, every single person who was honest at the homeless shelter, their same story was the dumb shit things they did to get there, and how it was nobody's fault but theirs. And when you talk to, and when I tried to get that across to Crypt, she got all upset. Oh, the beaten women, and it's not their fault, and you haven't seen the tent cities I've seen. Fuck, I lived with these. I was one of them. I lived with them. It's just not true. When you look at it from afar, they all look sad and pathetic with their heads down, like, oh, poor me. They're not even thinking that. They're thinking, well, geez, I'm being a dumbass by going looking for crack right now instead of cleaning my act up, taking a shower, and trying to find a job.
That's one thing I never did,
the homeless shelter I'd go to at that point had probably 150 people, they had a little tiny minivan and only 3 people every morning might get in it to go to the job center to do day labor. You know, that tells you something right there. What they really should have is 150 seats on buses, and everybody should be getting on and going, but that ain't reality.
Right. That's one
she
thing
doesn't
I
understand any of that.
You know, that's one thing I never did in my life, man, was smoke crack or do heroin, any of that fucking garbage, man.
You know, the sad part is, and what I've seen so many times, you kind of know a little bit about my background. So I can tell you now, I've seen a lot of crackheads in my time, okay?
Yeah, man.
And that ain't all either, brother. I've seen endless alcoholics. I've seen endless people on heroin all the way back from the 70s. I have just about every place I ever played that was crackheads, heroin addicts, and alcoholics all around me every day of my life. And I can tell you now, man, I'll tell you what I told my kids. Life's hard enough, and it's going to throw some hellacious curveballs at you. So you better hope you don't do the self-inflicted thing and fuck up.
Yeah, man.
Because if you do, you're not going to be able to. You're not going to be able to take what life's going to throw at you.
Right. I mean, I learned that from a young age, man, not to be dabbling in that kind of shit, man.
But I will tell you.
So when your kids say, well, you know, I'm just going to experiment and use some recreational drugs, you know, just for fun, isn't that okay? What do you say to them that? Because there's got to be more to the explanation. That's a really good thing to say, and everybody understands that. Right. But in their mind, they're thinking, well, I'm not going to do it all the time. I'm just going to, you know, go out and get drunk and smoke some weed on Friday night. You know, so that doesn't really apply to me, Dad. You know,
and then they're going to drop some acid. You know,
check this out. I can go ahead and take this conversation on up 20 years ahead. So where it all starts is those conversations. And now at the end of the road, I can tell you this: they didn't listen to me.
Right.
They did their shit. And now they've paid for what they've done. And now they're luckily as it is, because of the way I was always hardcore in my stance. And I guess that's stuck in their head. On the backside of it now, they are finally getting their shit together.
All by themselves rather than anymore.
Well,
it's kind of like you sort of took the, well, I told you so, and now you got to do something about it explanation, right? Kind of, that's what I'm hearing.
I always kept the platform of help there, and I always will, as long as they are really doing it.
Right. Yeah, that's cool. I hate parents who are enablers. Like,
yeah, man.
You know, they let their crack addict kids sleep in the basement and give them $50. You know, that is some fucked up shit, man.
It is, man.
And I was faced with that. As you know, I went through a divorce years ago.
I don't know any of that, dude. I don't know your whole life story. Other people might. I don't. I just know you work in a lot of factories. All I know about you.
Divorce, you lose your control of your family anyway.
Yeah,
right.
So that's always an added feature, and that's why I had to be twice as hardcore about those issues. Just for that reason. And you know, she was the enabler. She fucking give them and you know as well, hey Richard, if you ever if you did crack like you said, you know that crack is a smart drug. That crack will say whatever it needs to say to get what it wants.
Right.
I'm telling you, I wasn't as bad as some people. I know people that sold their own parents' trailer while they were on vacation without a title, kind of shit. I wasn't ever that bad, but I got to the point where I might steal some food because I didn't have any, but I never stole for the crack itself, which is kind of the same, I guess. But I was able to have some kind of morals, even though all I had was a shirt on my back and my pair of pants and was looking for crack. I still didn't get too far down into the letting the crack completely control me. And I always knew that I was going to stop doing it and get my shit together eventually. And that's kind of, I never lost, you know, I never got to the depression stage where I completely lost hope that it was going to be like this forever. That's where people really get fucked up when they completely give up and they say it's just going to be like this forever and fuck it, you know?
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
It happens to people, man. I was in crack houses with people that I would guess are either dead or still in the same fucking crack house, you know?
Yeah, man.
But anyway, you were talking, buddy. I think I interrupted you. Sorry.
That's all right, man. Hold on. I had to let in the cat. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Not very well. You sound like you're in an echo chamber.
Yeah, my cat was knocking on the door. They take their paw and knock on the door.
Yeah. Cool.
So, where were we at? Oh, so anyway, man, that's the way I attacked all of that. And you know what? Just so you know, I dabbled all through the years because I was surrounded by it. But hey, man, I'm gonna tell you what. I've been fortunate enough. Hell, be quite honest about it. I've had enough of real life issues. That's what dope is the last thing I needed in my life. I already had a hard enough time dealing with everything, you know.
Yeah, man.
But I've been around it every day of my life, and I can tell you I don't know all the reasons why. Hell, for example, my brother, he's got a killer career, plenty of money, plenty of everything, drinks every day he gets home. Don't ask me why, you know. I don't know why. I've been surrounded by it all my life, but I think it's the music that saved me, to be quite honest about it.
Yeah, man. I believe that, buddy.
I was so into my music, man, that I just think that's what I was never, you know. So when I got off stage, man, I was not at the bar. I was loading up my gear and going home and waiting for the next night to play.
That was your anchor. That was your anchor, man. Your music.
And working my daytime career job and playing
man.
At night. And I'm not really sure why, to be honest with you. I just know that for whatever the reasons are, man. I mean, and hey, I've said it before in here in conversations. When you're playing in these places, the bar owners will give you anything you want free.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and half of the little groupie people, they're trying to buy you shots and buddy up to you and all that too. You know?
Absolutely. You know, and so the most that I ended up ever doing, I love like a double shot amaretto sour. Okay, so I would take that and put it back on my amplifier while I was playing the show and sip on it, you know, while I was playing. Other than that, so basically it didn't do anything to my head. It just loosened me up.
Yep.
Made me do my music, and that was the end of it for me. You know, I didn't have to have it the next day or the next week or month or I don't know all the reasons why, but if I have to say why I haven't gotten in those predicaments is because of the music. I don't know why else. I just to be honest with you, man, I feel I'm gonna make this statement, but I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to elaborate on it. I'll just make this statement. From everything I've seen in my life and experienced in my life, drugs are one of Satan's best tools to get what he wants.
Oh yeah, man. Most definitely, man.
And that's the way I see it. I don't want to elaborate on it.
Yep.
If you don't believe that, then
I believe it, man.
Just look at it this way then. Just look at it as the cartels are trying to get everybody addicted, so you're codependent to make them rich, and they don't care if you die tomorrow.
Yeah, man.
Well, I would include certain factions of the government and the people that like those people in the government. I really believe that there are a lot of these liberal type people that want this big government and want people on welfare, and they want drug addicts so that they can retain power, because they know that if those people are going to vote, they're certainly not voting for the personal responsibility group. They're voting for the, oh, poor you, here's your welfare check group.
Yeah, man.
It's not just the cartels is the problem. If all it was the cartels, those people wouldn't be getting enough money from the government to do it in the first place.
And I'll tell you
they suppress those people, man.
They do. They enslave the shit out of them, and they don't even know it.
I'll tell you another thing that I think is the most corrupt is the drugs out on the street. These fucking drug clinics that claim they're getting all these people off of dope.
Right, methadone and shit.
Let me tell you something. I've known endless number of people that have signed themselves into that, and all they do is get you addicted to some other hardcore shit that you can't even barely wing yourself off of.
Right.
Oh yeah, you go to the heroin clinic to get addicted to methadone. What's the point?
The synthetic shit.
Exactly. I mean, man, the cycle is unbelievable to me. And
Yeah, man.
Here's a funny crack smoking story for you. When I was homeless and smoking crack, they had this program in Anchorage where they were going to give you, I don't know, we'll just say $50 a week to come in and so they could take your blood, and they were trying to figure out, do a study on if crack addicts would get AIDS or not. So A, you got $50. A, you got $50 to smoke crack, and B, you got a free AIDS test, right? So anyway, me and my buddies heard about it, and so we roll up to the place, and so the first thing they do, is test and make sure you're a crack addict, which I was, but I didn't smoke crack that very night before. So I tested negative for the crack, and all my crack smoking crack addict buddies are laughing their ass off. They're like, "You didn't smoke crack yesterday? You didn't know it left your system?" They laughed me right out of the free $50 a week crack smoking clinic thing. Man, those people are just laughing at me, you dumbass, and they're not even gonna let you smoke crack and come back and do it now. You fucked up $50 a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's a never-ending cycle. So I guess the real subject here is life throws enough at you where you better not do the self-inflicted shit.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah, man.
It's hard enough, man. I mean, damn, you got. It takes every ounce of willpower just to face real life, man.
I'll tell you where that's appropriate for me is driving in Bangkok's hard enough without driving drunk. That's how I'm going to modify that for myself lately.
Man, I have this friend. He used to be the best fucking painter, automotive painter in the town I'm from. And he was struggling with the crack problem. And I said to him, and I've known this guy since I was like 12 years old when he was normal. He was a good soccer player too, eh? And so I went to see him and I said, you know what, man? You need to get out of town, man. And, come with me. We're going to go up north to my trailer, get you away from this shit, And he's like, yeah, man. Yeah, man. I appreciate it, man. Okay, I'll go with you, man. So he hops in my truck. And we're heading up the highway, and I'm just concentrating, on the trip up the road. And then I start smelling this fucking sulfur smell. It smells like matches, eh? I look to my right. What's he doing? He's smoking a crack pipe. I look at him. I said, "What the fuck you doing, man?" He says, "Well, I hope you don't mind." I said, I don't mind. Fuck, it's too late now, man. You smoked the fucking piece. For fuck's sakes, man. We're already halfway through the trip, And yeah, unbelievable, man. The power of that shit, I said, roll the fucking window down, man.
Yeah, in the old days, it was the blues players on heroin.
Right.
And from that, it's manifested itself into an industry that I literally cannot. And, I remember when the sheets of blotter came out and the 4-way hits and the microdot and all of the acid. And I remember every bit of that, being as I'm only 29. And, so I've still, I don't want to be arrogant or boast about it because it's nothing to boast about, but I do feel like in other words, if they come out with a new drug, there's nothing more I need to learn. It's as corrupt as it can get.
Yeah, man. I hear that. I've never tried ice or methamphetamine because I know better. I know it's the same thing as crack wrapped in a different package, and it's cheaper. The thing is, naturally, it's just as addictive, but it's so cheap that people can do it so long and not really lose that much money. Like crack's expensive from the get-go, but methamphetamines over here in Thailand, you might even know, buddy, it comes. Myanmar produces it in big trailers right on the border, and they call it the crazy drug here because well-meaning, hard-working people start taking it so they can work more hours and make more money for their family. 2 months later, they're addicted and going crazy, yelling and screaming and shit on the streets.
That's
same thing all through Asia. In the Philippines, same thing. Everybody's on meth now.
Wow.
So
they call it ice, which is just a different name for the exact same thing, right?
I remember the first time I got introduced to ecstasy. Actually, I didn't take any, but the guitar player, it was funny as shit, actually, man. So a guitar player came over and we were practicing the songs for the gig that night. I didn't even know he was doing it, you know, and it was just another band I was in down there. And so he came over and we were going through the songs, and he kept moving his jaw back, his bottom part of his jaw back and forth, like he was really getting into every little thing we were doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's why they give them pacifiers. Most of them on ecstasy are sucking on a child's pacifier to avoid that.
Yeah, man.
So I was sitting there, and of course I'm in a chair, he's in a chair, we're facing each other, and I forgot whether he was showing me a new song or I was showing him. I forgot, and finally, you know, he was really into the music, but I mean, he was just doing this weird shit, and I said, "Hey, man," I just stopped for a minute, and I said, "Hey, man, what the fuck are you doing? I mean, come on. I mean, you got to be doing something, man. Nobody moves their damn jaw like that."
Right.
And I've seen every musician in the world get into their music, and I'm sorry, dude, I've never seen that one before. So how about tell me about it? And he goes, "Oh man, here, man." And he pulled out some ecstasy, and he goes, "Here, man, just come on. They call it the love drug, man." And I was like, "Nah, I ain't got no problem with love, man. I don't need it. Go, you can run on with that jaw twitching shit. I don't want it." And
you ever been with heroin addicts that are so high that they can't move and ask you to fill up the needle and inject them?
No, man.
That happened to me before, man. I told my friend, I said, "You can fucking forget that, dude. If you're so fucked up you can't even move, I said, I'll be the guy that kills you. Fucking forget it, dude.
Fuck that.
There's no way I'm ever doing that." But yeah, I knew this guy in the Navy, and he did heroin. He was so fucking high. He's on the floor. He's like, "Oh man, dude, just fill it up and inject it in my arm." And I'm like, "Just no way, dude. Just forget it."
Fuck that.
I could keep you up here all night telling you everything I've seen in those categories, but I'll tell you about one. So I was over at somebody's house, and the guy sits there and starts putting starts putting the tourniquet around his arm, right?
Right.
And he sits there and he starts, you know, hitting the bottom of his arm with his fingers and getting it ready. And I went, "Hey man, I tell you what, I think I'm gonna go cruise on out of here and get ready to do that shit." He said, "No man, just hold tight. I'll be right with you, man." And I don't know what happened, if he jerked it out wrong or he did something wrong. I'm not lying about this either. Blood came out of his arm and shot clear across the freaking room, dude.
Oh yeah.
And he goes, "Oh no, I'm losing all of it, man." And he takes his mouth and he puts it on his arm where the blood was squirting out.
And he sucks it.
Yeah, he's sitting there sucking it. And man, I'm not shitting you, dude. When I saw that, it made me, I don't even know if I can describe what I felt, other than
you got sick in the stomach, didn't you?
I looked at it, I went, my God, he has no regard for his life.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Well, the thing that's kind of funny about that story is he's got blood shooting out of his arm across the room. And his main concern is the heroin is going away. You know?
Exactly.
I mean, I hate to laugh at the guy, but that's the funny part of the story. He's getting ready to bleed to death, and he's worried about not getting high, you know?
No regard for his life. It was all about losing the drug.
Right.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, wow, man. That is fucked. That was the same with my friend. He had no regard for, I didn't know anything about shooting people up with heroin. He had no regard for his life either. He just wanted to get hot. How fucking, you know, I'm like saying to him, "Dude, you can't even move. How much higher do you need to be?" You know?
Oh, fuck.
Fuck.
But anyway,
evidently a little bit more, you know, according to him.
I feel like I've seen it all. And I don't know, man. But I don't even know how we really got talking. How did we get talking about the drug subject?
I don't know.
I forget,
Subjects
man.
just come and go around here. There's no telling them. There's no rhyme or reason in this room.
I'm telling you. So Ronan hasn't chilled out anyhow.
Rona's my best new buddy. I'm going to fund his GoMe his GoPro thing or something.
Oh, okay. GoPro.
Yeah, he's my new buddy.
And the GoPro means what?
A GoFundMe. He has some kind of GoFundMe site for some sort of charity that I'm dying to contribute to if he'd only come in here and talk to me. But he'll be around, I'm sure.
Hey, I like that, Richard. I like that conversation you were talking earlier with Kayla about those Navy SEALs, man. The best of the best, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. I got nothing but respect.
The reason I know that,
guys.
Is because I actually have, I don't know if anybody else just out of curiosity has gone, but I've gone to the CIA recruiting website to find out what kind of jobs you can have, what the qualifications are for the, like I sort of thought to myself, if I was 20 years old and I wanted to be part of the special operations group, you know, what do they want? What do they want me to do? What qualifications do I need? What different avenues do they have to do it? And they have a number of different avenues. They'll tell you, they'll say, look, if you really want to do this, you know, come on down. We'll tell you which college courses to take if you want to be an investigator or a spy. You know, they don't use the word spy, obviously, but, you know, I went to the website. I probably spent 4 hours reading through pretty much everything they had to say on the CIA recruitment page, and it was it was fucking fascinating, dude. It really was interesting. You don't have to be, like, if you were in Blackwater, for example, and had experience, you don't have to be a black ops SEAL or a ranger or something like that, but most of them are, because that's where the best training is. But if you were in, you know, Blackwater with experience and you wanted to do it, they would talk to you. They'll talk to anybody. They don't give a fuck, you know.
Yeah, man.
Somehow I got Skype downloaded on my cell phone, and I don't know why. You suppose I hit a button, or did it just do it by itself? How the fuck?
Yeah, I seen that operation. They showed it when they went and got Bin Laden there with the 2 helicopters and stuff, man. Amazing, man. How these guys, you know, they perform their duty. You know, they go into the mission and they are well prepared, man. These guys are the best of the best, man. In the world at what they do.
And the best.
Well, actually, I think that was done by what's actually called DevCon now, which is the old name or the new name for the old SEAL Team 6. The reason tribute, okay, so that's not the best of the best. That is SEAL Team 6 or DevCon. The CIA Special Operations Group picks the best of those people for the elevated SEAL Team 6 group that does the really nasty shit you're never going to hear about.
That's right. And back in the 60s and 70s, and well, it's still going on today, but in the early stages of that, I know one, not on a personal level, but I know a lot about him. And they, in the old days, and probably even now, well, okay, so I'll leave the now alone. But back then, what they wanted was somebody that was involved with the mob and the intelligence agency. And they wanted those expertise from the military involved also. And that's usually where you're very undercover. They used to have an old saying, sheep something.
Yeah, it's called Special Operations Group. That's what it's called. SOG, CIA SOG. I even had the, I have the they have a symbol, just like my little symbol I got now. They have their own little symbol, and I used to have it as my icon.
Right.
But then I realized that it makes me look like either a poser or somebody who's actually in it. It made me look like a poser, but I just think it's a cool symbol. I wasn't pretending I was one of those people, but
that's
not
what
I got rid of it.
About, though. What I'm talking about is I just remembered what they used to call it, and I'll explain what it means. In the old days, they called it sheep dipping. And when you are sheep dipping, that means this government will not recognize you as being part of the United States.
Okay.
You are not known to them whatsoever.
Right.
If you're caught on your secret mission or
your
black op, or however you want to say it.
Right.
But in the old days, they would call that sheep dipping, and you're out there on your own When you
Right.
go sheep dipping, you are on your own, buddy. That's it.
You're
Yeah,
in
them people don't wear uniforms with
Right.
insignias on them. That's for sure.
Yeah, you're out on the field on a mission. Yeah.
In other words, it might be the local drunk on the corner, and then all of a sudden you find out he's the best damn undercover agent you've ever seen.
Right.
But when you go sheep dipping, that means this government here will never acknowledge you,
Right.
and you are on your own, buddy.
Well, think about it. You've never heard in your however many 50 years of life a news story about a CIA agent that was arrested in a foreign country and they're diplomatically trying to get him released. You will never hear
That's
a story
correct.
like that. You
There's
know?
big reason. That's right, because they it's the same as all the other operations that this government has to disclaim. They can't claim.
Hi,
Hi,
honey bunny. How you doing?
it's Tales of the Crypt. What's up?
Yeah. Hey, girl.
Hey,
How you doing?
I'm okay.
Well, that's good. So
Welcome
are you as happy as you normally are?
Always. Always.
All right, let's see. I'm just going to make a little, just tell me if I'm wrong. People tell me I have telepathy and extrasensory power. I'm just going to say this and tell me if I'm correct. You ate ribs today.
Oh my God, I really did. Oh my God, you got
Wow.
mad skills. Holy
Man.
fuck, man. I didn't say what I had for lunch. No, he does have mad skills. I didn't say what I was having for lunch. And that's like a random thing I don't normally even get.
And you had fries on the side, right?
No. No, these are like dry ribs. Like these are like the big meaty shit. Oh, so
that's
not what to say.
That's cool.
They were good though. Oh my God.
Yeah, I just, if you look at my shirt, I'm just considered really in here the audio fapper.
I know. I know. You already explained that to me, and I have no qualms. How would I have any qualms with that?
Yeah, I may have to do away with that shirt. I don't know. I'm going through a different phase.
Hey,
I'm
man.
going through a huh?
No, I mean, you go ahead. I'm just giggling.
Oh, I may do away with that avatar, but so far as I understand it, I still have #1 perf status on the string.
Yes.
I'm not really.
It got heated yesterday, but you still got your title. I think you still win.
Yes.
And that's even with me on here. I'm pretty bad. I am horrible bad, and you win. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. And that's even with like some of the people on here. I'm like, wow, you shouldn't brag about that. That's really bad.
Well,
yeah, just saying. I'm just saying. There's a few, like, wow, how is that cool to brag about?
It's not.
Hey, but that's, I know, it's like internet. It's like we all get into our little troll personas.
Yeah, it was,
exactly. You know it.
I'm not sure every story people are telling you.
Oh, whatever. Really? Really? Out of you. You were like black pot. Calling black kettle. Like, I'm just saying, you were the person.
Can I be the kettle instead, please?
Hey, man, doesn't matter. You're still a dipshit.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm sorry. I'm just saying, like, this
you're not in the minority with that opinion.
No, you prove my point. Personification, you prove it. Like,
I've never asked for a
dude,
vote on that subject.
no. Yeah, you have though. You have. Sometimes you're like, I'm the man. I'm Mr. Man. And then it's like, dude, you are exactly what
Really,
I
I'm
am
trying to be
like.
very humble.
It's that humble? How the
Yes.
fuck is that humble? That is like ego up here, like,
Well, I didn't say I was
Yoda.
successful. I said I was trying.
Well, dude, please quit trying. You're never gonna win. Just
Well, I
start
gotta try
being a
hard.
gentleman.
Ouch.
Just let Richard be
It's
Richard.
hard.
That's
It's
it.
hard to be humble when you're
I
King
know.
Richard, honey. You
And
know.
as they say nowadays, oh,
Little buddy Dickie,
oh,
no, I'm sorry. You will never be King Richard to me. You're always going to be my little buddy Dickie. Oh, little buddy Dickie. Oh, yeah. I love you. I don't love you any less. But there's no way I can salute you.
You've only known me 2 days. You're gonna come around, honey. I promise.
Hey, man, they've been trying on other sites for years. I don't think a little dipshit like you is gonna win.
I mean, there are
I'm
other
sorry.
King Richards on other sites. Are you kidding me?
No,
King Richards are there?
I just call him as I see him. I'm just
Now
saying,
I'm
like,
triggered.
oh, exactly, because you're a little peon, and there's so many of you on the internet. I talk to every day that I really have no respect.
I'm recording
you
this, you know,
talk-
to remind
you're-
you said this when you come around in a week or two.
I say anything on the internet I know isn't going to be recorded later. So suck my cock, you fucking bitch.
Wow.
Hey, I put it on my cell phone, and someday when I'm looking down at the top of your head, I'm gonna play it for you.
Oh my God, she's on her way of taking my perf title. That is not good.
Hey man, I'm playing it real. I mean, it's an American dipshit. You gotta talk to them a certain way. I'm Canadian. I don't know your guys' dialogue. Apparently you're stupid.
Right, we're dumb Americans. You got it, girl.
Come on.
Thank you. Yeah, there we go. You see, this is why I won't shoot you in the war. You
You
live.
make Canadians look bad when you say that, you know.
Yeah, don't be like that, Crip.
Okay.
Just say I'm an asshole. You don't have to say I'm an American asshole. That's unnecessary.
No,
They're really in
I
Thailand
think,
anyway.
Yeah, because you're probably like on pedo charges in the States. I don't know.
That's old and trite, honey. Don't say that. It makes you look stupid.
Hey,
too.
okay. I'm just saying, I've heard a lot of shit out of your mouth over the past little while that makes me think, like, why am I even talking to this dipshit? Because,
I feel the same way just recently.
Well,
hey,
it's
man,
nice to have you up here, Crip.
Hey, man, at least I'm real.
Remember this, right? Dun, 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 telepathy. Hold on. Yeah. Om. Chanel?
Go. Oh, no.
Chanel?
No. Yeah. Call me Crypt. Lady or Crypt or ma'am or sir or fuck off. I prefer sir. How about sir or fuck off?
You want me to just say? Hey, would you like me to say girl, yes ma'am, or what's up, dude?
Yeah, miss. Yes, ma'am. I like yes, ma'am.
I like that too. Okay, ma'am. I'm sorry, ma'am. Can we get naked now?
No! God, no. Oh my God. After hearing your
my God.
guys'
All right,
stories,
one more
I would
time.
need a hazmat suit. And I would
What?
recommend a hazmat suit for anyone you guys touch. Oh my God.
One more
People
telephone.
ask me and I'll just say, but
One more
oh my
telephone.
God, you guys are horrible.
You have your
Horrible.
right around your bed.
Horrible. Dude, I live in like a 300 square foot country house. Attic.
No,
Okay?
already.
I have no illusions about being a hobbit. Hey,
What's
I
wrong
own
with
my like poverty and
Hey, Honda came out with
What?
a little moped years ago that was called the Honda Hobbit. I'm all about it.
oh God,
Yeah.
really? Yeah.
So what kind of music do you like, Chris? Ma'am?
I like everything. Thank you.
You know what? I have
I
to
like. How about classical? You got any Mozart on there? You got any like? Hey, that's all
Beethoven.
public domain. Yeah, anything public domain.
I
Let's
started.
go for the public domain shit and see where common ground is. I don't want. Hey man, there's been so many things that have been blocked. I don't want to be a bad llama right now.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, I know I fucked up.
No, dear, you're good. Hey, Deez, come on up, man. I think Deez is wanting to come up. I know he's got a signal problem or something, but hopefully he can come up. But anyway, I started out playing classical. That's what I started actually playing in the early days.
I'm gonna start putting up some videos of my older records, just because some of these are 100 years old.
Right.
They made it this far. They might as well go on the internet. I'm better than me. A little piece of plastic can make it that far with technology. Ow! What the fuck, man? Echo.
Oops, sorry.
You said you wanted
Just
some classical
because you
music. That's
wear
Tchaikovsky.
all them fancy clothes, oh, big girl higher from every star above. Come on, Mr. Big Stuff. Who do you think you are, Mr.
No,
Big Stuff?
you're cool, dude. You're cool, dude. You're cool, dude. I'm sorry.
You're never gonna get my
It just hurt.
love. You wear
Hey.
all them fancy clothes, oh yeah. Come on up, Deez.
Yeah.
Come on up, Deez.
Yeah.
Come on up, Deez.
Come on.
Come on
Come
down.
on.
You're the next contestant on Armando Vargas Live.
Woo! Yeah. Come on.
What's
Could you
up, Bear?
please?
Who is that over there?
I don't.
Bear or something?
Ow! No, all I'm hearing is static right now.
That's Richard.
What for fuck's sakes, dickhead? I'm sorry that like I really try. I really tried
Sorry, I
so
thought I could
hard on
play
here.
my music and listen to you guys at the same time, but it ain't working for shit.
No, I'm sorry, Richard. I have. Oh God, really? It's like nails on a chalkboard because you're that kid in school. You're like that kind of dick.
And the next guest on the King Richard Radio Hour is Deez. And welcome, Deez, to the King Richard Radio Hour. What do you have to tell us today, Mr. Deez?
Wow, you guys are dicks.
What?
Like full of dicks.
What up, Dirty Dog?
Just say.
Down, Deez. What up?
Can you hear me, man?
Yep.
You good, man? Go ahead.
What's happening?
Not much, man. Just sat down for a short winter's nap.
What the fuck's going on up in here, man?
Just chilling. Let's see. So far, we've covered drugs, ribs, and classical music.
Drugs and ribs. Okay. No
And
drugs, ribs, yes.
Yeah, I don't want to, worry or anything. One love.
Say that again, man.
You're right beside your love. Your
Oh, it is you.
Yeah,
It
it's
is
me.
you. Oh, yay.
What's up?
The water. Hi. Hi,
Yeah, you
buddy.
tell me whatever.
Oh my God, you are an awesome person.
Well, thank you. You are too.
No, I want to send you a bottle of vodka. It's like this, micro-brewed gourmet specialty vodka. It's dark chocolate vodka. I don't think you had a Valentine's, but you were with me. It's like your belated chocolate. How is that not cool?
Yeah, that's awesome. Actually, I'm drinking a bottle of vodka.
Oh, I am too, but mine is dark chocolate.
Well, mine's just 80 proof cheap shit, but I mixed a couple of
How is
hydrocodone
it?
in there with it.
How is 80 proof cheap shit? Oh my God, that's like, yeah, drinking the shine there? Like, hey man, look out, oh, PM me. I will send you my family here. Like, my family was like shiners in Saskatchewan and Alberta.
Shriner?
No, oh yeah, no shit. Yeah, we made the good stuff.
Oh, okay. Oh,
I come by
I was going
it.
to say. Yeah, I was
I
going to
come by
say.
it honestly. No one else can drink that shit like water and live.
Yeah, we get the good shit down here, man.
I bet you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you made it down the path,
So,
and you had your discussion
yeah.
with Richard, and you survived it all. Awesome.
What is that noise?
I just made a cigarette, half-ass cigarette.
No, that's not it. There's something else. And I know what it is, and I'm just going to ignore it.
No, I'm
Hey,
packing.
man,
Listen real close. Listen real close.
whatever. I know how it rolls in this chat. I'm just here to say hi to all y'all.
I don't perv like these other clowns. I don't do that.
Whatever. You... Oh. No, I'm sorry I said you had an UK accent. It's so hard sometimes in signal areas to actually hear people.
Syntax.
No, that if
Can you
you
smoke
want
that? I'm just joking, man.
I really hope there's not a camera on me right now. No, there isn't.
There's a what? I can't hear you too good.
Oh, you're fine, dear. You're
Okay.
fabulous. You are always fabulous.
Oh, I try hard.
Thank you. God. You're...
Who is that, buddy?
Yeah.
He's
Ever
gonna fuck
hog
with you.
No, hey man, you're like a little Georgia boy. I grew up on farms with cows and chickens and pigs and all that shit. And you gotta deal with haying? Oh yeah, that's fun. That's great in your bra. Oh yeah. little stuff like sawdust down your bra. That's funny. There, okay, and you can tell me there's like you can wear tight shirts. That shit gets in there. Doesn't matter how like you're doing hay, that gets in there.
Yeah, how much do y'all's bales of hay weigh? Hay weigh 80 pounds. Y'all don't do pounds there though. Y'all do stones and shit or something, don't you?
Stones. No, we're only so
kilograms.
far.
Kilograms.
Yeah, and I don't know. They're just the bales, and they're itchy, and after like
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we're gonna talk hay,
after 8 hours, you sort of just want to suck your soul out of your brain. Like, you know how it is. Like, fuck, man, that shit's itchy.
yeah, it gets all in your shoes and shit.
Oh, God. Oh. I just wish it only stayed in your shoes. You think that shit just stays in your shoes? It's in your underwear. It's in your bra. It's like up places you're like, oh my God.
Yeah, I don't wear underwear.
Hey man, I wear underwear so it doesn't happen. At least I got that little bit of barrier between me and the apocalypse of like hang season.
Check this out. When I got out of the military, when my last pair of drawers wore out, that was it.
Yeah, that's the last time you bought underwear? Really? You were trying to be sexy on the internet and you say like, last time I bought underwear was in 19. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm being a brat. I'm sorry, dear. I'll shut up.
You're fine. No, I wasn't trying to be sexy. I'm just telling the truth. Now, if you want
yeah. Yeah, sexy went out the window.
If you want sexy,
No, getting sexy back after that.
we might have to bring Buddy W into the conversation.
Oh my God. I have to turn my mic off. I'm sorry, I'm laughing too hard. Oh my God.
Buddy is King Perv.
Oh my God, I gotta laugh. Oh my God. You guys are brats.
Oh, shit, I can bap to that. Keep it up.
She's making
Would you
it
like to
tough.
know what kind of underwear I wear, Crypt?
Yeah, oh my God.
Hey, do that one more. Now, do that one more time.
How about? Oh, I gotta just shut my mic up.
Hey, Deez, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's happening, Jose? What you doing, bro?
Just chilling, man. Listening to these crazy sounds that Crept is making.
Yeah, it's awesome, man. I love it. Yeah, so Lysurge said I might have to fight him if I come up there and kidnap Crip.
Is he saying that because she's a Canadian? Is that why he's saying that?
Yes. He says Canadians, they like protect their honor and shit like that. Yeah.
You guys remember that movie with John Candy when they went to invade Canada?
Yeah, invade the U.S. Yeah, invade Canada. Yeah, Niagara Falls there.
That was hilarious, man.
Canadian bacon. I have that movie on.
There you go. Yeah.
On video.
Well, the surge, just so you know it, I don't like Canadian bacon.
No, it's the best bacon in the world, man.
Yeah, actually, I love Canadian bacon. I always order it when I go get my breakfast meals too.
Well, the Egg McMuffin, dude, it has Canadian bacon on it.
Oh yeah.
The English muffin, you know.
That's correct. It has Canadian bacon. Are you talking about at McDonald's?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's Canadian bacon. Well, it's a generic Canadian
Well, that's
bacon.
what they call it anyway.
Yeah.
See, our bacon
man.
is about half fat, so it's different.
Yeah, yeah. But let's see. What is he saying? That's why it's in it. That's a great movie. Underrated. Canadian bacon. That's fine. It's closer to ham anyhow. That's right, Serge. It is closer to ham. You're right.
Yeah, it's the price has gone up in bacon up here, man. Years ago, man, Canadian bacon, the price went up.
Oh,
How
yeah.
much is it a pound?
I'll be right back. I got a call. Sorry, guys.
How much is it a
No,
pound?
it depends, man. It depends where you go.
Yeah, the shit here's almost $5 a pound now.
Yeah, eh?
Yep.
Yeah, over here it's pretty close to that, man.
Yeah, I quit
You
eating the
guys
shit
like
in.
side pork? You ever eat that?
Oh yeah, that's good shit, man. But that shit'll kill you, man.
What kind of pork did you say?
It's called side
kinda like
pork.
bacon,
If you
yeah.
slice it up, people slice it up. It's kind of like bacon, but they put sage on it usually. And
Yeah, because we're
it's okay.
hippies up here. Okay, fine, we're fancy. We like mixing it up with our meats and like produce.
Okay.
Sorry, it's gourmet. It's like Master Chef.
Oh, a show on TV.
The pork.
The pork. Do y'all eat fat back?
We used to kill a pig. We'd go to a farm and kill a pig on the spot. I remember this. This was over 30 years ago, man. And
Yeah.
we used the pig blood. We make blood sausage out of that, man.
Hey, man.
Yeah,
And sometimes.
fat back is like pure.
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
I love that shit.
Use that the pig fat.
Like-
We use that for lard. For lard, eh?
yeah. Yeah.
We season our beans. We cook it in with the beans.
Yeah, man. Yep.
Oh, man. And
Awesome.
it's good to eat too after it's boiled, man. That shit tastes good, man.
Yeah, but that clogs up your arteries too, eh?
Hey,
It will
hey, well, geez, are you on Hangouts for this one or any other one, or can I just want to I want to show you a picture of my drum.
Yes, you can post it. I'm in this hangout, but I don't have this hangout shit figured out too good yet. But I'm
But
working
it's
on
cool. I know you're doing awesome. Like, fuck, you're better than some of my fucking family. Like, okay, that was a personal thing. I didn't mean that, like, towards you. I just mean, like, my aunties want to, like, I hate Facebook. I've deleted my accounts. Like, I just hate how my old aunties, it's like, all they know is, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, how is that all the technology that went out? Like, fuck you, Mark. You can suck my cock, like, you little dickhead. Sorry, I can say that as a nerd.
Yeah, it's cool. If you're a nerd, you can say that. Oh Lord, hold on, I unmuted this shit. Okay, it's muted again.
No worries.
I was trying to type something in the text chat.
Don't worry about it. Just
Yeah, it's all good.
yeah.
But yeah, your family just wants to get all nosy and shit, man.
Exactly, and they suck. It's like, oh my god. But that's what families do. They like being all nosy about, just so they can have that little moment, I'm that better than you. Which is why, like, I have cousins who are, like, way.
Okay, did I lose it or somebody? Oh, I know what a fan, man.
No, she's getting her toys out. She's getting ready to do it to it, bro.
Oh, okay, cool. That'll work. I thought it was this fan, man. Every time I run this fan, it seems to keeps the mic on. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I have to run a fan when I get hot and bothered too to keep me kind of, cool.
Well, you know, I run a fan 24/7, man, because it drowns out the voices and shit. So.
Eee.
I'm joking.
Okay.
I have tinnitus and my ears ring.
Oh, really?
All the time. Yeah.
Well, I had tinnitus for a little while from the loud amplifiers on stage, man, and it was not fun.
I can imagine, man. I'm surprised you can still hear her, man.
You know what? It's the craziest thing. I'll tell you what I think it is and why I still have perfect hearing. Man, so all the industries I work for, they always bring the mobile ear booth, to all the companies, and they give you a hearing test and all that. I got matter of fact, my hearing's better than 90% of the people in the plant. I don't know why. I've shot firearms my entire life. Extremely loud amplifiers on stage. I think that it's built up like wax in my ears to protect my eardrums, I guess. Because every now and then I'll pull a little bit of earwax out of me, you know what I mean? So that's the only answer I got. Why, I don't know. Been shooting firearms my entire life with no ear protection ever, never, ever. And man, when I say loud amplifiers, I mean on 10, dude. Okay, and why I still have great hearing is beyond me. I have no idea.
Yeah, I made the mistake of shooting an M16, man, without earplugs in.
Yeah, I've shot M16s. You name any caliber firearm, I've probably shot it, and I don't know why. All odds say I should not have good hearing at all. Busted eardrums, actually.
Yeah,
well, I think the problem or the difference is that in order to in order for it to damage your hearing, if you got a brain like between your ears, it's a problem. But if you have a hollow head, it just goes in one ear and out the other, and you maintain perfect hearing.
There you go. These perfect explanation. That's why I have perfect hearing, but I cannot process anything.
Okay, I must have had a little brain matter hanging down in there.
Just a little bit, not much.
Yeah, not much.
Well, what else has gone on, man? So as I say, I'm just sitting down a little bit ago here. Man, if I even begin to talk about what's going on in my life right now, nobody'd believe it anyway. So, hell, what else has been going on in here?
It's just the usual, man. Yeah, I was wondering where you were at, and D-Back, he tried to add you, but I guess you must have had business, or you was out on the town. It's Friday night. So.
No, as a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, I need to go back and look. I may have come into the hangout through. I may have very well come through his ad. So I come in two ways. I come in through Hangout or either through my Gmail, and I think I did come in through Beck's ad this time.
Yeah, see, I don't know. I know how to do this shit. If Armando emails it to me or somebody adds me, then I get it. I don't know how to add people. I don't know how to do none of that other shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right. It's real easy. I watched Crystal do the ad thing a couple of times. But, yeah, so I come in basically two ways. I come in through either the Hangout chat or the link if it's in my email.
Yeah.
And I think it was through Beck this time. A lot of times it'll be through other members, that'll add me. Something happened and Mando can't find me a lot of times, so they'll send an ad to make sure I get the link, which is nice for me. It's like a fringe benefit because I usually don't have to, worry about getting it that way. But for some reason, it's something about when he went to this stream here. he can't find me on there or something like that.
Yeah. Well, usually it's Crystal adds me. You know, I guess she just remembers to do it or whatever, and I appreciate that. But
Yeah, yeah.
like I said, I don't know. You know, this Hangouts shit on this tablet, man. I don't know what's going on, so I have to get somebody to help me out with it.
Yeah, and she adds people too, or has, I know. So yeah, I watched her do that a couple of times, but I don't do very much. As a matter of fact, I don't think I've actually added anybody myself.
The easiest way to add is to start a new conversation, and then it's going to ask, like, look, it's going to want to know who to send the message to. So, like, if you were to start, you know, you hit the little people button, and or excuse me, you hit the little conversations button, and you're going to hit new conversation, and then when you put that person's name in, if you haven't already invited them, that's going to initiate an invitation in order, otherwise they can't converse with you. You have to invite somebody first, and they're right. So to invite somebody, just make a new conversation with them and send them the thing, and it'll say, you know, so-and-so pending invite. But of course they have to know enough. They have to know enough to look down at the very bottom, that little dot thing, and then the screen will pop up and say invites. And if they don't know that, they're going to never even know that you invited them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've got, like, for example, I haven't looked at mine forever, and I've got like an endless supply of invites from people that I've joined in other ways from other Hangouts that I just never even look at this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get those too. And the thing is,
I'll be right back.
I click on one. Okay, buddy. I'll click on one, and it starts trying to call somebody, and there's nobody there.
Exactly. Or it'll call, like, everybody in the Hangout when you're trying to join a Hangout. I haven't figured that shit out either, man. That's why I just try to figure out the text typing shit first, and then I try to answer the phone. I can't even answer the fucking phone. You know what I mean? It's like the phone. Yeah. I've turned my notifications off because my cell phone will be ringing. I'll get the Hangouts going. I'll fucking tap it, and it's like, you know, fuck. I don't even know how to answer the phone, so I just shut the fucking thing off, and I don't worry about it. I didn't even know there was a phone. When I found out, I opened it up, and it's like said there's 426 unanswered phone calls. I'm like, what? You know?
Yeah, it's crazy, man. I'll figure it out eventually, I guess. I'm used to dealing with computers, and I'm on a tablet here because this piece of junk laptop I got won't even run Hangouts, man.
Really? Wow. Yeah, it sucks up a lot of stuff, man. Like on the cell phone, it drains the fuck out of the batteries, man. It's crazy. I don't know why. All it is really is a chat room. Why should it suck up all kinds of processor and fucking battery and all that? Fuck.
Yeah. Well, on this tablet, if I turn the screen down as low as it'll go, and I turn the camera off, and I turn all the running applications that don't need to be running, I turn all that off, and the battery really lasts quite a long time. But I don't know if it's the same with a cell phone, but yeah, it does pretty good, man.
Yeah, that's my first. I only had the cell phone a couple weeks. My first cell phone for a couple weeks. That's the first thing everybody told me when I asked for advice about them. They said, "Oh, these Hangouts are going to suck the shit out of the battery." And I tried it once, and sure enough, that fucker. I don't use my cell phone for shit because I'm not addicted to them like most people. And my battery will last, 3 days, and because I just don't use it at least. And I use that fucking Google Hangouts. It wasn't much more than a couple hours. It was dropped from 100 to 80 and 60 or some shit, whatever. But it was surprisingly surprised me that it sucked it up as fast as it did. So, how long have you been out of the military anyway?
What's that?
What happened to Crip, D's?
They're on the Hangout to Bear. I'm spying.
She didn't say anything. She just disappeared. I just noticed she was gone. I was just asking how long you've been out, or since your discharge of the military. So.
Long time, man. I did 8 years. I was trying to make a career out of it, but I just didn't have it in me, man. So I got out and did other things. But I went in 79, and I got out in 87.
Okay.
So I didn't see any combat or anything.
Yeah, you're about my age. I thought you were younger for some reason. I don't know why. I guess because you're hitting on 24-year-old girls is why. But
yeah. Well, 37. I think 37 is okay.
What?
Don't you think 37 is okay? 37 years old?
Oh,
How can you be 37 and join the military in 79?
You said hitting on 24-year-old girls, and I corrected you. She's 37.
Oh.
I mean, is that okay? I mean, tell me, man.
I don't care. I was just razzing you anyway, dude. Fuck, you know, they're these fat, balding, old grandpa-looking motherfuckers are hitting on 18-year-old girls every day of the week where I'm at. You know, I don't. You know, I got nothing to say to them. I got nothing to say to anybody else. You do what you want. It's up to the girl, really. You know?
Yeah.
I'd be more asking the girl, why are you going with that fat, balding old man? I'd be talking to the old man. I know why the old man's going with him.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's got to psychologically fit, if you know what I mean. In other words, the older you get, the bigger spread in age can get. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
It's all about psychology, man.
Sure, you don't want somebody that's like listening to music you don't want to hear and wants to do things you don't want to do.
Yeah.
You know, what's the fun in that? You know, it's just one big argument after the next, and maybe you get some pussy once in a while. So what?
Yeah. Dude, there's no way I'll put up with a 21-year-old girl. You know what I mean? That's.
Yes, I do.
A lot of them do it, man, but it's not for me, man. I can't deal with it. It'd be like raising another child, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know. Yeah, it kind of would be in a way, sure. Yeah, and I don't know, man. It'd be weird. You know, imagine going to like your grandmother's house for Thanksgiving dinner if she was still alive, and you're, 55, and you're bringing a 20-year-old girlfriend to your grandma's house.
Yeah.
Oh, I know my grandmother had plenty to say about all that.
Yeah. It just, I don't know, life, life gives you what it gives you, Sometimes you take what you can get, man.
Yeah, I guess. You're in Georgia then? I heard Crip mention Georgia.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've talked to you a bunch. I just don't remember. I've got brain damage or something today. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm near Athens, UGA.
Okay.
How about them dogs?
Yeah, I had a girlfriend in Alaska that was from Georgia, actually. She was cute, blonde hair, and really perfect medium-sized tits. That's what I remember about her, mostly.
Yeah. I mean, redneck girls are cool, you know what I mean?
Uh-huh, yeah. They are. I think they're cooler than some broad that wants you to buy a bunch of makeup and get all dolled up everywhere and go to some fancy place. I like going to I like putting on a suit and going to nice places. But I don't want a girlfriend that does that every single day, all the time, and expects me to go with her dressed the same way. That's what I kind of don't like about the high maintenance girls is that I gotta upgrade my dress a little bit too, and I don't like that.
It's a chore, man. You know what I mean?
Right. It is.
You're committing yourself to do something you really don't want to do.
Absolutely.
But
yeah, my wife's kind of on the other end of the spectrum. I kind of wish she liked more luxurious. Like, finally, I've drawn the line, and I said, we're going to resort that's coming up weekend, but it isn't the kind of resort I like. It's a little lower end, and this is the last time, I told this, the last time ever we're going to anything but at least a 4.5 or 5-star resort, because if I have to wade through the traffic of Bangkok, drive for 2 hours, come back, you know, and all this shit just to get there, you know, I want top-notch quality resort and service. Otherwise, it's just not fucking worth it. And so I've nipped that in the bud, because she just, you know, she makes really, really good money. We can go anywhere we want to go, but she just sort of feels bad for the poor people when we go to places that are really nice. And I finally said, look, I don't care. If you want to go anywhere, you know, we're going to nice places from now on. We're not going to these outside restaurants that are noisy with the little babies crying and all that kind of idiotic nonsense, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Just ain't doing it. Ain't for me. If it doesn't have soft music and fucking $100 bottles of wine, it ain't on the list, you know.
Yeah, it's a little different around here, man. We just, you know, we'll sit out in the backyard and play music, you know, as loud as it'll go, and drink some beer. And
well, I'm all for that, but when you're doing that, you didn't have to wade through traffic, and it was really fucking annoying for 2 hours just to get there, you know, just to sit in the backyard and drink beer. Believe me, I sit around in a pair of shorts with no shirt on 90% of the time, drinking fucking beer too, you know. But if I'm gonna go through some big pain in the ass to get somewhere, when I get there, it better be worth going to. That's the only reason I want really nice hotels, you know. Look, if it was easy to get there, if I could hop in my car and it was like Vermont, I could go on some really fun, windy roads, speeding along, having a good time, I wouldn't give a fuck where we went. You know, we'd go into one of these shithole fan rooms that cost fucking $10, I'd be happy. I wouldn't care. But, you know, if it's, you know, if it's, it just has to be worthwhile to go. You know, that's the main thing.
Yeah, well, if it takes all that, you know, to get it done, you want it to be what you want it to be. You know what I'm saying? So that makes sense.
Absolutely. We're going to this fucking home show thing in downtown Bangkok tomorrow to buy a dining room table, and it's the same fucking principle is going to apply. If I got to go wade through to downtown Bangkok just to buy a dining room table, it ain't going to be cheap. You know, it's going to be the finest fucking marble table in the whole fucking Civic Center, you know.
And the shopping is the worst part about it.
Oh, fuck you. And then my wife will like drag me to these shows, and that's not enough. It's not enough that I have to go look at every single shitbox dining room table that we're never going to buy anyway. Then she's going to want to take, you know, she's going to want to stop here and stop there and do all her errands, so she has a friend to sit in the car and wait while she does the laundry, you know, goes and gets the laundry from the laundry lady and the fucking shit for her mom. And I did away with that like 3 weeks ago. I said, look, you know, your shopping and my shopping just don't mix, and we're not doing that anymore.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Yeah, tomorrow is the dining room table adventure. We'll see how that pans out.
Yeah, well, good luck with that, man.
I'm telling you, I'll need it, believe me. But it's a whole home show. Basically, we're redoing the flooring in the kitchen and bathroom that's right near the dining room, wallpaper in the dining room, buying a new lamp and a new dining room table. So basically, that whole area will be new to us, except for the walls and the kitchen and the bathroom. So it should be pretty nice when we're done. It'll be just be new and different. Whether it's any nicer or not, who knows? New and different's always fun. But our dining room table is a little bit, it's the one she had that she bought, and she's a cheap fuck, so it's not very nice to begin with. Plus it's small, and we want to get one that's maybe a foot larger, you know, in both, you know, 2 feet larger in diameter, basically, so it just has more room.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's it can be fun doing that. I know what you're saying. You can see it change right before your eyes. It's just like the painting you do. You see it change, and you get some gratification out of that. So yeah, it can be fun, man.
Yeah, it's worthwhile. It's one of those things that's worthwhile. You know, like you go to go to the weekend on the resort, you spend a bunch of money you're never going to see again, and you don't get anything for it. I don't mind buying a marble dining room table that's going to be there when I'm dead. You know, that's fine. I'll spend whatever. I don't care. I look at it like, how much is that going to cost a year? A couple of bucks, and I don't care.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's a good investment. You put your money where it'll last.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't mind spending money on the house at all. The only problem is we're trying to decide whether we're going to buy a new house when my wife retires and sell or rent this one. And we're kind of that stage where some of the upgrades I want to do, if we're going to go somewhere else, there's really no point in making them as nice. You know what I mean? I want to do something upstairs, but if we're just going to buy something else somewhere anyway, I'm not doing it for the next people that move in. They just fucking do it themselves, you know, do whatever they want. Probably actually lower the value of the house. I want to take one of the bedrooms and make a steam room, a sauna, and a big jacuzzi bathroom kind of thing, just for me and my wife. And as nice as that is, it'd probably reduce the value of the house, because then they're going to say, well, what the fuck happened to the bedroom? You know what I mean? We don't want a steam room. We want a room for the kids. Thank you very much. We'll go buy somebody else's house.
I'm about ready to buy another house, but I'm just going to flip it. I'm going to buy a foreclosure, do what I got to do, flip it, because that's what I do. I remodel houses, man.
All right, cool.
So, yeah, I'm going to start getting involved in the money, the real money part of it, without having to bust your ass to make it, man.
Yeah, and I'm thinking with all this sort of Trump enthusiasm and everybody's kind of hoping for the best and all, that once, if it even kicks off a little bit, the whole house flipping thing's going to come back like wildfire.
Right.
And you'll be able to, millennials will change their mind and decide, well, maybe I'll buy a house before the interest rates go up to, 8% and get mine at 4 now, and they'll start people better wise up and realize that if you think it's too expensive to buy a house now, you ain't seen nothing. You just have no conception of the normal cost for interest on a house,
Yeah, well, I wish I had been in a position to do something when it all crashed, man, because we had $100,000 properties here, Richard, selling for $25,000, man.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? So I miss that. Yeah, I miss that.
But dude, that'll happen again. It's cyclical. It happens every so many years, whether it's 4 or 5 from now or 8 or 9, whatever. Those things happen, and just be prepared next time. I look back and say, well, gee, I wish I'd shorted the bear market harder. But I don't really say that so much as I say, well, I guess I'm preparing now, next time, you won't fool me again, and next time I'll do a better job. And, these things are just cyclical. It's like everybody's going to get all excited again that the party's going to last forever, and then the bottom's going to fall out for some reason or another, and the whole jig will be up, and it'll just repeat itself, and everybody, it'll get low enough to where everybody's, oh, here comes the end of the world, the dollar's worth nothing, and everybody better buy gold, and that's when you want to buy your stocks and buy your houses and all that, because just when everybody thinks it's the end of the world, it's the end of the end of the world, and the beginning of the end of the world starts, or the end, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if I said that right or not. But.
Yeah, it's like a rebirth. That's what it is.
It is. It can only get so low. You know what I mean? I mean, fuck me. You drop 2 nuclear bombs, and a few years later, it's a bustling town of Nagasaki, and it's a tourist attraction. You go from being, having Nazis and then surrendering in the fucking war to building Mercedes Benzes. The fall of Rome turned into Prada, Gucci, Ferrari, and Lamborghini.
Yeah, it's kind of like when the forest catches on fire afterwards, green grass that comes up, man. It's the same principle.
Yeah,
Same thing.
absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm more worried when things go really, really well than I am when they're just sort of chugging along normally. When things start getting out of control on the good side, that's when I say, oh shit, here we go again. The fucking taxi cab driver is telling me what stocks to buy, and something bad's gonna happen real fucking soon.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're smart enough and you can see it coming, then you can play it. You probably are good at that because that's what you do. You know what I mean?
I am, but in the past 2 times, I figured that rather than play it, I would just get out and not lose anything, which was substantially good. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's all you need to do. But I kicked myself in the ass later by saying, wait a minute, if I'm smart enough to be out, why was I dumb enough not to be making money on those? It's just stupid. You know enough to get out, and the market is going to start going down. Why do you take 2 years off and do nothing and spend money on bills instead of make money on the way down? That was just kind of dumb. There was no reason to do that, even though it's a smart, very, very smart thing to do, smarter than watching all your money disappear, of course. But it wasn't enough, and it's not that I'm greedy. It's that I don't want to be stupid. It's like somebody, if you're trying to make money and your boss offers you a raise, you don't say, oh, no, thank you, I'm happy with what I have. It's just kind of dumb.
Yeah, I mean, you can kick yourself in the ass all you want to, but it's we're the same age, and you live and you learn, man. That's just
absolutely. And the house flipping, I like the house flipping thing as a, if I were doing it, I'd buy a house that I kind of enjoy a little bit living in, and I'd fix it up way slower than you probably would, and then flip it. But I like sanding, I like painting, I like doing stuff like that. But I don't know enough about carpentry and stuff like that to fix plumbing and put in cabinets and tile, and so I couldn't really be. I suppose I could learn, and I might even enjoy doing that more than the shit I can do. But I like making stuff better, and that's sort of the reward of house flipping, in addition to making the money, right? Or is it all just work and you don't even care?
No, well, I mean, it just depends. I mean, if you're going to get a mortgage, then you're paying equity in it. But I'm going to probably get one for cash, so right. I can move into it, which would be the easiest thing to do to
right.
work on while I live there. But yeah, I don't have to do it at any breakneck pace like you see on TV. Flip this house. Right. It doesn't matter, man. The market's going to be there. It's always there. You can sit on it, or do whatever you want to do, man.
Yep, that's kind of how I feel too. Is unless you can afford like the most extravagant, expensive house in town, there's always unless you're the richest guy in town with the most ridiculous house, there's always, even as you move up the ladder in life, there's always somebody that will be interested in buying your house, just like you were interested in buying your house. The number of days they have some average time it takes to sell the house in certain areas is always kind of astonishingly low to me. They sell pretty quick. They really do. I mean, I guess that's all relative to what you think it should take anyway. But to me, 100 days isn't that long for a fairly sizable investment like a house. It seems like you should be at least patient enough to wait a couple of months to sell your big investment. A house is most people's biggest investment.
Yeah, it is, and it can be a pain in the ass, but you have to wait on the the paycheck, man. That's what it's all about.
The one I bought in Maine was really easy because I just moved out. So all the people coming to look at it and the retailer coming to show them and all that, I didn't have anything to do with that because I had already moved out of it. And I moved to Montana, and I didn't have anything to do with anything. Took whatever shit I wanted, which wasn't very much, left the house kind of in disarray, and the retailer eventually just sent me a check, and that was the end of that. You know, that was a pretty easy deal on my part.
Yeah, as long as you have the, you know, the money in it, then it's all good. You're going to get paid, you know, this amount, that amount, however you want to do it. You know, you can just, like you said, leave it, and it's still going to pay, man.
Yeah, yeah. And I was kind of, I didn't know. That house in Maine was the first one I'd bought and sold, and you know, the check just came along out of nowhere one day, and I'm like, oh, I guess I sold my house, and here's the check, and wow, that's cool. You know, a big bag of money again. You know, all right.
Right. I mean, if you're in that position where it doesn't matter, you know what I mean? That's, if you
Yeah,
get involved.
I wouldn't say it didn't matter. I was pretty happy to see the check, you know, but I just,
if you
you
go
know what I mean, though. Yeah.
if you go into it, you have to be able to, you know, survive without that, man. I mean,
Right.
you know.
Yeah,
So,
people that get I kind of do feel sorry for people that get overextended and lose their house, because what essentially happens is they feed a whole bunch of equity into it that they just lost. You know, they just didn't get what they, you know, they didn't get any all they did was pay rent at probably a little bit of a reduced price for that house, but on top of that, it was rent they couldn't afford, or they would have not lost the house. So I kind of feel sorry for people that buy too much house, because I don't think most of them do it on purpose. I think they just weren't thinking they weren't thinking about when the furnace breaks, or how much it costs to mow the lawn, and the electric bill, and the insurance, and before they know it, there's just so many bills they hadn't considered, and then the roof goes, and they find out it's, you know, 25 grand to fix the roof, and they're all of a sudden, oh fuck, you know, I can't afford this thing, you know.
well, the thing is, if the bank is willing to give them the money, that most people will bite. You know what I mean? Without
Well, most
really
people assume the bank is their friend, and the bank have their best interest at heart, and if the bank says you can afford it, you must be able to afford it, and that's just not true.
Exactly.
You know, what the bank's saying is you can afford to pay this as long as nothing goes wrong, and they're sort of assuming that you don't have very many, you know, they don't ask you, well, do you like to go fishing every weekend? Do you drink a lot of beer? Do you like to go out to restaurants with your wife? You know, they don't, all they want to know is how much do you have coming in, and then they say, okay, fine, if this guy runs into trouble, you know, and eats top ramen and peanut butter sandwiches, he can pay us back if he wants to. Otherwise, we'll steal his house from him and sell it to somebody else.
Right. Well, I mean, sometimes you have to make a lifestyle change.
Right. Oh, yeah. And people are so embarrassed. It's like they buy a BMW, and if they had to go back to a Toyota Yaris just to save their house, they'd rather just lose their house, move to a whole different neighborhood, and pretend it never happened with people that didn't know it happened. You know what I mean? People are embarrassed to downsize, even though that's the exact thing they need to do, and they're likely going to have to do it anyway somewhere else, and just have different neighbors and be in the same situation. I don't know what's up, why people would be afraid to say, yeah, I could afford the BMW last year, and this year I can't. So what? Who fucking cares? No, I just don't. I really don't get that, really, because I've downsized a bunch of times, and I haven't felt embarrassed about it. I remember living in a really nice place for a while in Anchorage, and then I moved to a shitty little crappy 1-bedroom apartment with my girlfriend, and we saved up some money and moved somewhere better, and whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter if everybody else knows what you're doing, as long as you know what you're doing. That's
Exactly. Yeah, I think people are really believe that life should be like this straight line, you know, always improving. And if somehow they get, you know, that little angle going up from right to left on a piece of paper, and if it doesn't work that way and they have to go down for a little bit, they're just unwilling to do that. They don't think that's how life should work. It should always be getting better and better and better, and you should, you know, go from Toyota to a bigger Toyota to a whatever, a Lincoln to a Cadillac to a BMW to a Mercedes, and couldn't possibly go backwards at any point along the way, or maybe they, you're a failure to yourself. I don't see it that way at all.
Yeah, I mean, people when they're younger, they play those mind games with themselves, man. When you get a little older, you figure it out. Yeah. None of that matters. If it is about the dollar, then it's about the dollar, man. I mean, that's just how it is.
Yep, anymore, it's just about as little annoyances as possible for me. I mean, that's my money nowadays. I figure every time I get annoyed, I think of it like spending money, and I just try to avoid it, as much as I can. Every time I avoid an annoyance, I think it's, $100 in my pocket or something. That's my money, is just not being annoyed and trying to enjoy myself.
Right. I mean, when you're in the squeeze the dollar state, you got to be able to ride that out, man.
Oh, yeah. And personally, I don't think it's that difficult, because just cutting back on eating, I mean, fuck, look at the money people spend on cable TV and a telephone. It's like people whine about being poor on the internet and, talking about their cell phone and all that. That's like, what, $150 for some people every month that they're whining they can't afford to eat and this and that. Like, fuck me, you buying, I guess in one sense, I think that people just don't know anything about going to the grocery store to buy food. When I hear people tell me, oh, it costs fucking $500 a month to eat or something, and I'm really poor, I'm like thinking, well, you must not have known anything about oatmeal and beans and rice and how to cook a piece of chicken. I don't know what the fuck you're buying, but I'm just using that 500 as a round number, but I hear people quote numbers at grocery stores that just indicate they haven't the slightest idea how to make their money go very far at a grocery store. Maybe they're just buying shit randomly from, eye level, the very most expensive stuff they're trying to stuff down their throat or something. I don't know.
Yeah, well, just like that, it's an acquired skill, man. I mean, there's not a handbook on it. You just have to live through it and learn how to, go shop at 4 different grocery stores. You know what I'm saying, man?
Yeah, I do know what you're saying. If you live in a town with different grocery stores, they're not going to both have fucking beef on sale at the same time. One's going to have beef on sale. One's going to have chicken on sale.
Exactly.
If you don't shop at 2 different grocery stores, consistently, habitually, just as part of your general operation, you're not trying to save money, or you don't know what you're doing or something, because the shit that you want is, in order to come home with all the groceries you want at a good price, you have to go to more than one grocery store, because one isn't going to have everything on sale that you use and you want. It's the way it is.
Yeah. It's all about being able to plan ahead, man. I mean, when you get to the point where it's second nature, then it really becomes easy. I mean,
right. When you don't think about it anymore, it's not a chore. You just do it. It's part of your life. Yeah.
Exactly. And then life becomes so much easier, man.
Oh, yeah, it does. Yeah, that's the thing, is you don't have to expel any effort at all to think about it anymore, to, get into the habit. You're already in the habit. Yeah, that's a good point.
Wranglers, velvet. I don't know what that meant, D's or Lee's, but yeah, I don't wear Levi's.
D's or Lee's? I wear Levi. I wear old people Levi's. I wear Dockers. And I got Levi sandals. Everybody wears sandals around here, and I just think my little red tag Levi sandals are cool.
Yeah, well, that's another aspect of it. I mean, are you going to squeeze that dollar, let it go? I mean, what are you going to do with it?
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, my wife has an expression, even though she's cheap and doesn't spend any money, she's like, you know, money is to be used. She wasn't a saver at all until I sort of convinced her to start doing a little more saving. And, you know, it's true that money doesn't do you any good if you're not enjoying it. I mean, you can sort of enjoy watching your savings go up, but that's not nearly as enjoyable as a new dining room table, as far as I'm concerned. Something you can touch and feel and enjoy is way better than just a big bank account.
Yeah, it's priorities. It all depends on what you're working towards. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, exactly. And frankly, I wouldn't have that attitude, like you said, you know, 10 years ago when we were working towards where we are now. You're right. That's why we haven't been married quite 10 years, but that's why we don't have an 8-year-old dining room table to begin with, I guess.
There you go. There's a time for everything.
Amen to that.
Oh my God. I can't keep up with all this shit, man.
Yeah, you said something, so I'm back into the text chat. It's just the usual personal insults. You know, the ad hominem attack hour just never ends on this channel.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep up with the Hangouts chat, YouTube chat, and talk to you all at the same time, man.
Nice.
And I'm not that skilled at it yet.
Yeah, I'm not real popular in the YouTube Hangouts chat. I've noticed that the people that really don't like the king tend to gravitate towards the Hangout chat. I see a lot of disparaging comments towards the king in that particular area.
Yeah, well, I guess, you know, it's hard to keep up with it all at once. So there you go.
It is, and that, like the Google Hangouts thing, it just goes on and on and on and on. It scrolls right off the deal. So unless you want to like backtrack and scroll through 1,000 messages, there's a lot of shit you're just gonna never hear, never see, never know about. And some of it might even have somebody making some comment about you or me or whatever. Because I keep that screen up in the background too, so anybody making a comment might think that I would see it, and I bet you 80% of the time I don't.
Yeah, well, I've got the YouTube running on my laptop over here, and I've got the voice and the Hangouts running on this tablet. So I can't keep up with it all.
Yeah, I kind of like to watch the live chat on YouTube sometimes while we're chatting when they sort of run out of stuff to talk about, but generally something in the live chat that responds.
Right. That's what I've been typing some shit in a little bit here and there. As a matter of fact, I don't even know who's in this voice thing right now. I hear some scratching and shit going on. Might be Bear. Might be Bear. Might be like grunting. Or it might be me, I don't know. Or it's probably Buddy. He's over there laughing his ass off in the YouTube chat right now.
Yeah.
What's up, buddy?
I'm just sitting here, man, just getting, you know, it's, I don't like to do it too often because it's hard to come back, but when I put myself in these people's head, man, I have to really pull myself hard to pull myself back out of that hole. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, man.
I'm telling you, and even if it starts off friendly with some kind of conversation, it's just gonna end up with the same old shit.
Right.
You know?
That's right. I wish Ronan would just, I mean, you know, he's actually he's kind of creative. He's gotten more creative now. So really what Ronan's done is suck off of our intelligence, because now he's figured out how to not be so stiff and come up with, you know, Hen House Mountain and Brokeback Mountain and what's the other ones?
Dimwit.
Dimwit, yeah, Dimwit Mountain. I wish he'd come up here and explain. I wish Ronan would just come up here one time and actually admit he's learned something off of us.
Oh, good luck with that. Yeah, thanks a lot. He's gonna come up and say, "Oh, you're right. I learned something." 2 minutes later, it's gonna be, "Oh, stupid, 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 stupid. You're weak about how you interrupted me."
Right.
Wah, 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 wah.
Stupid man, you stupid man.
Who was that?
I was just imitating Ronan.
Damn, you sounded just like Ronan, man.
Well, you have to put your tongue on the roof of your mouth. You stupid, stupid man. You stupid, stupid man.
I'm not cackling, Ronan. I'm just playing, brother. I had to keep it right, man.
Yeah, either that or take your knife and just cut off a little chunk of your tooth and you'll be fine.
Ray said it sounded like Ronan.
It's that. You have to do that. You stupid man.
I want to see Ronan on webcam. Let's take a vote. Who wants to see Ronan on webcam? Is it just me or what?
Oh my God! No, oh my God! But
Now my question is this: who is gonna look funnier, him or Von Helton? I'm guessing he looks like Von Helton's twin brother. That's what I'm guessing.
You know what? I think you stupid man. I'm not really. You know what? I got this certain image in my head of Ronan, man, and I don't want it destroyed. It's taken me a while to put that image in my head, man. If it's any other than what I picture, man, I will be destroyed.
I'm thinking he's like short, bald. I'm thinking that he has virtually every stereotype that people make fun of, and that's why he's such an angry man, you know? Just every single thing that could possibly not be popular just somehow happened to him all at once, you know?
Right. It reminds me of this guy I knew named Electro. That he used to hang around the college, you know, so, you know, he was twice the age of the college students, but he hung around the college because he played guitar and he was a musician. And life didn't treat him well. He never had any money. And you know, and I think I learned he had hepatitis C and this, that, and the other. And he was always complaining about how life had done him. So that's kind of the way I picture of it.
Sure. I'm guessing he's like on a Pentium 2, you know, using, you know, what ME, Windows ME or something, you know.
No, I think he's applied for a government grant and said he was going to go to school, and he's used that grant money to buy. He's got a brand new laptop.
Oh, great.
Doesn't have to pay it back.
How do you, were you like friends with him? So he told you this stuff? How do you even know this stuff? Like his name and all that kind of stuff?
I don't know. No, that's a fake name. I don't know what his
right. Right. But why would he tell you? Why did he, like, you're such enemies with him? I can't imagine he'd tell you any personal information today, right? Or anymore, you know?
No, absolutely. No, this was before things got real bad. He just said a few things.
When you were bamboozled into thinking he was a nice guy or something?
No, I was never bamboozled, but yet things used to be civil until, well, you know, man, I guess okay, here's my version of that. Here's my reply to that. My reply to that is I just sat here and the whole time I just let him rant and rave about all these twisted sister stories of Trump and let him run with it, and I never had a problem.
I see. And as soon as you challenged him and said, hey, wait a minute, it's like this, You became the bad crazy guy. Like yesterday, when I offered him to Google something, pick any web page he want, and we'll go look at it together. And all of a sudden, I'm a stupid man, and we don't need to worry about the evidence anymore. That kind of thing.
I mean, you know.
Well, see, I never did that at all.
I will say this, man. Before he got so, but you know, he'd go, "You're such a stupid man." No, but
now, are you putting that in the creativity column? By the way, I want to know.
I love the switcheroo he does though to try to get his blood pressure back down. He goes, "You're such a stupid man." But I'm going to now talk like this, and I want you to know that.
All right, let's play who can do the best Ronan impression. You're getting pretty good at it. I'm gonna have to start practicing and keep up. Okay. Stupid man. Nah, I wasn't very good.
Okay, D's, give it a try.
I can't even begin to do it, man. You killed it right off the bat, man.
You did, man.
Let me help you, D's. Take your 2 fingers and grab your tongue and then do it.
Nah. I ain't gonna harass old boy like that, man.
Well, we're not harassed. He can't. He's got us on mute, dude. He can't even listen to us. You know,
he doesn't have a problem posting about Henhouse Mountain and Dimwit Mountain, man.
Exactly.
We have fun with all that shit, though. It's cool.
Yeah, it is cool. It can stay cool. Stupid man.
Damn, you sound just like him, Holmes.
You know what gets me is he gets so upset about being interrupted, and his explanation for when he interrupts is it's okay because he's just getting you back. It's like, what the fuck mindset is that? You know?
Right. Oh yeah. Basically everything he says about everybody, everything he says you're doing, he's the one doing it, and
right.
Always it's kind of crazy. That's why I just nickname it fruitcake or either twisted sister.
You stupid man. I'm made of rubber. You're made of glue. What you say to me bounces off me and sticks to you.
Right. That's pretty good. Yeah. That's a good one.
Hey, man. At least Ronan is rigid, man. He's not going to change. He's going to be just what he's being, and he has his place in this thing, and that's just how it is. So he's not going to change. You can bitch and all.
See, I guess what I'd say to that is you might have said the same thing about me 6 months ago in the flat earth room. Oh, that's just Richard. He's going to, yell and scream and not tolerate this and that and get all upset and all that. But it's not true. I did change. I'm completely different than I was in the flat earth rooms. I still opinionated and I still this and that. But I'm not going to go out on a limb and just, pick somebody that's really set in their ways and say they can't possibly change. I'll open the door to say, I don't know. He could very well change. I wouldn't be surprised if he did. You can't be that fucked up. You can't look at somebody that fucked up and not at least acknowledge the possibility he might be less fucked up a month from now.
But the thing is, he says he will not change, and he doesn't. So it's either accept him, don't talk to him. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I know what you mean. But I'm gonna at least give humanity credit enough to hope that it's possible he does change, and I hope he does for his own sake. I don't care. It doesn't affect me.
It's good to give will to humanity, but he ain't human, man.
Yeah. He's part of that shape-shifting alien Anunnaki stuff, I think.
Well, yeah, when I first sat down tonight, I saw, what did he say? It was about the Trump press conference. He said Trump's focusing on still talking, something to the nature of still talking about Hillary. He needs to be focusing on his job. You see the spin? Here's the truth. he had to have that press conference to address all the spin shit that the media was doing and saying and printing and reporting.
Absolutely. And he swallowed all that shit they posted, hook, line, and sinker. You know, he believes General Flynn lied when he just omitted something. He thought that Jared Kushner, well, it was nepotism because he was a paid advisor, and everything he came out with the other day was actually, it was all false, but he actually wasn't doing it to troll. He believed the bullshit the media put out that was all completely wrong. He just refuses to acknowledge he could ever possibly be wrong about anything. So he didn't say, wait a minute, maybe I better pay more attention to these guys.
Right.
You know?
See, okay, and sticking to that subject, when that first happened and Kirshner, you know, I already knew he wasn't getting paid. That was the biggie, okay? And we started to talk about that one night here right when it happened. And I said, okay, Ronan, well, if you think that's the way it is, then, okay, next subject, you know, because, I mean, in other words, for someone to change, that's one thing, okay? I don't ever expect that. But when you...
Well, did you know that he actually went to I told him, Google it, and I'll pick any page. I let him pick the news page. We went to it.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So he actually did do that and admit that he was wrong about that. But then when it came to the General Flynn thing, he just couldn't be wrong twice in a row, and he had to freak out. He just wouldn't do. Right. Once I taught him that if you follow Richard to a web page, he'll prove you were wrong, he realized he better not ever do that again. You know?
Well, then he had to latch out. You stupid, stupid man.
And what really cracks me up is you told him that he's driven by ignorance and fear. And what does he call you now? Buddy W, driven by ignorance and fear. And I'm flabbergasted. You say he's creative. All he does is copycat what other people say about him and apply it back to them. He didn't think, why is that creative? He didn't think of any of that.
Well, in a corrupt way, he's creative. In other words, so we've been talking about him changing. Well, he's not going to change, but to me, anyone who gets slapped in the face with hardcore facts and still denies it, well, then it goes to a new degree. In other words, it's because he hates Trump. It's as simple as that.
Right.
He hates Trump. And for what all his reasons are, every fact that is, but yet he's the guy that talks about, I go by the facts and I go by the law and I go by the facts. And if you don't like it, you know.
That's bizarre, dude. When everything he has to say is news spin. It's not fact anyway. So
right. And then when you go to the same page he is, and you sit right there, and then his last resort is to take one word or semicolon and right on that. You remember the other night when I said, well, I don't know what the real number is, Ronan. He stuck to that 93 million. He wouldn't let it go.
Well, that's why I called him pedantic, because that's the definition of pedantic, you know. It's
right. But anyway, yeah, I wish he'd come up on the panel and just say, you know, something of.
Well, I wish he'd come up and call me a stupid man so I could practice mimicking him again.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it down. I need to hear it a few more times myself. There's a certain lisp in there I don't have right yet, but I'm working on it. I can go back and listen to that, and actually I did when I got up this morning. I actually went back. I said, you know, I bet that's a pretty damn good recording, all in all. And I went back and started listening to it, man. Every time I heard him go, you stupid man. Every time I heard that, I was like, man, that reminds me of a cartoon. Who was that guy on that cartoon that talked like that? I can't remember what his, but it's a cartoon.
Kind of a Porky Pig, isn't it?
Well, no, it was
no.
Can't remember what cartoon, but man, that vocal when he did that and he got real irate. You stupid man. Who was that cartoon? God, I'll remember it. I'll remember it. But it sounds just like that cartoon.
I think I'm gonna do is I'm going to go ahead and take your tack. And what I'm just going to do, instead of booting him from now on, I'm just going to interrupt him with every single sentence when he talks and drive him crazy. That's what instead of booting him, I'm going to do what you do and just have fun with him, you know, because I kind of did that last night. I egged him on by, you know, interrupting him when he said an interrupt, blah, blah, blah. I just interrupted him every time he used the word interrupt, you know.
What I see going on is when you really get down to the actual facts of the matter, that's what triggers him worse than anything else, because then he knows he's caught.
Right, exactly. Absolutely. Yeah, he just makes, you know, like like Hank came in here earlier, you know, he tries to rattle on a bunch of bullshit, and I stop immediately and say, hey, wait a minute, what evidence do you have for the first thing you said? And that's what I do with Ronan, because it only takes, you know, one sentence before he says something wrong, and I cut him right up, say, hey, wait a minute, let's back up, and can you demonstrate that to be true? And he just goes crazy about the interrupting, because he doesn't want to have to demonstrate his ignorant ass nonsense is demonstratable. It's not demonstrable because it's wrong, you know.
Hey, I'm reading in the chat right now. He's got it pretty much right. So let's see. Yeah, that's it right there. You're stupid man. It's THT, exactly. You stupid man.
There you go. You stupid man. No, I'm not very good at it. I got it. Come on, Ronan. Come on in here and call me stupid again. I'll interrupt you once if that's what it takes. It's okay. I don't mind interrupting you. Come on. Come talk to us, Ronan. We love you. We really do.
See, now he's got something to run with a little bit instead of posting all this ridiculous dimwit mountain and henhouse mountain bullshit. He said, see, you see how they're criticizing me? That's not an alpha male.
Oh my God. He's so self-absorbed. It's like, you know, does Richard sit in here complaining about, you know, it's just, he's so, you know, everything is about how other people treat me. And it's like, I could sit here complaining about the last 3 chatters and how they didn't treat me well and how they should treat me better. And if they were real people, they would have treated me. It's like he's part of the me generation, but he's really much older than that. That's why I say he's, you know, mentally challenged and acts much younger than he should. Everything with him is me.
Yeah. Hey, let me just
and here's a guy who's answering questions in the room who claims not to be listening, by the way. He just mentioned self-absorbed, but claimed he wasn't listening. Proving he's a big, fat, fucking liar again.
Yeah, exactly. Let's take that one sentence. How can I be self-absorbed when they keep bringing my name up? Let me ask you guys a question since I got in here late. I can almost, I mean, you know, I know him like the back of my hand now because it's every day. So, let's see. Weak, the word does not do them justice. The word. Now, before I got here, Deez, you were here before me, and Richard, you were here before me. I'm just going to make a wild guess, since I wasn't here, that all he was posting is stuff about dimwit, henhouse mountain, and Trump spins, and all of that stuff. Am I correct or am I wrong for one?
For the last 4 hours, and the last 4 hours until just recently, we've had a whole bunch of conversations with Crypt and with Jose and blah, except for this short little interlude with Armando who was complaining that I kicked him again, you know. But no, it's really only about Ronan when the other interesting things of the day, we've already explained to each other our day and what's going on, and we run out of things to talk about. Then we sort of look at the chat, and of course the first thing you're going to see is stupid man and this and that. So for him to say that it's not all about him is nonsense. All he's doing is posting things about how other people treat him, and we're just talking about this shit in text, you know. That's all.
Yeah, I just, you know, I mean, if you're gonna talk facts and law all the time, why would you be so, you know, little-minded to come in here and post all day long negative things about people, and then wait until they finally lash back and then say, look, they're talking about me. They're talking about me.
Exactly. And the funny thing is he does that when he claims he has the room on mute. So it's not as though he could claim that he's responding to things people are talking about. What he's doing is, like you said, he posts post after post after post while he's not listening to try to goad somebody into responding to him. And then he cries like a little baby. Oh, see, they're picking on me, Armando. I'm the whipping boy. Can you imagine a guy who's just spent 5 hours insulting people, who has the audacity to tell the owner of the channel that he's the whipping boy?
Yeah. Well, he has to turn around.
That is just bizarre.
Well, he has to turn around and play the victim role. That's what all those damn dimwits out there are doing in protest too. They put the victim role. But
right,
you know, it is bizarre, and you know, hey, it is what it is. And
yeah,
and but I know what it all boils down to. He's just jealous of Trump, and anybody who defends any good thing that Trump does, you know, he can't talk to you no more. Now you're on the no-fly zone with the motherfucker. You know what I mean?
Well, anybody that asks for him to provide some sort of reference for what he's talking about is going to be on the no-fly zone.
Right.
What he wants the same thing as flat earthers, which is to be able to spew anything they want and have it go unchallenged. And it's not so much about spewing anything they want, it's they believe it should go unchallenged. And anybody that challenges it is a stupid, stupid, stupid man.
Right. And you're condescending. It's predictable. It's predictable. You stupid, stupid man.
You're getting better. I like it. Yeah.
You savage. You savage. It was savage last week.
Nobody gives a fuck, Ronan. You don't need to talk to us. Don't be talking to us 1 minute and then the next minute say, "Oh, see, they said something bad." Blah, 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 blah. Just go fuck yourself, dude. Get the fuck out of here. You know. You want to sit in here and post? You know, if we counted them up, there'd probably be 800 insults to other people, and you haven't said one nice thing about anybody except trying to kiss people's asses when they come in the room by saying hello, hoping that they'll buddy up to you. 500 posts of bullshit. You can't just say, oh, gee, I think I'll be a nice guy and people will be nice to me now. You fucking fell through the ice. You're a complete fucktard, and nobody wants you here anymore except for other fucktards.
Wow,
Get used to it. Go fuck yourself and get out of here. Armando, you know what's really funny? I don't know if you're here, but Armando said, hey, you ought to go easy on Ronan, just as Ronan was typing another paragraph of insults. And as Armando posted that, Ronan didn't read it quick enough and hit the key. And I posted right after, Ronan just answered the question for me about why that would be stupid. You know, just page after page after page of nothing but salacious ad hominem attacks out of this guy. And then he thinks that people aren't going to get sick of it and tell him to go fuck himself permanently. It's just ridiculous. Nobody fucking cares what you think about stupid man. We're making fun of you, you ignorant fuck. Just get out of here and go away.
And the thing about it is that ad hominem thing, that was his classic word about 2 weeks ago. That was his favorite word.
What an ignorant fuck. You know, just ignorant.
But
no, and here's something interesting. He thinks that it matters if somebody's alpha or beta anyway. Nobody gives a fuck if anybody's alpha or beta. What they care about are their facts correct and is their conversation interesting. No, he's hoping to be the alpha guy, thinking other people care. I don't care if somebody thinks I'm alpha or beta. What I care about is the content of the conversation accurate and interesting.
And neither of those two important words, accurate and interesting, can you provide. All you provide is ad hominem attacks, Mr. Kadushi.
Right, but he's going to say that you're the one doing it to him.
Right. Well, whatever. That's, people can figure that out all by them fucking selves. You know, they don't need me.
Yeah.
They don't need me to see every one of his salacious things, just post after post after post with nothing nice to say about anybody. You know?
Yeah. I've actually sat down here in the mornings and he'll already be in here posting stuff about this. There you go. Cacklers on Henhouse Mountain.
Yeah.
They invest in fellowship tattoos.
We might. And would that make you jealous and angry if some people made a fellowship and got tattoos because you wouldn't be invited, Ronan?
Right. It just,
I mean, what's the point of even saying that? You know, yeah, maybe we will, and that'd be a great thing if we got a fellowship and got some tattoos. Why is that some sort of insult to you? Let me tell you why. The reason it's an insult to you is because you will never develop a friend that would want to have a tattoo with you. That's why you think that's an insulting thing to say.
Right. But I've actually sat here, gotten a coffee, sat down, and while I'm drinking my coffee and getting awake, bam, bam, just persecuting me, right? Bam,
right,
bam,
right.
bam, 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 bam. And I'm not even in the chat room yet. Bam, bam. And then I'll go in and say one negative thing. See, look what he's doing to me. Look what he's doing to me.
Well, you can see, here's something else that's bizarre and weird. You can see what he's doing is he's cutting and pasting. So what he has is his notebook pad out with all his insults, and he goes through in a rotating order, cutting and pasting and posting them in the room. That's what he does. Imagine your life sitting behind the computer, cutting and pasting insults because you have nothing better to do, and every once in a while, you know, typing something in the room, hoping nobody notices that you're cutting and pasting most of the time. Have you noticed that? Most of his posts are simply the same regurgitated cut and paste.
Yeah. Hey, let me ask you something. How do they do that space in the chat with nothing there? How does that happen? You see that space in between LaSurge and Ronan, and then in between Rash and LaSurge?
He just hit enter too many times and made a, you know what I mean? You just, in the comment you're making, let me see if I can do it. Oh, wait a minute. Like, no, that didn't do it. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I've tried to figure that one out. That's rather strange.
I've noticed that when I make wah, if I make wah long enough, sometimes I'll get that. So it might be if you.
Richard, your mic went out for a minute. Okay, it's back.
Yeah, he's all right.
Yeah, I don't know. And by the way, that wah wasn't directed towards you, Kadushi. I was trying to make a double space. Yeah. I hope you don't mind if I call you Kadushi, because you're a douchebag, and it kind of rhymes with the second part of the two parts of your stolen name from other people, because you're a lying scumbag who wants to pretend like he's using his real name while he stole two names from two other people, because you're a fucking asshat. Anyway,
hey, that's an interesting concept too, because there's a yellow Ronin in the room, and he's always saying that yellow Ronin stole his name. So I don't know what that's all about. I never figured that.
Yeah, he didn't know. The yellow Ronin's a clone that just likes giving him shit, you know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But the yellow Ronin's not even pretending to be the actual Ronin. He just made that name to fuck with him. You know?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, cool.
Yeah. It's one of his many fans, I suppose.
I'm gonna make a coffee. Dees, you want any, Richard?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and run up to the store, and I'm getting to the point now where I want to quit so bad that I have to walk 100 yards to get a cigarette, and I only buy one, and it really does keep me from smoking. You know.
That's right. They sell the singles over there on the counter.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm relegating, and I do this every once in a while, and then I feel bad for the lady, because it's like I feel like I'm bothering her 10 times a day over a fucking 2-cent cigarette, but I don't care anymore. If she wants to say something, hey, fucking, you know, you have to buy a whole pack or don't come back, fine. But if she doesn't say something, I don't care anymore, you know.
No, I noticed that most of the counters over there, they're selling the singles. You know, people are hard to
What
make a
gets me
living.
is they also sell them in a little 5-pack. Like if you want to like save a little money and not buy them singly.
Yeah, that's right. They do. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I wish you'd charge like $10 a cigarette, and then I'd really quit. But D's, I'll be right back if you're still there.
Okay, yeah, y'all take a break.
All right, man. You talk to Ronan and you tell him that we.
Okay, well, I don't know if we can get him up here or not, but.
All right, you tell him that Richard and Ronan have turned over a new leaf, and we're gonna be really nice to him.
Okay. Ronan. Ronan might not be in the mood. I know I have to be in the mood.
Hey, D's, you say you fix up houses, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the latest state of the art? Don't they have like an automatic carpet stretcher and stuff now?
I sub that out, man. The only flooring I do is laminate.
Yeah.
I do hardwood, I do pre-finished or the stain, whatever. But yeah, carpet, it's so cheap, man. Carpet's so cheap, it's just easier to sub that out, dude.
Yeah, that was my next question too. You probably sub it out. I figured you probably did. Yeah, one of my tenants, you know, so I let him go ahead and move, and he said, "No, I'll put in new carpet," and he's going to put in the whatever that 20-year stuff is, artificial hardwood, laminate or whatever.
Laminate, yeah.
And I said, okay, cool, I just started thinking, you know, I asked him a couple of, which he's kind of a multi-skilled guy.
Yeah.
He said he used to build houses, but now that he's gotten older, he's driving a truck for a company, and but you know, he said he knew how to do all that. So, but I said, well, man, you know,
well, is he gonna pay for it?
Oh yeah, he's a matter of fact, I just talked to him yesterday. He said he's already putting in the carpet and stuff, and I'm like, damn, what do you got? The old knee kickers or what, man? And so yeah. I didn't.
As far as the laminate goes, man, that stuff's easy to put in. Anybody can do that.
Right. Yeah, that's what I thought. So basically, you just got to really. Do you have to sand your floors first?
No. What you do is you lay down a foam. There's like an 1/8-inch foam that you lay down as a water barrier, and you just snap that stuff together, dude, and it floats on top of the foam. So even if he does, even if he does a bad job at it, you can just snap it up and do away with it. So yeah, if he's gonna pay for it, let him do it, man.
Yeah, well, he wanted to. Well, actually, he wanted me to try to pay for it, and I was like, I gotta I don't know, man. We'll see. And I said, but anyway, he wanted to hurry up and get in, and that kind of thing. So this was several weeks back, and he had to go have heart surgery done too. And I said, okay, so it'll be. And I said, well, I tell you what, man, skip all of this, and I put that whole thing to the side. I said, hey, we'll just handle all that. I say, you're getting ready to have heart surgery. You know, it's going to be at least 6 weeks before you're supposed to do anything under doctor's orders anyway. So,
Yeah.
but it's been about that long now. And so, yeah, I got a call and he said he was putting it in cover. I said, hey, hold on a minute, man. My wife needs to ask you something. And I got off the phone right then because I already told him not to do it until he talked to me, you know.
Yeah. How many rooms of the laminate does he want to do?
He's just going to do the living room, the hallway, and the laundry room, and he's going to put carpet in the bedrooms.
Okay, well, let him, I don't know how the floor panel of the house is, but if you could, let him start off in the hall and then just check it out and see what he's got going on before you buy any more. But the thing is, you can go to a surplus store and you can find that stuff for real cheap, man.
That's right. And I already knew, well, that piece of paper, that's what exactly kind of why I'm talking to you about it. So he brought a piece of paper over here. And, you know, I got some subcontractor buddies, you know, I can call and find out some stuff. And that's exactly what he said he was going to do the first time I talked to him about it. And then he said he couldn't find it, this, that, and the other. And then I said, well, yeah, I tell you what, man. I don't like tying things in together like TPP. Okay?
Right.
I want to take one deal at a time. So let's get everything squared away, and then when it comes time for you to do the floors and the carpets, then we'll work it out. But just make sure you get with me first and tell me what's the price, where you're at, and you know, in other words, I want to be fair. I don't mind paying him to do it, you know, but hey, man, the prices that he had on that paper, I was like, it kind of insulted me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, like I said, man, the laminate is very easy to do. I mean,
I heard it was.
As far as labor goes, it shouldn't be a whole lot to it, man. But what I would do, I give him just a little test run. Say, all right, let's see what you can do, and then you know, let him do it. But the thing is, when you get involved with the renters doing stuff like that, man, then they
always want you to knock off on the rent. And all that stuff.
And it can become a huge issue, man.
I had a clear-cut conversation with him about that exact subject, and I said, I don't have a problem with you doing it, okay? But I want you to know right now, okay, that I want no factors misunderstood from the day you move in, no matter what happens on the side. Heating system, what I don't, you know, damn place is in pretty damn good shape. I don't foresee anything immediate. Brand new roof. I mean, wow, we just did totally restored the place basically, and you know, the floors, it was down to the, you know, that's the last thing you do, and it got down to the floors. Everything else has already pretty much been done, and yeah, I just don't like getting into that tenant doing stuff kind of thing too much.
Yeah, that can be a slippery slope, right?
That's right.
Put it in writing. Whatever you do, you know, just put it in writing.
Yeah. Well, he's, you know, a real good guy. I mean, but hey, that's to keep good guys, right?
Exactly.
That's right.
That's why we put locks on doors.
Keep the honest people out.
There you go.
All right, man. I'll be right back.
All right, man.
I just sat down. The matching tattoo of tacklers on In-House Mountain can ink on their arm.
Yeah, I just made a cigarette and I just came, sat back down, and just that shit cracked me up, man.
Yeah.
Dude's funny, man. I like Rock, man. I ain't gonna lie, he's funny, man.
Well, I would have to lie to say the same thing you just said. I can't lie about it. I don't like him at all. I'm sorry.
I understand that. That's cool. We all have our own personalities, man.
Yeah, it's kind of like trying to get along with an ex-wife. I just don't like him.
Dude, you really don't find him just repetitive and boring? I mean, when he says the same cut and paste in the room over and over and over, you think that equates to funny? I mean, seriously, dude? I mean, come on.
Well,
I mean, the
thing is,
cacklers and
Richard,
posting the cacklers in Henhouse Mountain to
Yeah.
people in the room over and over and over when the people he's posting about aren't even there reading it. That's funny.
Yeah, I think what Dave is saying is when he changes his copy and paste and reads it, you know, a new one after the first 5 minutes. No, I don't know, man.
well, the thing is, Richard, I accept it for what it is, and I just, I trust so much now that and Ronan, he can come off with some good shit, man. I mean, I don't find it offensive. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't find it offensive either. I find it like pathetic and sad, and I feel bad for the guy and want to help him. I just don't. If I thought it was funny or insulting or something like that, I wouldn't really even care. I mean, it's like D-Beck, right? D-Beck's really salacious, kind of nasty to me. He'll boot me and stuff like that. But D-Beck is also an intelligent, normal kind of person to a point. So I don't even have a problem at all with D-Beck. But he's, in a way, he's worse. But he's not like repetitive and sad and pathetic. He's just does, he just does what he does. Like you accept Ronan, I accept D-Beck. But no, I can't accept a guy that spends literally 5 hours insulting people that aren't even there to read what he has to say. It's just, it's sad and pathetic. It makes me want to try to help him change his behavior, really. That's how I feel about that.
Good luck with that, Richard.
That's cool, man. The way I look at it, man, is if the shit is funny, it's funny. I have no, I have no, I don't know what you call it, anything held up where this is the standard that we keep. You know what I mean? If
sure.
Funny, when you came in here, Richard, when you started that wah shit and the laughing, dude, my sides were busted, man.
Yeah,
so
and it's almost to the point now where I realize that that's so repetitive that I should just stop doing it. I've made my point already. There's no point in keeping on. That's why I brought up if you want fries with your wham burger thing to some other guy that was whining.
Yeah, however, I did hear you one time, Deez. He triggered you. You said, Ronan, you got your head so far stuck up your ass.
Yes, I did, man. Yes, I did. But
hey, man, it is what it is. I mean,
I admit it. He triggered the fuck out of me when I first started coming in there with that Luke 19 shit, and I had to get over that, man. I'm a Christian, and
I was impressed how quick he added you to Henhouse Mountain.
Well,
he added you to Henhouse Mountain. I'll bet he takes that back and sucks up to you because you're sort of in the middle, and he's not. He wants you to be his buddy.
No, he gave Deez an ultimatum.
You kiss my ass, you suck my ass, or I'm not going to be your friend. Is that what he said?
Yeah, in a nutshell, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, I came out. I told Ronan, I'm like, you will never put me in Henhouse Mountain, man, because you can't. If I might put myself there if I get to feeling crazy and shit, but yeah.
Well, that's what he's gonna. That's what he. Yeah, that's he's gonna lead you down the path.
Well, that's exactly it. That's why you know, I just boot him from the room because I'm not going to let him get me crazy. I'm not going to give him satisfaction, you know.
Yeah, look
He
how
can type all the crazy shit he wants in the room, and I don't. It's like right now he's probably typing crazy shit in the room. I don't even have the text open. I'm not reading it. I don't give a flying fuck. So who's he talking to? Himself, or trying to convince other people, or you know, why? I don't
Well, now he's saying what we said about him after 5 hours of typing, and they keep,
right, of course,
they keep obsessing. Tell me about repetitive. They go on and on. And
of course.
Guys, we are going on and on and on. I mean,
we are.
Yeah.
Ronan, I'm made of rubber, you're made of glue. What you say about me bounces off me and sticks to you. I'm going to go down to his level and bring back all these elementary school bus expressions. That's what he's using.
well,
all right, hey, let's play a game. We can flip a coin. I'm going to flip a coin, and you can choose, and the winner gets to choose, do they want to be Ronan, or do they want the other guy to be Ronan? Because since he won't come in, one of us needs to be Ronan because he's such a great guy. What do you think? You want to play, buddy?
He's scared. He's scared.
Yeah, I know it. He's a shy man. You know, he was probably stuffed in lockers and was one of those 30-year-old virgin guys that had to take one of the classes from one of those girls to teach him how to approach women, you know, and yeah, he's scared, you know that, you know, of course he is. Yeah. The thing that's funny is the reason he got so angry with us is he used to monopolize voice and chat, and that's why he wanted to try to drive us out so he could continue to monopolize voice. And he thinks he's winning now by letting us do what he really wants to do, whilst he sits in text writing, you know, endless numbers of insults we're not reading. I really don't see that as a win in his column. I really don't.
Yeah, it's a never-ending road to nowhere. That's where he's at.
It is. It's a never-ending cut and paste insults nobody reads anymore. You know, that's the thing. If we, you know, it's like when we get bored, okay, let's go look at the text. You just know the moment you click on the text, it's wide enough and long enough, so there's going to be some sort of run on at the mouth, you know, Ronan Kanushi post in there. You know what I mean? It's funny, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Deez, that was interesting for you to tell me about the foam under that. The truth is, I've never watched one of those laminated floors be laid before, so I didn't really know what the process was. That's why I asked you about that.
They foam the floor and then plop the stuff on top. Is that what they do?
That's what Deez is saying.
Well, I believe him. He's a home flipper.
It's a water barrier is what it is, but it's also a cushion. So when you walk on it, it kind of feels kind of like carpet. You know what I mean?
It gives.
Yeah.
Spongy.
Yeah, it's not nailed down. It's all just snapped together and it floats, man.
Okay, so I was thinking it was like spongy sort of glue, but that's not it at all. Huh?
It sits on top of that. It's kind of like the, you know, they put the backing down on carpet.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it gives you the soft. You're not stepping right on the floor. It's the same principle, but it's a little.
Do they have different levels of quality like they do for the backing of carpet, or is it all the same?
Yes, they do. But
okay. Of course, are the expensive versions even worth it, or are they just a robbery?
No, it's been my experience that any of it works, man. You could even put tar paper down for a moisture barrier, but you won't get the cushion that you do from that foam. You know what I'm saying?
Why do you need a moisture barrier?
That's standard. That's standard practice, man.
Is that what it is on the backing of carpet too? Is that designed as a moisture barrier?
No, carpet's different. The moisture will move out through the carpet.
Okay. Okay. So is it? So I'm kind of stupid here. Is it because you might spill a drink on the floor, or is it for some other reason?
No. It's as the temperature in the house fluctuates.
That's right.
The humidity fluctuates, and the moisture needs to move somewhere. And what that barrier does, it stops it from moving up into the laminate or the hardwood.
Okay. I got you.
So-
I got you. Okay. I got you. Yeah, you wouldn't want a layer of water underneath your wood, your any kind of anything. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, whether it really does any good or not, who knows, man.
Right.
You know, they've got this Tyvek or Typar house wrap they're putting on all the houses here.
Right. I've seen that before.
Right, and as far as I'm concerned, that's a waste of money, man.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I didn't even know what it. As far as I'm concerned, what it's good for is a wind barrier. You know what I mean? It's just some little bit more insulation. That's how I look at it. You know?
Right. That's what it's supposed to be for.
Is
It's
it?
not
Okay.
waterproof. It's supposed to stop drafts from coming in the house. How the hell is a draft going to come in the house when you've got all your, you know, you could put OSB up on the framed walls, or you can put this shiny aluminum face stuff. How's draft going to go through that, man?
It's just another product. I mean, think of all the, you know, nonsense products in the world that people sell, that people buy, that are just completely unnecessary nonsense. You know, I mean, I go to the grocery store to buy a sponge, and it's like the gift card section. There's like 16 million different options of sponge, and like some of them are, you know, special sponges that are more expensive than the other. I just need a fucking sponge, you know, to wash off my Teflon plate. I don't need a special kind of sponge to get the job. You know what I'm saying? There's just all kinds of ridiculous stuff in the world. You know?
Yeah. But you know, back to Ronan, I'm just joking. He typed in, let's see how long it takes the cacklers to bring in House Mountain up again.
Right. Once again, it's me. I told you, you can't click that room without seeing a me post, and I'm not even looking at it, so I wouldn't know. You're the one that said so. I'll take your word for it. But I got no interest in going in there and read, because quite frankly, almost 99% of the people in text are just ad hominem attack people. And what gets me is not only are they ad hominem attack people, but they don't have the nerve to come in and talk like a man. They got the nerve to hide behind a keyboard like a little pussy and give disparaging insults to people for hours and hours and hours on end. It's just ridiculous. We may make some disparaging insults, but most of the time we're having an interesting discussion about laminate flooring or this or that or what, you know, our lives and our stories. And, you know, God damn, I just couldn't imagine just hours and hours and hours of typing disparaging comments with other people typing disparaging comments. Me. Wait, oh, let's see how long it takes them to talk about me. And then when you happen to mention the comments, oh, see, they're talking about me, and I didn't have anything to do with it. You know, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, I just mentioned it because it was funny. You know what I'm saying?
Was it? Okay. Yeah, it was. Yeah, that was funny, actually, now that you mentioned it. I can see the humor in that. See, you're laughing at him. You're not laughing with him. You know what I mean?
I'm laughing because the shit's funny. Just like when you say it's funny. I'm gonna fucking
laugh. Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't get so pedantic about why you're laughing. As long as you're laughing, that's a good thing, you know?
Exactly. It's a good thing, man.
Right. It is. It is good.
And that kind of eases, you know what I mean? Kind of eases the atmosphere if you can laugh about it, man.
Right. So Ronan, excuse me, I'm sorry. Don't cut my head off or anything there, buddy. I didn't call you Ronan for a second. But what do you suppose the opposite of Henhouse Mountain would be? Exactly what location do you suppose Ronan and his sissy ass typing is typing away from? What location would Ronan be in? If we're in Henhouse Mountain, you know, he must be in some sort of ghetto in the inner city at the bottom of Henhouse Mountain, don't you think?
Yeah, shit shithole ghetto in the
hood. So Ronan is now
Hey, guys.
relegated to the opposite of Henhouse Mountain, of course, because he's so much opposite of us and better than us that he must be at the bottom of the mountain with the poor people, because we all know that the rich people are living up on the side of the hill, of course. You know, the rich, educated, smart people aren't at the bottom of the mountain where Ronan is. So Ronan is in we're on Shithole Avenue in Kadushi Ghetto. Is that what you said? Something of that nature?
It was shithole ghetto in the hood.
Shithole Ghetto in the hood. All right. Ronan and his salacious, never-ending, insulting buddies are in Shithole Ghetto in the hood. I can go with that. That sounds good.
Yeah.
I was gonna, I think we should, he's in Shithole Ghetto in the hood, but I'm guessing he's in the, in order to get there, he takes the special bus to the nursery school where he's at the little tiny desk, the kindergarten desk, typing on his new laptop, Imagine, picture that. Picture the picture you got of Ronan in your mind, and he's sitting at one of those little tiny school children desks, in Shithole Ghetto in the hood, on his new laptop, thinking he's all that in a bag of chips,
In a bag of chips. Yeah, oh man.
He's the man, he's on his new laptop, and it's all those other disparaging people that are forcing him to type insult after insult. And it's not his fault, because them guys down there in Shithole Ghetto in the hood, they got it going on, man. Those guys up there at the top of the mountain, why, they're the assholes. They got nothing going on.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask a real stupid question. Can somebody pull up on their computer? What exactly does the word hobbit mean?
It's a character in the book, The Hobbit. It's some weird, you ever seen like the weirdo looking dude when they do the trailers for The Hobbit?
Yeah.
Well, that's a hobbit. What do you want from me? You want the whole book? You want the 3,000 page explanation of the whole book, or what?
Just that when I heard that word hobbit today, I thought to myself, hobbit. I remember they made a Honda Hobbit moped.
Right.
And I started, so what is the word? So hobbit actually means
all right, I'm Googling hobbit, Wikipedia. Here we go. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Hobbits are fictional, diminutive humanoid race who inhabits the land of Middle Earth in J.R.R. Tolkien's fiction. They are also, that's interesting, also referred to as halflings. That's a very good term for Ronan. This is the half part of it.
What is halflings?
It's a synonym for hobbit. Hobbits first appeared in the novel The Hobbit, whose titular hobbit is the protagonist Bilbo Baggins. Let me scroll down and see appearance. Here's you go. In the blah blah blah, hobbits are between 2 and 4 feet, 0.61 to 1.22 meters tall. The average height being 3 feet 6 inches. It kind of sounds like maybe Ronan is a hobbit. They dress in bright colors, favoring yellow and green. Nowadays, they are usually shy, like they're afraid to come and chat in chat rooms, but are nevertheless capable of great courage and amazing feats under proper circumstances, which of course will never happen in Ronan's case. They are adept with slings and throwing stones. Wow, does that sound like Ronan? Adept at throwing stones. I like it. For the most part, they cannot grow beards because they're wussies, apparently. But a few of the race of Stoor can. Well, he's obviously not of the race of Stoor. Their feet are covered with curly hair, usually brown, as the hair on their heads, with leathery soles. Most hobbits hardly ever wear shoes because, of course, in Shithole Ghetto, you can't afford them.
The race's average life expectancy is 100. We're gonna have to listen to this motherfucker till he's 100 years old. Oh my God. Two hobbits, Bilbo Baggins and the Old Took, oh my God, are described as living to the age of 130. I hope he isn't related to those motherfuckers. Although Bilbo's long lifespan, that's because he has the ring. You probably heard of the ring associated with hobbits. Hobbits are considered to come of age. Oh, here we go. On their 33rd birthday, a 50-year-old hobbit would be regarded as entering middle age. Do you want me to keep going on or shut up? It goes on for a little bit more.
Well, that's just unbelievable. Well, I never really knew the exact definition of a hobbit.
Well, it goes on. Let me finish and get to this. Hobbits are not quite as stocky as similar sized dwarves because they're shy and wussies, I guess. But anyway, but still tend. Oh, here's something interesting. They still tend to shout with slightly pointed ears. Stout. I'm sorry, I need my glasses. Tolkien did not describe the Hobbit's ears in The Hobbit or The Lord of the Rings, but in a 1938 letter, he described them as having ears only slightly pointed and elvish. Tolkien describes hobbits thus: I picture a fairly human figure, not a kind of fairy rabbit, as some of my British reviewers seem to fancy. Fattish in the stomach, shortish in the leg, a round, jovial face, ears only slightly pointed and elvish, hair short and curling brown, the feet from the ankles down covered with brown, hairy fur, clothing green velvet breeches, red or yellow waistcoat, brown or green jacket, gold or brass buttons, a dark green hood and cloak belonging to a dwarf. Evidently, they're thieves as well and steal the dwarf's clothing. Do you want to hear about their lifestyle? Or you want me to shut the fuck up about hobbits already? Okay. Let's see. Hobbits as fond of unadventurous, bucolic, and simple life, of farming, eating, and socializing. I believe that Ronan may actually be a descendant of a hobbit. Although capable of defending their homes if the need arises, they would enjoy 6 meals a day if they could have them. They were often described as enjoying simple food, though this seems to be an Oxfordshire style, such as cake, bread, meat, potatoes, ale, and tea. They claim to have it. They claim, so they're obviously saying that they lie a lot. They claim to have invented the art of smoking pipeweed, and according to a couple of books, it can be found all over Middle Earth. The hobbits of Shire developed the custom of giving away on their birthdays instead of receiving them, I guess because they're ass-sucking bitch boys, although the custom was not universally followed among other hobbit cultures or communities. They use the term Mathom for old and useless objects, which are invariably given as presents many times over. So evidently, Ronan and his kin take useless objects and recirculate them through their family as gifts, as a tradition. Why doesn't that surprise me? Or are stored in a museum. Some hobbits live in hobbit holes or simals, traditional underground homes found in hillsides, downs, and banks. Like all hobbit architecture, they are notable for their round doors and windows. The hobbits had a distinct calendar. Every year started on Saturday and ended on Friday, with each of the 12 months consisting of 30 days. Some special days did not belong to any month. Yule 1 and 2, New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, and 3 Lithe days in midsummer. Every 4th year there was an extra Lithe day, most likely as an adaptation similar to leap year, to ensure the calendar remained in sync with the seasons. And evidently there is fictional history involved with these apparently real relatives of Ronan. But if you like, I'll go on. There's more.
that gives me more. I like the part of it as far as living in the side of a mountain and the holes and stuff, and say rounded windows.
Yeah, so well, it seemed to me like the shithole in the ghetto is actually sort of down at the bottom of the hill. They hollow it out a little bit and live in the dirt, apparently. Yeah.
Interesting. I'm going to remember this word, hobbit.
Yeah. Yeah, there's quite the quite an amount of information to do with these little devils. I'm sure Armando would call them little demons. I don't think he would find the Hobbit tale to be very Christian. There are divisions, by the way. I mentioned the Harfoots, and I said they were synonymous with Hobbit, but the Harfoots are the most numerous group and the first to enter Eredor. They were the smallest in stature and the most typical of the race. They had closer relations to dwarves and other hobbits. My wife's here. Say hello, buddy. Say hi, buddy.
Hi, buddy.
I'll put it on mute and everything and talk to my wife. I'll be right back.
Hello.
Hi, buddy.
Very nice to meet you.
Yes, nice to meet you too. How are you?
I am good. I hope you are too.
You don't have to talk slow. She just sounds retarded. She's not. But anyway, I'm going to put the thing on me.
Oh, Richard. Okay. Richard, you're terrible, man.
Okay. Hey, Richard, one question. Is it Bisaya? Is it, I wonder what dialect they are right there. Whether it's Tagalog or Bisaya.
Okay, the Falahides were the least numerous group and the second group to enter Eredor. They were generally fair-haired and tall for hobbits. They were often found leading the other clan of hobbits, or found, leading other clans of hobbits, as they were more adventurous than the other subraces. They preferred the forests that had links with the elves. Tolkien created the name from the archaic meaning of English words fallow and hide, meaning pale skin. So the Fallowhides were pale skin. So now we have the Stewars. The Stewars were the second most numerous group of hobbits and the last to enter Eredor. They were broader than other hobbits. They dwell mostly beside rivers and were the only hobbits to use boats and swim. I'm guessing maybe some of these were Negroes, but anyway. Males were able to grow beards. Tolkien says that they were the less shy of men. Seamagol and Diagol were stewards. Tolkien used an archaic English word stour or stour, which meant strong. There you go. There's more, but I'm getting tired of reading all this, so I'll read it to you here in a while.
That's unbelievable.
Well, you know, those books fucking go on forever, dude. They're big, thick-ass, boring bullshit fantasy books explaining every fucking thing about some bullshit-ass story nobody sensible gives a fuck about. That's why they made a movie out of it, to cut to the fucking chase.
That's right,
yeah. Well, I'm guessing that Ronan is related to the short, stocky, dumb ones that live in the mountainside that can't swim and are shy and stupid. But I could be wrong.
Shy and stupid, it reminds me of somebody. Let me think. So Deez, you still there, man?
Yeah.
Now look, man, no, I'm not even gonna say it. Man.
Did you ask that question because you knew they would sound like Ronan, by the way? Were you baiting me into that or what?
Me?
What?
Me?
Yeah, I'm asking you, did you already know what they were and knew they would sound like Ronan, or is that a surprise?
Oh, hobbits?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to agree that Ronan definitely comes from some sort of hobbit family, don't you? I mean, I would think so.
No, not necessarily.
Well, Buddy's always said he's not exactly human. If not Hobbit, you know what is what I want.
Richard, you're trying to pull me off the path, man.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's on a path trying to run with what did I say again? Shit hole in the ghetto in the hood. Something like
Yep, shithole ghetto in the hood, buried in the side of the mountain because he's a fucking hobbit. How's that?
Yeah, he's trying to run with that plan for a little while, and let him. He needs to run out there a little while, and he'll come back.
I'll be back soon. I'm eating some mangoes. My wife came up to ask me if I wanted some mangoes.
Oh man, I'm addicted to mangoes. Man.
They're good, aren't they?
I need to plug my shit in, but I can't find it.
Nice and juicy and yellow and
Man, I am in. Golly, man. I don't know about you, Richard, but every time I eat mangoes, man, I don't like the green mangoes. The yellow mangoes is what I find so good.
Yeah, those hard mangoes suck ass. The only use I got to that is if I was a kid, is to throw them at cars or something. I got no use for them.
Understand but they love them though, those green mangoes. I just they're sour and bitter.
Yeah. So, geez, something came to mind. I forgot what I was going to ask.
Hey, Richard.
Yes.
Do y'all have purple passion fruits over there?
I think they probably do, but I just thought that was a drink. I didn't even know there was such a thing as a purple passion fruit. I thought it was the name of a drink.
Dude, one purple passion fruit has 95% of your daily fiber.
I see.
Yeah, it's the highest fiber of anything, man.
Is that a good thing, or does it taste like cardboard or something?
Well, I've never tasted one because I can't find one. But yeah, I mean, if I could taste one, I would eat it. You know what I mean?
Sounds to me like it might taste like an enema.
Well, yeah, but 95% fiber, your daily requirement of fiber, man.
Well, I live in Thailand, dude. We don't really need fiber over here because they got like hoses and sprayers on all the toilets, and you're supposed to like spray your asshole out every time you take a shit, I guess. I mean, there's no sign or directions on how to use it, but I'm guessing they want you to take it and basically spray all this water up your asshole and squirt it in the toilet. Is that what you're supposed to do with them, buddy? You've been over here.
Man,
hold on.
I've seen it all over there, Richard. I think you gotta kind of run with it, man.
Never mind.
I never seen any signs at the store saying buy this. It's got a lot of fiber. You need it. It's something that's missing around here anyway. They got hoses in the fucking toilet for God knows what reason.
Yeah, I have high triglycerides in my blood, man, because I have hypothyroidism. And that fiber, man. I mean, I fart like hell all day. I just walk around farting and shit. But the fiber takes care of that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm guessing if you use that hose, you'll be farting once, and that'll be it for the whole day.
I'm guessing you could be right, man.
Well, I never hear any Thai people farting.
Okay. Well, they must not be eating the damn purple passion fruits. I'll be right back. I gotta make a cigarette, man.
All right. Well, I see Wee Mando's back with his Christian postings, which are very handy. You can learn quite a bit from the cut and paste posting of Wee Mando. If I gave a fuck. Hint, hint. Come in a chat room with a bunch of people talking about shoving a hose up their ass
and fucking posting Christian Bible phrases, yeah, that's gonna get you some fucking people repenting and joining your little weirdo club. Good luck with that, wee Mando.
Okay, did somebody Google that shit yet?
Google what? Passion fruit?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
That shit's expensive. I know it is, man, but damn, the benefits.
Huh. Well, it's like you need a lot of fiber because of your hyperglycemic thyroid thing.
Well, I think most of it is because my diet had a lot of fat in it, and I've changed. So I think I'm good without it.
Mm-hmm.
We Mondo back on the job.
I'm thinking I don't have enough marshmallows in my diet because when I blow my 6th load nowadays, there's not a lot of semen that comes out, and I'm pretty sure that semen comes from ground up you eat ground up marshmallows when you're a kid, and you blow really big loads, but then you get older and you stop eating marshmallows, and that's what happens.
That could be true, man. Has your ass got real flat? No comment? Hello? Hello? Uh-oh. Hello? Okay, yeah, I'm lagging or some shit.
Yeah, every once in a while it breaks up on me too. I got in the YouTube thing, it's just running in a big circle. I can see the text, but the YouTube chat thing doesn't even come up at all.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah.
I thought the world had exploded. What's Buddy doing?
There's only 10 people watching the channel. We need to have some kind of big yelling and screaming argument. Maybe we can attract some more people to Armando's channel.
Yeah.
Maybe we should play porn. You think porn would bring more people to your channel, Armando? Porn's pretty popular, you know.
Porn might get him in trouble.
Really?
Yeah. If we could get Ronan up
here. Well, that'll do it. Boy, the channel will be flocking in with people then.
I'm right, man.
You know, he'd enlighten everybody with the latest spin from the. Here's something I thought of last night. Do you know why there's nothing called alt left?
Why is that?
Because every single thing they have to say is bullshit. So it's all alt left. That's why with the right wing, you know, the crazy people are off in this fucking way right field, and there's a whole bunch of sensible people. With the left, every one of them agree on every one of this crazy ass bullshit points that they make. Nobody ever argues as, oh, wait a minute, you know, that fake news is a bunch of bullshit. You know, whether it's PBS and MSNBC and all the left-wing people all have the exact same fucking talking points. They're never going to disagree with each other. So they're all the same, and there's no reason to have an alt because it's all alt, you know.
Yeah, they plan it like that. They got it worked out like that, man.
That's why Ronan's so confused. You know, he reads the headlines, you know, that's really my problem, is that it's not, if you actually read the entire article in fake news, oftentimes, you know, they use the word lie and General Flynn, and that's what you see. But if you actually read the article,
you know, the word lie in General Flynn, the exact sentence as well. General Flynn made an omission. He didn't actually lie, but the headline, you know, reads something like, well, here's an article about General Flynn and lying. You know, it's just, that's how people like Ronan get so confused. They just read, they skim over the article. And when you do that, you come away with something completely different than what the article from the left is even saying anyway. That's the problem with it's fake headlines I don't like, not really the news articles themselves.
Yeah, that's like CNN. They were, you know, the headline little thing under where they're talking is like, Flynn lies to Pence. You know, he's wasn't honest with Pence, and Pence is pissed off, and so you get part of the story. If you go somewhere else, you get another take on it. If you go somewhere else, you get another take on it. So what I do is I just come in here and y'all will tell me all about it.
Why don't people, I mean, I guess maybe they don't have microphones. I went for a while without a microphone, but you know, everybody's got a cell phone nowadays. I was like the last fucker on the whole planet to buy one. So why don't they come in at least on a site like Jay Tudor? You know, he used to like to come in and give me shit, you know, verbally on the deal. I bet you Jonathan's got a mic, you know, Will Durant. You know, why don't these folks come on in and talk? I think what it is the owner of the channel, either Armando or perhaps Armando Jr., I don't know, is setting a bad example to the other children by not coming in and talking. That's what it is. Armando, you're setting a bad example for the children by not demonstrating that talking verbally is a good idea. That's the problem.
Yeah, Armando's promoting. He left the rest of it up to you, man.
Well, you know, I'm not too good at getting people in to chat with me. I think I have an abrasive personality. A polite way to say it. It's possible.
Yeah.
I've been told that once or twice.
Yeah, well, you know, the no filter thing, but it'll all kind of mesh into something beautiful. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it'll mesh into one of those paintings you see that look like the artist took 22 cans of paint and threw them against the wall and tries to sell it for $100 grand, you know?
Right. You just have to be able to discern the beauty in it.
Right. And what they say is, well, if you know, if you can't see the artisticness of it, you're a dumbass. And, you know, then they insult you, you know, into thinking it's worth something and you should buy it when it's just some idiotic, you know, attempt to throw paint against a piece of paper, you know? Yeah,
Right.
that kind of art just cracks me up because some really rich motherfucker is going to buy it and think they, you know, got value for their money somehow, you know, when their 2-year-old kid, you know, they could have given their 2-year-old kid a bunch of, you know, balloons filled with paint and accomplished the same thing, you know?
Right. And then the thing is, 20 years later, they'll figure out they ain't got shit, man.
I'm telling you. Or you know, the opposite will happen. It'll fucking go up 10 times in value, you know, because the guy hung himself or something, you know?
Yeah, you never know, man.
I'm telling you. You know, you know that famous graffiti artist? I forget his name, but he comes from England. And he does really fucking cool graffiti. And he came to New York City and he did 30
different graffiti things. I saw a YouTube video. He did 30 different graffiti things, one each day for a month. And it's so cool because nobody knows who he is. Nobody's caught him ever. And the stuff he does is big in size and illegal and all that kind of shit, right? So anyway, one of the 30 days, what he did is he set up a store with all of his art in it, and they charged $20 a piece for the art, and only like 2 people bought one for $20 a piece. And there was, like as many as you want to buy for $20 a piece. And though all of those things in that deal are worth $400,000 today. They went from $20 to $400,000 the very next day. Yeah, that was fucking amazing. This video, this guy does the coolest kind of, he did one section in the black neighborhood, and what happened was the black guy put, like, instead of, everybody goes and sees it and takes pictures and stuff, these fucking niggers covered it up with like a bed sheet, and they charged people $10 to look at it every time. It was funny. Oh my god.
Yeah, well, starving artists.
No, this guy, dude, people like, what he does is he does his art on places where you have to cut the whole wall out, or you have to like really fuck up some construction if you want to keep it. And people do. And some of his stuff sells for millions of dollars, dude. And he doesn't get a penny. He doesn't ask for a penny. Nobody knows who this guy is. People will cut that shit out of their wall, and there's a dealer in England that will buy it from you. But like I said, it's fucking, it's not just a spray painted on the wall kind of thing. It's really, really neat. And some of it is spray painted, but it's really neat. It all has some kind of message, and I forget his name, but when I remember it, I'll think of you and write it down or something. Because if you're into that kind of thing at all, you would think this guy is cool. I'm not really into art so much, but that video about the 30 days in New York City and the 30 different pieces he did, I don't remember how long it was, but it was longer than I would watch a video most of the times, and it was interesting the whole way through. It was really fucking cool.
Yeah, I wonder if they get paid any kind of royalty or anything like that. If it sells for a lot of money.
Well, no, the art dealer guy claims no. They asked him, they said, well, do you give a portion of this back to the graffiti guy? He said, no, the graffiti guy's never contacted me. And there's no reason not to believe that. That guy basically got rich off the graffiti guy by just offering to buy anybody that wants to, bulldoze their building down or rip the side of their wall out and send him his shit. He'll buy it for, like I said, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then he resells it to really rich people. I think they mentioned that Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie bought one for $800 grand or something,
Yeah,
he's really, really famous. He goes around the world to different cities, and just this shit just pops up out of nowhere, and people still don't know who he is. It's been going on for maybe over a decade now, or more. Yeah, he's a super famous dude, and his art sells for big, big, big fucking money, dude. It's crazy. And of course, that's the mystique. If you really found out who he was, then I'll bet the price would actually drop. People want him to stay secret and mysterious, and it adds to the interesting factor of the art, I suppose.
Right. Yeah, there's got to be something in there somewhere. I don't know. It's like musicians; they do it for the love of the music, and they will endure some pretty harsh shit just to keep doing their music. So I guess it's the same thing, man.
Well, I suppose, what I was thinking too after I watched the documentary, that, he's really talented, of course, otherwise it wouldn't be worth shit. And what I was thinking is that he could also be selling commercial art that's simply not at all like the graffiti, because the graffiti art he does is really different. It's not all the same. Some of it is you know, like objects, you know, glued to a wall, and others as paintings, and others this and others that. He could very well, you know, be a regular artist selling regular shit as well. You know what I mean?
Right.
And just laughing his ass off that he's getting $50, you know, for a painting out of his own shop, and they're, you know, selling his other shit for millions of dollars or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But who knows? I'll think of his name. I mentioned his name in a chat room once, and one of the, you know, there's only 10 people that can come in, and somebody mentioned his name immediately. They said, "Oh yeah, I know that. I've seen that video. I know that guy." I'll bet you that girl that comes in here from New York City would pay me, would know him because of that whole New York City deal he had going on.
Right. Yeah, she might know who he is.
Yep, I guarantee you she knows who he is. I'm gonna ask her. That's the first thing I'm gonna ask her next time I see her.
Cool.
And if she does, she'll go on for 20 minutes about, you know, I'll bet she's the kind of girl I bet might even have taken a tour around New York to look at all 30 of them, you know?
Yeah, she seems to be up on the New York thing.
Yeah, she's an interesting girl, and I like that she's so nice, but can be so nasty when it's necessary. I really like that in a person. That, you know, I give it, you know, if you just, you know, I'll give it as good as you give it, and I'll be nice if you're nice, but I can be, you know, you want to go down that road, I'll just be more nasty than you and bring it on. You know, I like those kind of people.
I hear you, man. I'm just messing with Velvet Babe over here in the chat room.
Oh, okay. Who's Velvet Babe? I don't know who she is. Does she have like a real velvety, slippery pussy or something?
I don't know. Her picture, she looks pretty good, man.
Does she? All right. Oh, she's a virgin. Wow, that's cool. Are you an oral virgin as well, or just a vagina virgin? Because they say that oral isn't sex. I learned that from one of our presidents. Did you know that? We had a president declare that oral sex is not really sex. It's just something different, apparently.
He said that he didn't have sex with that woman, Miss Lewinsky, as he defines it.
That's right.
So, all right.
He couldn't possibly have just been a big fat liar.
No way.
What I find so bizarre about that whole incident is that somebody, you know, fucks the president of the United, or doesn't fuck him, but has, you know, whatever with the president of the United States, knowing full well that they're supposed to keep it a secret and all that, and they decide to save the blue dress with semen on it, so when they narc him out later, they can prove they're telling the truth, but they really had no intention of saying anything about it anyway, and it's not their fault. You know, that was the weirdest part of the whole story, is this broad decided to save her cum-stained blue dress in the closet. You know, next to what? I don't even want to know, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe she has a collection of political figures she stuck a cigar up her cunt for, with her semen-stained dresses next to it. Who knows? That's the weirdest thing, too, is the whole, you know, shoved a cigar up her cunt. I mean, the president of the United States can't fucking, you know, splurge for a fucking $10 vibrator. You got to use a cigar. I mean, what kind of, that's just nasty.
I try to empathize with it, man. You know what I'm saying?
Empathize with some broad shoving a cigar up her cunt to entertain the president and then whining about it later. Oh, poor me, I'm a victim, you know. I shoved a cigar up my cunt to get a better job, and it's all the president's fault, not mine. And my friend told me to save the blue dress, and I did, and blah, 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 wah. Then she ends up being fat, ugly, and nasty later, and going along on the bully thing. You know, oh, you know, I'm going to be the champion of victims of bullying because I was bullied by the president of the United States into shoving a cigar up my cunt, and it's not my fault at all. Come on.
Yeah. Well, I just, I kind of put myself in her situation. If it was me and Bill, what would I have done?
The person I feel sorry for is Hillary Clinton trying to, like, stay married to the guy and explain how they're going to work it all out. Man, can you imagine how pissed off you'd be if you were the first lady, and your husband, the president, is in the Oval Office getting blown and shoving cigars up some broad's cunt. You'd be, that's like the first lady that ever happened to. Thank you very much. Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah,
That's
what
just
about
sad.
Jennifer Flowers? What about Jennifer Flowers?
Well, did she ever like prove her case or just make accusations and get laughed out of the room? I forget. I don't even remember.
Oh, I don't know, man, but she was hot, dude.
Yeah, she was. Well, there are a whole bunch of women whining that they get free rides to fuck, the Governor Clinton from the state troopers. I mean, they're complaining because they, got a free ride and instead of having to pay for a taxi. I didn't hear any of them fucking whining that they were fucking the governor. It was all about, oh, well, the state troopers should be utilizing the trooper cars better, and these broads, should be taking taxi cabs or something. I don't know. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't take very long to get corrupt.
Well, there's some funky shit going on in Arkansas too, with the whole CIA and the cocaine and that airport, and it just went, and I don't know, quite frankly, if the CIA is involved with drugs coming in and out of an airport, that doesn't require the governor to know. In fact, the CIA would not want the governor to know. So they say there's a connection with Bill Clinton here and there, that whole fiasco. I believe that airport was used to bring in plane loads of cocaine, and Bill Clinton was the governor.